one jump from astral and air, something in between them, just to make sure.
What would be in between them?
The imp looks to Imric for answers. Didn't you
The
say
prime
there
material plane would be between them.
We can't do that. We're not going to that. We can't.
No, I know, but I don't know what else would
the
be.
protoplanes, right?
Yeah, that's my.
Yeah,
I thought
are
the
also one
protoplanes
jump away, or
sound weird as
the-
fuck.
The plane of fire and water, they're also one jump from both astral and air.
Yeah.
I'm throwing out ideas. I don't want to be useless.
Let's just
I
go to
don't
the
want you to
astral plane.
mistreat me.
Let's just go to the astral plane.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Okay. Can we ethereal? Can we go from the astral plane to the ethereal plane?
Yes.
Does the ethereal plane connect to the?
Astral plane, it does.
Yeah, but
Doesn't connect to the elemental planes though.
But we can go from the. Okay, we can do astral to ethereal to Feywild, and then from there, I think we can go to the elemental plane of air.
Would do that, yeah. But why would we do that?
I don't fucking know.
Feywild does not connect to the ethereal plane.
It's not connected to the ethereal plane. Oh.
No.
It does on the list you gave us.
No. Are you looking at the Google Doc?
I'm looking at the Google Doc. I see elemental
Oh,
planes.
I'm not looking at the Google
and I
Doc,
see
sorry.
plane.
Yeah.
I see protoplanes, the Feywild, connected to elemental planes. Unless I'm reading it wrong.
Yeah, look at the Google Doc. The one I
Yeah,
sent
yeah,
you
yeah.
somehow had some bugs that I didn't catch.
Wait, I'm looking at the Google Doc. Control F Fey. I'm looking at the third Feywild. Does this not mean that the plane of air is connected to the protoplanes, meaning the Feywild, or?
There should be a specific one that it says, right?
Plane of
Ethereal
air is
plane is-
connected to both. It's all three of the protoplanes: the Feywild, the plane of dreams, and the pit.
Yeah, that's what it looks
But
like
it's
to
not.
me, right?
Yeah, but it's not connected to the other one, like the morass or whatever. The black morass.
Yeah, but if we're in the Feywild, we can get to from the Feywild to the plane of air. No?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on,
Yes.
Quiver just said no. Wait, am I wild?
No,
Am I
I
missing
said the
anything?
no.
Feywild is not connected to the ethereal plane.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's just go through the plane of air. Fuck it. But I just.
All right,
I-
well, we got to get to the astral no matter what.
yeah,
right?
sure. I just don't
Astral
understand
plane
what our
first.
plan is when we get to the plane of air. It sounds like we're just gonna be floating around, and be like, "Well, what now?" And it's like, "Oh, I guess we're just floating here, being memers." Like,
Well, yeah, that is a major concern because we don't have any knowledge of the planes that connect to the plane of air. These unknown planes that this demon doesn't know about that we're hypothesizing exist.
okay, Koibu. Big lore question. Unless you have another way that where this is figured out, and I can't do this. I have a magical item on my character called the Ring of Seeing. I believe the Ring of Seeing allows me to
Yes.
look into adjacent planes because
That's
when I'm on
true.
the
Isn't this the Ring of True Seeing?
yes,
Yeah.
or it's
so
just
we
called
talk
Ring of
about
Seeing, but
this.
it gives true sight. Yes.
Right.
That's true. You'd be able to see the other planes.
I believe I can see one. So further, the recipient can focus his vision. It says to see into the ethereal plane or the bordering areas of adjacent planes. I can copy paste this into the chat if you want.
Yeah,
That's
please.
good.
The recipient can focus his vision to see into the ethereal plane or the bordering areas of adjacent planes. The range of vision converted is 120 feet. This makes it sound like I can see into planes that are bordering the plane that
Sure,
I'm
but
in.
you would see into that section that is right next to you. So if the astral plane's right next to you, you could see 120 feet into the astral plane, but the astral plane's like limitless.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, but
no,
if
but
this-
the only question is just can I discern what that plane is? Like if I were to use the Ring of Seeing right now and I were to look into an adjacent plane, could I be like, oh shit, that's the astral plane, dog? Or would I
No,
just...
you'd be like looking around, and if there's something there that's in the astral plane but happens to be within 120 feet of you, you could see it. It's not like it creates a book where you can flip through different things. It sort of brings all the planes that are overlapping into the same visual space.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. So this isn't going to help us then.
Does the planar manipulator allow us to sense what planes we can jump to or how many planes we can jump to? Like, do we have some sense now that there are 10 current planes that you are within one jump of?
Unfortunately, no. That would be nice, though.
I just don't understand what this... Okay, so the Nick, you're the wizard. What's the solution? How do we Well, let's say let's teleport ahead in our brains. We're in the plane of air. We're floating around. Cool.
Yeah.
Anton, it tells us it's 3 jumps away. How do we even know he's 3 jumps away from the plane of air?
We already did it there once. I went there with Shine.
Okay.
Before we left.
So when we casting there, it's like, oh, he's 3 planes away.
Yeah.
Now we're back there. We
no
know
way
he's 3
to
planes.
move.
Now what do we do? Yeah.
Just float.
No.
You can walk from one plane to the other, I believe.
No,
Or
you
travel.
can't. Wait, what?
I think in these weird bordering planes you can.
You can just walk. Well, first of all, it's the plane of air, so we can't walk. I mean, we can
Well, no,
fly.
we can fly.
But also, we don't know how big these planes are. Are we going to be flying for miles, for light years, for...
I mean, I genuinely don't know how we're going to discern. None of these planes that Neil has listed is 4 jumps from the prime material plane. So
Yeah, I
only
know.
can
What we need to do is, this is what we need to do. Okay?
So we need to go to an unknown plane.
No,
that
no,
we
no,
have
no, no,
no
no.
way of knowing.
Yeah, but that
how-
unknown plane is probably connecting through that elemental plane of air. I'm just saying, but once we get
Yes.
to the elemental plane of air, how do we see the planes around it to get to the
Yeah,
next
no,
one?
I understand that. I'm saying there's no way for us, no way I know in game for us to detect the presence of these unknown planes. So I actually don't know what we do when we get there. We need to do the same thing we did here, which is somehow find knowledge, like find some being in the plane of air that is gonna be able to inform us of the connecting planes.
Does the
like
imp
a
think that
genie or
these
some
creatures
shit.
will exist in the plane of air, or...
There is creatures in the plane. I think there's like genies there, like those things that we killed in Glacier.
Okay.
I think that's where they're from.
Okay, so the goal is to hopefully get, and we can like, what is the plane of air? Is it going to be like violent, like the fucking great red spot on Jupiter, or is it just going to be like windy, or what?
When I went there, it was quite pleasant actually. You know, light breeze, clouds. No, Neil.
Your knowledge would be
I've been
no
there.
plane is a monolith, right? A plane of air is going to have different components. Some areas are going to be stormy and terrible. Some might be pleasant and nice. Some might be misty and cloudy. Some might be, filled with electricity and lightning bolts. It's sort of it's a big area that encompasses all the concepts of air and gas. So there are going to be a lot of different terrain types in the plane of air.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time you were there, you ended up in like a fog bank, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you couldn't see much, but you could also end up in a different section that could be like the red spot on Jupiter. It could be one giant tornado or one giant twister or a cyclone or something like that.
All right, well, are we ready?
Yep. Let's go to the astral plane.
Okay. Our players hold hands. Tyrell grabs the planar manipulator out of his pocket, straps it on his wrist, and 1, 2, 3, away we go.
All right. We've been here. What are we looking at?
Rick, I need
Yes.
you to roll me a D100.
Yes, sir.
Gotta get back and roll 20 first, though.
I'm in roll 20. 79.
What are you rolling for here, dude? Are you rolling to end the
Growing some
campaign?
horns, maybe. Getting some scales. Weird fleshy beard. Maybe an extra joint in my legs or something like that, Neil. Could be pretty cool.
Beast.
You arrive in a cloud bank.
In the astral plane.
I'm sorry, you're in the astral plane. What
Yeah.
am I doing over here? No, you arrive in a vast, open, empty nothingness. Sort of like the sky from the demon plane. It's just sort of dark everywhere, except to your left a little bit, you can see the constellation of stars, and you can see the like 3D structure of them a little bit more. You can see that you're on like the backside of the constellation of Sayre, and looking across it through to the other side, you can see like Reluna over there and Madrigal's over there. You can kind of see the way that the gods are shaped all the way around the prime material plane. And looking down there, you can see it from a great distance. It's sort of cloudy and hazy with a lot of water on it. It's sort of like floating out in space near the asteroid belt if the satellites around the Earth were stars and gods.
But you say that that's the plane of air down there?
No, I'm saying
the
that you can
gods.
see the prime material plane and you can see the gods, and you're just sort of floating out in nothingness.
Okay, I cast Find Planar Traveler. Anton.
You are 4 jumps from Anton.
Cool. Which is
I
what we
turned
expect.
Tyrael. We're 4 jumps. That's what we expected, right?
Yeah.
So, plane of air has to be our next stop.
Seems to be the
that
case.
Means us we're 3 jumps away, so that would be the right direction.
That seems to make sense, yeah.
All right. Well,
You'll find
I give
in this space there's no pull, there's no up, there's no down. Everything just sort of is.
We don't have those directions anyway, Corbu. We only follow one direction, and that's forward. Let's go to the plane of air.
All right, to the plane of air. Wait, from my memory, do I think I need to cast fly on him, or he's gonna just fall out of the plane of air?
I can fall out of a whole plane?
What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I mean, I cast fly on him. Yeah,
no,
I cast
wait.
fly on both of us.
Oh, you can
Do
just
you
cast
flies
it?
memorized?
I do, yeah.
Well, could I just... I could wear that ring real quick and just cast it on myself, no? The ring of spell storing?
Let's
Cast fly.
let's just reserve that for now.
Okie
As an
dokie!
emergency measure.
Cool.
Whilst I can cast spells freely, I cast fly on both of us,
Based.
Okay.
and then we go to the plane of air.
The 3 of you link and jump, and you arrive in a cloud bank. The imp is there, flapping his wings, hovering in place. The 2 of you are roughly oriented in the same direction, and it's just sort of misty and a little bit damp.
Okay. I
Cool.
pull out one of the stoppered jars of the vapors from Atropos's lair. And I'm gonna...
Wait, what is this
puff it
gonna
in the
do?
air. It's gonna help me have sight. And I'm hoping to maybe... it might fill in some of the blanks about...
It's not gonna make
The
you fucking
planes.
crazy?
I mean, I just ate a fireworm. I'm already...
Well, how about while we're hanging out around here, can we look around? Do we see any genies? Anybody chilling out, being
You know,
cool?
let's
You're in a
just
fog
remember though,
bank.
our flight is... We're flying for like 2 or 3 hours, so...
Flying for 2 or
This is
3
not
hours?
a permanent... This isn't a permanent solution. You
Oh,
know,
let's
so-
just fly up for like 2 minutes and see if we can get out of the
Okay,
sun.
yeah. Alright, fine. We can fly.
Or
Yeah,
fly in a
let's go.
direction. I
Let's-
don't know what's up. So we fly.
Point yourselves in a direction
And
and,
fly.
go.
Yeah.
And it's easy. And you breeze through the cloud bank. Roll me a D100.
Both of us?
Any one person.
I'll do it. Wait, do you need low or high?
You
What do you
do
want, Corbu?
It's up to you, I think. I think it's just where we are.
Okay, there you
Yeah.
go. I'll just throw a medium roll out there then.
Okay.
Where are you, Anton?
You're going this way.
Tennies misses you.
Yeah. You sail through the fog banks. It's a cool, breezy travel. After a little while, you notice the fog begins to sort of move. Not the direction that you're headed. It's now moving at like a 14-degree angle to your... If you're going forward, it's like going to your right-ish.
Okay.
And you keep traveling for some time. There's not really a source of light here. It's sort of ambient all around you. There's not really a pull downward. There's just the wind pressing your hair and your clothes against you, flapping your capes behind you as you go. The imp has sort of lazily grabbed onto the back of your mixed cloak and is just being dragged along with him as the 2 of you
I will
fly.
call out every now and again. Denizens of the air, plane of air. We wish to parley. I just call out as we're traveling in the hopes that something hears us and comes to talk to us.
We have one more break before we're done for the day, right? Because I think this is the time to take it.
Indeed we do.
Yep.
We will be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria.
All right.
You are traveling through the plane of air.
Wait, shit, your mic got really quiet.
You are traveling through the plane of air. It is a wild spot out here. I've asked you to make 2 rolls while you were here. The first roll was to determine the sort of environment in which you came. A low number was a hostile environment, a high number was a gentle environment. You ended up with a 79, which is in the non-hostile but not super nice area, you know, a big fog bank, making it hard to really see what's going on. Then you rolled for the direction of your movement. A high number would have been going close to the plane of fire. A low number is close to the plane of water, and a central number is away from both planes. So you're moving sort of deeper and deeper into the plane of air, more away from the water than you are from the fire, which after some amount of time brings you out of this fog bank. You can feel the air getting warmer, the fog bank getting thinner, until you finally break free of it. Imric, it's hard to know when your spells are going to run out of time, and it's hard to tell how much time passes, especially on these other planes, especially when there's not like clouds or shadows to track things. And you're pretty certain your fly spell has worn out by now. You can't be exactly certain how long it's been, but it feels like it's been at least 8 hours of soaring through these clouds. And your fly spell is still, you're still flying. When you finally get to the edge of this fog bank, just beyond it, you see a cloud, a lone cloud with a flat bottom and a mounding, bulging top. And as you break free of this fog bank and take a moment to stop and get your bearings, the fog bank, like the small cloud, moves away from you, pauses, and then creeps back towards you a little bit, almost as if it's its own entity of intelligence moving around.
Earl, there's something here.
Yeah, can I wave at the cloud and ask, hello?
You can wave at the cloud, and you can speak to it.
Ah, good.
Why are you saying good? It hasn't responded yet.
Well, because we need someone who lives here to learn about the adjacent planes, right? That's literally our only hope.
Okay.
It produces a hand or an arm out of the cloud bank and shows you its palm.
We'll show our palm back. I'll even
Stop.
remove my glove.
Yeah, we stop moving.
Towards it?
What? No, we're
No, we
literally.
stop.
You said
We
you start
stop.
moving.
We stop
No,
moving.
stop.
As I'm assuming it's floating near us. I'll extend my
'Cause
hand,
it's-
remove my
you said
glove.
stop.
Yeah.
Stop right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah. It just keeps the humanoidish looking cloudy hand out in front of you. Out in front of it. It does not speak. Probably doesn't know the Dracissian tongue.
I telepathically speak to my imp. Do you think you can communicate with it?
No. Don't you have spells for that? Aren't you a great wizard?
I am
Aren't you
a
the
great
greatest wizard out of Arcadia? Don't you have spells? You're telling me we're traveling the plains and you didn't take a tongue spell? Really?
I don't know that spell, so
You don't know
What,
I
you
don't know what you
comprehend
want me to do.
languages?
I don't know that either.
Telepathy?
Nope.
What is
We used to have a
Master?
sword though.
clairvoyance and clairaudience? Does that just let you see places far away?
Yeah, see and hear.
Come now, Master. Surely you have a way of communicating with other entities.
Silence
that don't
him!
speak your-
Know your place.
I'll rotate through my 3 languages. I'm guessing the cloud doesn't respond to anything.
It does not speak your 3 languages.
Okay, well, did you even check, Quavo? Maybe.
Yeah. It's a chance. It might have spent some time as a cloud
no,
above
it doesn't speak
Drakus.
your 3 languages. Here. Yeah, it's definitely not doing it.
There's gotta be. We used to have the sword for this, didn't we?
Yep, we would use our weapons.
Hmm.
You have no
I'm
way
just
of
checking. I don't think I do. No. I can read things it writes, maybe. This is, Neil, I've got 14 ends. I can only know 9 spells from each spell level, so there's just not room to learn tongues. Plus, I fail every spell that I learn, so I don't know what you want from me.
I just want you to go home and leave Anton to die.
No, you don't.
That's what he wants.
Well, isn't this...
Sorting through my items, looking through my bags.
The hand withdraws back into the cloud.
Can I float towards it and just kind of like point around and see if he points me anywhere? And shrug my shoulders and point?
You point around. I don't know what you're expecting from it, but it doesn't respond.
You have no spell.
want to-
If you take time to learn, you don't have anything that lets you do anything?
I literally have no spells that would let me speak to this thing. Except for if I could write something, it could write something to me and then I could read it. That's the only option.
Huh.
Indeed. I think we need to find a genie. Surely a genie can speak any language.
Charlie? I'm looking through everything I can't. Yeah, I have nothing. I don't have anything that'll help me here. Or help us.
Yeah. We're taking our time, but there is no option. We need to find a genie. I could cast Locate Landmark, try and find a genie's home.
Sure.
That way we can somewhat use the cloud. Because the Locate Landmark will probe the minds of
Of all
nearby
the
creatures.
creatures, including the cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will cast Locate Landmark and look, asking for the home of a genie.
The home. Well, you need a. Pose the subconscious question. Where's the landmark in question?
Must be
The
stationed.
home of a genie is very vague, right? Let's say there are 5 genies.
Let's say the home of the closest genie. That makes it specific.
It does make it specific, but if the range is 1 mile and there's a genie 2 miles to your left and a genie 1.5 miles to your right, some of your creatures will respond left and some will respond right. You know, it's not going to. You're still making very subjective requests that it's very easy to get mixed answers to. The closest home is not a great landmark. In fact, it's a pretty shit landmark. And if a genie has a mobile home, it'll automatically fizzle. Take your time. Come up with a good landmark. You can try this if you want, but I'm telling you, it's a low quality request.
Any
What's
thoughts?
a really good landmark that you could use?
Are genies like on floating islands, or are they in certain kinds of houses, or do they come from lamps? I don't know if it's in this world. They have lamps, like. This is all you.
I mean,
buddy.
like,
I have no idea.
I mean, I've got literally no idea. I'm sorry.
Where genies live?
Well, I think I've read about them. I think they do live on islands or something.
So can you ask locate landmark floating island?
Yeah, but there's going to be loads of floating islands, right?
Wouldn't all of them have a genie? Or maybe not. Do they not all have genies?
But again, it's not specific, right? If I could say, take me to the closest floating island, that's the same as saying, take me to the closest home of a genie.
What is it? What is the problem here? Is it not a specific enough request, or?
I guess
Yeah,
so.
locate landmark is usually like take me to the great tree of vitality, or take me to the capital, or where is the graveyard, something that's usually just one of in the nearby area.
Oh,
Okay. Well, what about maybe that we could do that? Take me to the capital of the genies.
Capital of the genies.
Presuming, or like the town hall or something, like the meeting area, their capital city, their king. If such a thing were to exist.
Take me to the king. Where is the king of the genies?
Yeah. Let's go with that, or the palace of the genie, the king of the genies.
Yeah, you'd have to do palace because king is a mobile thing. A king could be anywhere at the moment. Okay, so you're...
Okay, let's try that.
The landmark in question is the Palace of the Genie. And you want to go to the area where all of these super powerful creatures are. You're not worried about them. Who are we talking to? You guys just killed a fireworm. Genies?
I think we're a little bit worried, but we know that we need additional information here.
It takes how long for this to happen? It's fairly instantaneous, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And so you think, and you pause, and you look around, and you can see that you've got for the sake of argument, since there's no absolute with which to use relative directions, the cloud bank is behind you, the open sky is in front of you. The direction of the Palace of the Genies is like back behind you and up, sort of like clipping through the cloud bank.
Okay. Tyrell, it's this way. I don't know how far, but...
Well, do you get any... Could it be thousands of miles away, or is it going to be within it? Is there a range that locate landmark works, or...?
No, it could be any distance away.
Fuck it then. We turn around and we start flying. We'll go for 30...
start zooming.
Yeah, 30 minutes and we'll see if we see anything.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. You fly through the air. You clip through the cloud bank. And then you enter an area where the clouds seem to get a little bit thicker, like a little bit heavier, like you're having trouble actually moving past it, like they're restrictive in their movement, until you finally reach a point where the clouds sort of like, you feel like you have to physically pry them apart, and then they sort of fold back in, and you've reached a like how planets, like cloud giants like Jupiter, are just gas, but the more and more pressure applies until eventually the gas is sort of like a liquid, even though it's still in a gaseous phase.
Of course, I've been a Jupiter.
It's one of these things.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all big fans of astronomy here. You've entered some sort of like solid gas that you cannot push past. You could go around it, but directly in front of you is like a gas that does not want to move, and even in your vicinity here is almost a swimming motion that you need to take to get through it.
Sure. Can we circumnavigate it a couple times and see if there's like an entrance to this, or if we're like at the bottom part of, or some part of an island or whatever?
You are at the bottom part of some sort of part of an island. You will pop out through one side, and you'll see that below you is fog. To your right and to above is open sky. And to your left is sort of just like a big, fat, heavy white cloud with a physical castle that must have been pulled from the plane of Earth or something here. The castle is not sized for any sort of human. The first set of windows is maybe 40 feet off the ground. The parapets have like, what do they call the crustians? I forget the name. The upper part of the parapets are maybe 15 feet tall. It's like a cloud castle sized for giants of some kind.
Yeah, I mean, we're heading in that direction.
This has got to be the place, right?
Yep. That's where we're going.
Okay. How would you like to approach this place?
Right to the entrance. Whatever looks like the opening,
door.
we're going to be floating on through.
You could float up over the wall. You could go around the side looking for an entrance and walk.
I want to look
Let's
for
circle
the
and
front
look. Let's
door.
look for a gate.
Yeah, let's look for a formal entrance so it doesn't look like we're trying to invade.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can circle around. You will find that you quickly clip back into the fog bank again, but the fog bank here at the edge is a little bit thin, and so going around the side, eventually you come to what appears to be a massive entrance, maybe 40 feet wide, 60 feet tall, a big double set of stone doors banded in bronze.
Can we knock?
Are you asking permission?
I would like to knock. I will knock.
Yeah. We are knocking.
With your fist, your tiny little fist on the 100-foot door, or 80-foot doors, make a very
My tiny little
poultry bing, bing.
17 strength fist, okay? I'll give it a good knock. I'll give it a good loud knock.
Bang, 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 on the edge of the massive, giant doors.
I mean, I could open them if we need to, but yeah, better to knock, I think.
We'll give a shout, hello, and then we'll take it back and we'll wait for 20 seconds to see if anybody responds.
The genies.
Counter reaction. Who's got the highest charisma in the party?
What, that's terrible, right?
Hold on. If we're going to be dealing with people, actually, I should have this on all the time anyway. We have my charisma is 12. What's yours?
12.
Okay. We have an ion stone that I believe gives +1 to charisma. Does it ever wear
And
out?
the Rod of Splendor. No, it won't. And the Rod of Splendor gives +1 charisma as well. The only thing is it could get destroyed, but I think you might as well use it.
Why would it get? It's not going to like take damage by existing, right?
No, but something could target it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess could we yeah, do you want me to do it or do you want to do it? It's up to you.
No, you do it. I'll hand you the Rod of Splendor as well.
Okay, I'll hold on to the Rod of Splendor and I will release the +1 charisma ion stone so it can float around me. And I'm going to release, actually, I'm going to release 4 ion stones. I have that, I've got the one that gives me +1 charisma, and then I believe we have 3 others that are just kind of defunct, but they still float. So in case somebody does target something, at least they have a chance of missing it, so yeah. Ion stone 6, 15, 16, and 20. So I have 14 charisma now, I guess. Do I want to take out, I could try to put on the whole like armor of command, but does that auto give me 18 charisma, or does that just let me command troops? I forgot. Sorry, fuck.
Well, you don't want to be stripping down your armor.
Yeah, yeah.
There. That
Okay,
seems like
fuck
a
it.
bad idea.
Oh, you know, whatever. Okay.
Eventually, there is a booming response in some other language that echoes out, and you can hear the sound of bronze creaking on bronze, followed by what sounds like something being let go and slamming into another thing, creating a large booming sound that echoes like thunder through the air.
Gotcha.
But you
We
see
wait.
no people yet.
Okay. Everyone is spamming that the Rod of Splendor gives 18 charisma. I don't remember if that's true or not, but
The Rod gives +1 charisma, but I'll check. Rod of Splendor. Oh yeah, possessor of this rod automatically and continually bestowed with 18 charisma for as long as it's held or carried.
oh, okay. Oh, I thought the armor of command did that. Oh, but it's the Rod of Splendor that does it. Okay.
So hold the rod, give it another shout, Cyril.
Yeah, I'll give it another shout, and I'll shout out in the most friendly. Hello, I'm a big fan of Robin Williams. I love genies. Please come and treat with me.
We are lost amongst the plains. We require guidance. We have trinkets and treasures to trade.
Eventually, the door opens, maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, and standing before you is a 25-ish foot tall man with white cloudy skin, like unnaturally pale cloudy skin, a very light teal robe that drapes over his shoulders, kind of like a Roman style robe, and a very large belt buckled with with a gold buckle at the very center of it.
I whisper to Cyril.
Long white hair comes down off his head.
I
Little
think it's a
tiny
cloud
fangs,
giant.
Gold earrings.
Okay, I nod. I'll rotate my 3 languages. Can he speak to me or no?
Let's see. There's a chance.
Let's go, baby.
the cloud giant effortlessly switches into the Eridonian tongue.
Nice.
Why, hello! Look at this! There's humans on my doorstep. Are you lost?
We are indeed. We have been traveling the plains looking for a friend who is lost. We're trying to find which plains are next to here so we can travel through them. We would humbly request if you had any information or could point us in the direction of information about these other plains. We would be eternally grateful for you if you could give us any sort of assistance or guidance.
Of course. Please, come inside. And he opens the door all the way. Not that you needed it any more open.
We go inside.
Yeah.
Within
floats
is
in.
a large courtyard. And here, you can see that the giant is walking on the clouds. They come up, a little bit past the bottom of his foot. Not all the way even to his ankles. And he seems just to be like trotting on the top of the clouds as if it's solid ground. Within the castle is, a giant scale, and you're on the plane of air, so it's super cool and magical, but otherwise a fairly ordinary looking castle. Big
Like this
open
guy needs
courtyard,
better-
a couple of
better
buildings
taste.
around here, a main structure with multiple levels, some towers, and above it all is sort of like a shimmering, sparkling dome that covers the whole of the castle from above on all sides. The cloud giant will walk and then pause and let you catch up, and then slow his gait as he walks you across the quarter mile towards the back large building. So, humans, tell me, what are your names? Are you important? Are you well known?
I'm
No
Tyrell.
one comes here by accident.
Tyrell McGarry. I point over to Emmerich.
I am Imric McGarry, his younger brother. We seek our brother, Anton.
That means you're of noble stock then, doesn't it?
Indeed. Tyrell here is the future king of Mystria and prince of Drekis. We come from a land known as Arcadia.
Yes. I've I visited Eridon once, a long time ago. Interesting
not how it was.
place.
The kingdom of Eridon has been lost to the demons of
Oh?
the second
Where did you
material
leave it?
plane.
Haha.
No, it's quite still there, but the kingdom itself is lost. The land.
I understood.
I'm
It's a
attacking
simple
for that.
lampoon.
Oh, just kind of rolled the wrong thing. Sorry. Dumb fuck.
Great giant. We are grateful for your hospitality and thank you for welcoming us into your fine home and keep here. It's indeed quite impressive. And as much as we would like to stay and chat, the time is of the essence. Back home, we face.
Nonsense. Let me get you some food before I show you to the keepers of the castle. I am simply the doorman.
Ah, of course. We could eat.
So I'll take you in. The steps leading up to the castle walls are, like 3 or 4 feet high. So, except for Tyrell, who can, boots of spring and striding his way up. Emmerich's got to, grab and climb and pull and hoist himself up pretty easily. You'll find that your weight here is fairly insubstantial, and it's not too hard to scale these things rather rapidly. The imp flutters on his wings and catches up, flying, sort of hiding behind you, keeping you, Emmerich, between him and the giant at all times.
Yes.
Into the castle, he will lead you to a comfortable sitting room just inside the main door, and he'll help hoist you up onto these large cushions if you'll let him.
Yeah.
Pour out some large drinks in giant-sized glasses that are way too big for you, and then trot off to go find somebody else. You can hear him bellowing in his own giant tongue, something that sounds like we've got guests, but you can't quite pick out the right words. But gazing round this giant castle, you will see a great many artworks here. The glasses you have before you are made of some sort of crystals. The artwork on the walls have lots of thin bands of gold on them. You can see gemstones of red and green varieties all over the place. There's a surprising amount of wealth scattered here in the forms of masses of metals and oversized gemstones. If if you looted this place, it would be a lot of money.
We should already have infinite money. Okay.
We're not doing that.
Okay. Yeah. Anything you want to talk amongst the three of you before the giants return?
Yeah, I get the imp to transform into a raven or something and have him sit on my shoulder. I think if that's one of the things he can transform into, I'll just double check.
Yes, the imp gets a few transformations. He gets 2 things he can turn into.
Yeah. The most commonly encountered are a large spider, raven, giant rat, or a goat.
Large spider, raven, rat, or goat. So roll me d4.
You said he gets 2, right? Yeah, so
Yeah,
roll 2d4.
Sure. If you roll the same number, you'll get one of those and an exotic thing. Ooh, excellent. So
Nice.
what was the second one on that list?
Raven. Sweet.
He turns into a raven. His other transformation we'll reveal later, but it is not going to be on that list.
Cool.
He perches on over there. Y'all wait. The couple of giants come back down and peer into the room, looking interested. And then soon the
Give him a
doorman
wave.
comes in with them, and now you're surrounded by 5 giants who take comfortable seats and all lean in, really interested at this group of people who are here. They talk in their own tongue for a little while, and then finally the doorman speaks in the Aridonian tongue. Well, this is my family. This is our queen. This is her consort. My brother and his wife. Our children are away upstairs. You're not here for anything dangerous, are you? He says, and he lifts his hand. You can see it sizzling into existence as a static lightning bolt that he's able to just hold at will.
Of course not. We are peaceful travelers looking to pass from here to the next.
He
Search for
relaxes
brother.
his hand, and the bolt dissipates, leaving your hair standing on end. Our queen wishes to know where it is you're going.
That's just the thing. We're not sure. We know that our brother is on a plane connected to here, perhaps 3 adjacent jumps away. This is the right direction, but we're not sure of all the planes that connect to this one. We were hoping to get a better understanding.
Yeah, if you have anybody that
How-
travels extraplanar or a library with information about planes adjacent to this, or to these planes.
The giant relays for a moment and then responds with their questions. How did your companion get here?
Complicated
story.
mess with a few bags of holdings. I'll say that much. I don't know how else to explain it, but
When this gets relayed, there's a bunch of oh yeah, going around. And then quickly comes oh, that must be the source of the rift. A few weeks ago, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, there was a rift that split through the plane. I think it's still open.
Then we must hurry.
The rifts are dangerous to travel. They're high energy, low stability, temporary gaps between planes. You could even call them a plane of their own.
We have a way to jump from one plane to the other if we knew where the rift went.
well, actually, it sounds as though we can just enter the rift. I'm guessing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe, but if it's dangerous, perhaps we could just skip the dangerous part. Head right to the destination.
Well, do we know where the rift leads to?
The giant asks with the others and then comes back. No. We saw a bright streak through the sky, parting our clouds, ripping a hole in the fabric of reality. We've gone to explore, and there it is. Smaller now than when it was first opened. I don't
Big
know
enough for
where
us
it
to fit
goes,
through.
but it goes somewhere.
When you say it's dangerous, what kind of dangers? Monsters or just more mundane?
The giant asks. And the other ones kind of begin to argue amongst themselves, and a few of them are talking over. And when they begin to shout at each other, their voice bellows like thunder, and the air gets more staticky and drier all around you. Your hair begins to poke away out in proper electric fro all about you. Their anger begins to die down once the queen comes in and pushes two giants apart from each other, taking the time to cool everyone down. And then responding, the doorman will say, I'm not much of an expert. None of us are real experts of traveling the plains. We mostly go from air to earth and the prime material. Rifts are temporary planes that exist, that are usually forced open and exist only for a short period of time. They are high energy by nature, unstable to all that may enter. I doubt you will see any monsters there, but the rift itself may sap your life or break your limbs or rend flesh from flesh. It is not a real place. It is a tear in reality.
So there's some way we could see through. If we knew the destination, we could skip the rift altogether. Is there any tests we could do? Is there anything you or your
You have reached the end of our knowledge about rifts.
But we think the rift does connect to another plane?
Yes. Well, first you must get to the pseudo-plane where the rift is. It's adjacent. You can't walk, but the pseudo-plane is different to you, isn't it? You're not
We can get to the pseudo-plane
that
if
can
they're...
step into them.
We
if
can
you
get
can
there.
tell us its name, we can get there. And then we can find the rift.
Yes.
Tell us, how is it that two humans are traveling through these planes with so much ease and confidence?
We might be able to travel through the plane simply now, but it was not easy. We've gone through a great number of ordeals to come across some devices that can allow us a single passage through some of these planes. We're simply passing through trying to find our friend.
We are no
Humor
simple
me
humans.
and my hospitality. Tell us, how is it that you are here? By what mechanism have you arrived?
If I still have the thing attached to my wrist, I'll remove it and kind of hold it in front of me, I guess, and I'll just show them. I'll be like, this is a device that allows us extraplanar travel. Can only visit a plane a single time, though, before not being allowed to travel back.
One of the giants gets up and goes to a table, rummages through the shelf in it, and comes back with a large magnifying glass and holds it near the little thing on your wrist. They all gather around to peer at it, talking amongst themselves. I see, says the translator. Where did you find something like this? Does it come in giant size?
I laugh for a moment and I say, well, of course, all items could refit themselves to the size of anywhere, as they're magical items, but fortunately, I believe this is a one-of-a-kind item that we got, consorting with a very powerful wizard in Arcadia. I'm not sure where they got it from, but...
What is this wizard's name?
I don't believe that they told us their name, did they, Imric? It's
They
complicated,
go by the.
but we had a.
They go by a
we had a.
pseudonym.
We had a. We were. Speak up. We were introduced to this wizard through, believe it or not, a mutual dragon friend of ours, and I think this wizard prefers to stay anonymous, so we were never even told the name.
I
Well,
often
that's
do.
not quite true, Tyrell. We've heard whispers that they're called Senegal, but I don't believe that's their real name.
Perhaps.
They talk amongst each other. One of them nods in understanding. Giant looks back at you. Well then, I suppose I can take you to the pseudo-plane, and there you can go to the rift.
Yes, that would be most pleasant. Is there anything that we could give you?
We gave them knowledge. We just told them some cool shit.
Yeah. I think I remember reading that your kind sometimes travels to the material plane to collect human delicacies, food, wine, gems, perhaps.
You
precious
don't
metals.
look like you're carrying anything that we could hold easily. No offense.
That's true. Then hopefully our good company was enough to pay for your assistance. And the next time you visit Arcadia, you will have some powerful friends in powerful places.
I'm sure we will. Now, it's probably time for you to get going. Let me see you out. And he gets up, and they begin to walk out. And there are some, calls from the other giants behind him, and he, waves them off. And it's not until he gets you all the way back to the front door of the castle, opens it, and you begin to step out, that the giant, takes a knee and whispers a little bit more quietly. Our queen and my brother's wife were arguing about something. Maybe you could clear it up for us. I apologize if this is rude.
No, please, go ahead.
Anything, of course.
Are you humans or dwarves?
Quite clearly we are humans.
That's what I thought. Thank you. And he gets back up, shuts the door with a loud thump.
Is he coming back?
Wait, he's supposed to take us to the thing, right?
We wait.
Well, wait a
A
minute.
few moments later,
Yeah.
it opens, and he walks out, kind of red around the face, and shuts the door behind him, and hops off the cloud and floats away.
Are we
We
with
follow.
him? Are we
Yeah.
on his shoulder or something?
Yep.
Or?
No, you're just behind him, but you can
Oh,
hop
yeah.
off and float away, and you will travel at the same speed as the giant as he takes you through fog, out of the fog, into the high sky above it, where the air gets drier and thinner and crisper, until you come to a place. It doesn't seem much different than the other place that you've been.
So hopefully,
He
if
says,
I'm to understand what we've done so far, ideally we're 3 jumps away right now. We're going to the
We'd be
protoplane.
2.
That's 2 jumps
then we-
away. Then we go into the rift. Then we're 1 jump away from the rift to the next dimension, and then we're there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll have one more jump to make once we pass through the rift, hopefully.
Yeah.
the giant leads you here and says, well, here we are, the entrance to the next plane over, to the pseudo-plane. I believe, this is the pseudo-plane of Velthara.
Once we pass through this plane, how will we find the rift? Will it be obvious?
It should be, somewhere in there, it should be a large, jagged tear. Not too hard to miss, but this is a particularly gusty place. I'm sure if you've gotten here, you'll have no problem traveling around in there.
Why not? Has anybody tried to enter this rift? Do you know how deadly it actually is?
No, to both.
Okay.
How long did we travel to get to here from his castle?
What does time even mean out here?
I should have refreshed my spells while we were in the castle, but
Yeah.
Fuck it, we can do it on the next plane.
yeah, okay. Well, Mr. Giant, could I get your name?
My name is Cosmo, Doorman of the Cloud Giant clan of Nova.
Okay.
Cosmo the Cloud Giant.
Cosmo of Clan Nova, we appreciate your help. And then, what is the next dimension? Is it like literally a gateway, a portal, something we step through?
No, you just look like you're in the middle of fucking air.
Okay, but I imagine we can
physical
use
thing.
our extraplanar device here to enter that protoplane of Velthara from the elemental plane of air. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, the imp will, in his raven form, will chirp at you as the cloud giant recedes. That the planar manipulator works fastest in areas where the walls are thinnest. And
That would
if
be here.
you don't know exactly where you're going, it will just take you through the nearest, thinnest place. So set no direction in mind, and it will take you through the nearest, thinnest place. And if this is a thin place right here, it should be a very short, easy jump.
Sounds good.
We might be able to do that to jump through the rift.
Yeah, let's do it.
And that will wrap us up for today.
Wow, cool.
All right. Okay, sweet. Did I ever have any consequences from eating this fireworm's brains?
Yeah, you learned all about the planes.
And it made you
No,
more
I don't.
badass.
I don't look different or anything like that.
No, why would you look different?
No, I don't know. Just a feeling I had.
Okay.
Great. Well, good session. Are we playing tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I think
Or no? I'm free tomorrow.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll need the full session. You guys made amazing progress today, a little bit faster than I expected. So it might only be.
I mean, when you're
2
giving
hours,
us easy
4
monsters to
hours.
kill, Koibu, it seems like you're not trying much, but you know.
You wound me. My fireworm killed many a player character in the past,
True.
and when it was weaker too.
Yeah.
Much weaker.
Didn't even do any damage to me, Neil, this time. You know, the sad thing is that Malachi also had that spell.
What, the chill shield?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
All right.
We
Well,
will, yeah, be back
See you tomorrow.
tomorrow. Are we doing same time, or are we going to do the normal start time? Because I think we started 1 hour early today.
I prefer to do 1 hour early, actually.
It's fine by me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, great.
Cool. Tomorrow, maybe, Anton will be with us at the end. That was a cute plus 39 to hit, though. That was a funny, good meme.
That was good, yeah.
That was a good meme.
All right.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you, chat.
Well, hold on. Wait, I'm just seeing if there are questions.
Oh,
Okay, there are
questions,
two.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry. On the Patreon, if you're assigned to a certain tier, you can add questions every week, and then we ask whatever's there. For Nick, you said it has all been worth it after you saw your rewards, but how does Imric feel? Was it worth it?
I don't think Imric's really had a chance to think about it just yet. But no, probably Imric won't think it's worth it. Not yet, at least. Depends how
Koivu.
corrupted he is by the time he gets back.
Koibu, in many campaigns, you often spice it up with special items like the Malchus amulet, the Babylon candles, the Ghost Sailor drum, etc. Which have been your favorites and why?
I really like the Babylon candles, and I really like the Amulet of Malchus. You picked like my 2 favorite examples right off the bat there.
Nice.
I think those are my favorite custom magic items. Although the Amulet of Malchus is mine, and the Babylon candle was blatantly ripped from something else.
Gotcha. Okay. Something I think would be cute. Somebody mentioned this a long time ago. I think it would be cute if there were more minor magical items that did like random things, like a book. If you wrote in it, it like teleports the writing somewhere else, or just like a little candle that like freezes things. Or I don't know. Just like I think having like the little mini magical things, rather than things that cast huge spells or whatever, are just interesting because of like the combinations.
Like
of
the
things,
candle that you can clap to make it light.
yeah, stuff like that, like little minor things
Example,
like that,
yeah.
or like infinity ice cubes or something. I don't know. I
You
think
do
those are
have a thing that you can write on that makes writing appear elsewhere. You got that in.
Well, we
the,
do. We have that
Mithril
sending
line.
board, right? But the problem is we don't know where it
Yeah.
connects to. We think it's somewhere in that city, to the east of wherever. Yeah.
Crown
But-
Hold.
I mean, every time I introduce minor magical items, you people just say they're trash and they're shit and you don't like them, and then
since
you
when?
never investigate them.
Which items
That's
has
your
that
fault,
been?
chat.
What was that harp that you got? The harp of the pipes of haunting makes everyone feel uncomfortable and uneasy around you. But no, it's dumb. Dude, we give you all sorts of minor magical items, and you all hate them forever.
No, we got a lot of cool minor magic items in Glacier, actually. Like, we've got... like,
Our
keep is
whole
gonna be
fucking
furnished
house
with-
is going to be
Yeah.
like magical brooms cleaning shit and
It's
all
gonna be
sorts of-
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. It's going to be the fucking Beauty and the Beast castle, okay? But okay. Gotcha. All right, well, hey, listen, we'll be back next week then, an hour
No,
early.
tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. That's what I said.
Next day.
Tomorrow, and hopefully we'll finish this up so we can run it down to Scoria quicker than ever before.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see you
Thanks
guys
for
later.
watching.
Peace out. And then I'll be back and I'll be
Peace
streaming
out.
after this, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, oh. 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 Destiny, he's mad. Oh. I like how he just ripped my stream. Okay, stop. Hold on. You guys are mute links on, because I've got like 20 videos queued, and you guys are linking a ton of fucking stupid shit. You should DMCA him. Why would I DMCA him? I'm not gonna DMCA him. That would be an actual dick move. Chill. Damn. But damn, go off, sis. Don't even joke about it, August. Chill, damn.
Look it up, like fucking 23andMe. You send your saliva into the
Bro,
government.
but not even like just
Oh,
get the
no.
paper. Like I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find out. Like I'm
23andMe.
But
Why
I
is
have
this
the
coming up?
means and I have the resources to do so. So I'm gonna take full advantage because I feel like history is my favorite subject in the world, and I feel like you're bound to repeat history if you don't know your history. So
Bro,
I want my family.
I'm saying that's a good thing to do, but I'm saying like I don't understand how you're gonna find it.
You see, like that's the point. Like you just say, "Oh, I don't know how you're gonna find it." I'm gonna sit down and I can research it. Like how you fucking watched the 4-hour documentary about 9/11 last night. I could sit down for 4 hours trying to find my family fucking history.
Right, but you realize that as soon as they brought the slaves on the boats, they just erased their identity. Nobody had names anymore. They took all the names of their slave masters. And
I don't. You actually a lot of. I don't know if you know this, but there was actually a lot of our last names we had already in England because there was black nobility in England before the slave trade.
Yeah, but most of the black names in America are like Smith or White.
That's what I'm saying. Like there was black nobility in England. That's what I'm trying to say.
Really?
Yeah. You see, you're fucking worried about 9/11. We should be figuring out about your history, but that's besides the point.
Black nobility in England, like how prominent was that?
It's heavily rumored that even
Heavily rumored?
what's his name? The dude that made Romeo and Juliet.
Shakespeare? Oh,
Shakespeare
no.
was black?
Yeah.
Nah,
It's
come on,
heavily
bro.
rumored that
Wait, is that
Shakespeare
true?
was black.
Okay, come on, man.
Bro, look it up.
I have no
Also,
idea.
just
I shouldn't
found an
laugh. I really
article
don't
on
know.
The black nobles in England, generally speaking, black nobility in Britain as a whole never existed. I just saw an article that's at historyofyesterday.com.
Yeah, man. You know more than anybody. You can't look at the first article.
Bro, I looked at a couple articles, but you're saying like, yo, you don't know about black nobility? Why are you watching 9/11 documentaries? Okay, I just did some research and it's just debunked exactly what you said.
Okay. Good shit, bro. Congrats.
Damn.
You just tried to little bro me with info and then did this what I'm saying. Like,
You got it.
Trying
You
to
got it,
little bro me, dog.
you
Oh,
bro,
no.
Don't try to like, all right, man. Black nobility.
You got it. You all right? You figured it out, man.
Where did you get that info?
Just one Google search. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh, so by your logic, you looking up watching that whole documentary was bullshit because if you look up if 9/11 is real,
I've seen like
it says it's real.
I've seen like 6 9/11 documentaries. That one really is good because it debunks all the debunkers of the conspiracy theories.
So what? You didn't watch anything. That's what I'm trying to say. You didn't watch anything.
What are you
You
talking
looked
about?
up. You just Googled.
What?
One Google search.
Okay. So you find it then. You're the one who brought up black nobility in
Bro,
England.
this isn't for you. Bro, I'm not fucking gonna give you niggas a history lesson. All I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out what my family is. I want to figure out my family.
Bro, black nobility. That's the first time I've ever heard that. You're saying it's real. You're trying to lowbrow me with this information, and you can't.
I'm not. Why am I
source.
trying to lowbrow you? Why can't I just be trying to spread some information to you? See, that's the problem with black people. We try to tell each other stuff, and we lowbrow each other.
Oh my god.
Oh,
so
no.
Don't say that black nobility shit if you can't show any information that actually happened, because that shit doesn't make any sense.
I don't want to get into it. I just told you that's for you to do your own research. But you looked
can't
it up.
just say some shit like that and
You
then
looked
tell
it.
us to
You
do-
looked it up. You looked it up. You found one article, said it's not real. In the story, I guess.
There were black people in England before World War II, but there were no nobles.
Okay.
How does that make any sense? Another article says that too.
Okay, I guess the Moors didn't exist. It's all good.
The what didn't exist?
You see, you don't even know what the Moors.
But why are you trying to lowbrow me? Just tell me what that is instead of like, you don't even know what
No,
that is.
I'm not gonna tell you about the Black Moors because nigga, you already you don't care. You don't care. You don't. Why would I tell you when you don't care?
I clearly care if I'm
You
asking
don't care. You don't care.
No.
I'm telling you, history is my favorite subject. I'll tell you, like, I looked into this shit heavily, but you don't care.
So then, why do you think I don't care if I'm asking you what Black Moors is?
Because you're gonna just be like, oh, no, there's no Black Moors. Oh, it says right here on the first
Bro,
article.
tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. If history's your favorite subject, I am curious. I would like to know more. Tell me what that is.
Bro, this isn't a history lesson, bro. This
Then
isn't.
why are you bringing this shit
isn't the
up?
History Channel.
Oh my God.
Because it was supposed to be a bypass comment.
Right. So you can do Bible study for 6 hours, but you can't tell me in one sentence what the Black Moors is.
I could definitely talk about the Bible for 6 hours.
I don't know what you chatting right now, bro. Let's get Abba on right now. Okay,
shit,
now let's
Abba
get
coming
on,
in.
Now we're talking about Black Moors and Black nobility. Here we go. An educated black man. How do you add him to the call? Do you have his
Nah, I don't. I never talked to him.
Here you go. I'm gonna add him right now.
Hey, Papa Gut just texted me. He said, just watched your convo with H3. Held yourself really well. Appreciate that. Shout out W Gut in the chat, y'all. W Gut in the chat.
Who, Papa John's?
Sorry, that's not funny.
That was kind of funny.
Okay, it was kind of funny.
I hope this is the right one. Oh, what's up, Abba?
All right.
My man Abba, what's up, bro?
Yo,
Nice
Abba.
to finally talk and meet you.
Yes,
Abba,
finally.
were there black nobility was there black nobility in England?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a stack. The only reason I called right now is I was on the phone with somebody else, so I didn't even know what the topic is.
Yeah, so I'm just asking you that. Jadion's saying he's a big history buff and that there was black nobility in England. I looked it up and I found a couple. I've never heard that before. Have you?
No, but I'm also not that well versed in the topic, so if he says so, he might actually have more information than me.
But he doesn't want to. He's like, it's not a history lesson, so he's just bringing up
But
this stuff.
because I don't want to is because I was telling him as a bypass comment,
Right.
and then he types it in. He said, "No, you fucking lied." Da, 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 da. So it's
I
like,
did not say that.
I don't even want to get into it anymore.
Well, do you feel like he's capping, Sneeko?
I just
Oh,
want to learn more.
shit.
I just find it annoying that he's like, no.
Did somebody
I'm not gonna
say
anything.
capping?
Like, okay, why would you bring it up if you can't tell me?
Bro, I don't want to talk about it more because you're just gonna interrupt me.
Shut up. You know what it is, Albert? He just doesn't know past level 2 of this. He knows like how to say that, but he doesn't know to go to level 2 or 3. So he just doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay,
anymore.
I talked about the Black Moors. Now you figure out about the Black Moors and figure out you can figure it out. You do your own research.
I
The Black
hate when
Moors. Are we
people do
talking
that
about Are we talking about the folks from North Africa who invaded Spain?
Yeah. And it was all the way to England.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Sneeko, maybe he doesn't have an in-depth knowledge of it, but he just wants to like put.
There's
you on
even
some
like
game.
you guys can debate this or not, but I mean, me personally, it's heavily debated that even what's his name?
He said
Shakespeare.
was black.
Shakespeare was black, and if you notice, a lot of sculptures of old timey things around that period, especially around the what was it called? The Dark Age. Like if you notice, a lot of their lips and their noses are broken off. The statue is still intact, but the lips and noses broke off, and black people.
Okay, this
lips
kinda
and
sounds like
nose
some conspiracy
are pretty
shit.
indistinguishable from every other race in the world.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know anything about none of this. That's one topic.
That sounds a little
Hey,
cap.
Bob, why you saying you don't fuck with me?
Bro, you know I was trolling you. Hold up. Okay, first off, First off, shout out to your chat because they trolled the fuck out of me. I saw them spamming that shit, and I really believed it. So I got nervous for you because I didn't want you to miss out on your big opportunity.
I know my chat's trolling me, bro. You fell for the fake news. You got to start streaming more, Alvin. You got to know the.
Hey, they got me. So listen, I gotta give it to the chat. It doesn't happen too often, but they trolled the fuck out of me. I didn't want you to miss out, so I called you, bro. This is out of caring. That's all. I wanted you to get that. So
you have so much empathy.
No, I want you to win, stupid.
You do?
Yeah.
Bro,
listen, I don't care. I don't care if I disagree with you politically. As an individual, I want you to do well. Period.
Yo,
even the fact I went on Fresh and Fit 6 times last week, you don't seem
I don't give a fuck.
You've been talking about.
Hold on. Just because I don't like a group of people doesn't mean the people I like have to dislike them too. I'm not some petty bitch who's like, hey, you on my side. You can't like. Yo, you a grown ass man. Go date, friend, whoever you want. It's none of my business.
All right. Yo, Alba, would you ever go on Fresh and Fit?
He already
again? I want to go back again. Yeah.
Shit.
Jadian, you're behind. They have a lot of. They got a big. They got a big fans.
The reason I figured out about Fresh and Fit was when they started sending out those strikes, and I was like, what the fuck? I feel like even Keemstar and the H3H3, they've been beefing for so long, but they never sent strikes to each other. That's like the nuclear version of YouTube. If you send a strike on someone else, it's just like, bro, you lost all respect.
Yeah, but I think some people are not. Some people start doing stuff on YouTube, but they're not part of the YouTube environment. You get what I'm trying to say?
So you don't think they knew?
It's like Andrew Tate and his brothers. I don't think they're part of the YouTube community, but now they're ingratiated in it. But I don't think they were watching a bunch of YouTubers before or know YouTube etiquette like that. I know you guys were watching H3H3 before, so you guys know a lot of how things work online. A lot of people are not. So I'm not that mad at them.
Did you see me and Ethan talk earlier?
I didn't see you guys talk. I saw Ethan's video about you, and I briefly played a little bit of it. I didn't watch the actual conversation. How'd that go? Good?
I think it went good. I was just holding my ground about how he exhibited racial, liberal racism. And he was like, how? And he was saying in his, he was basically saying to me how I was ill prepared and not equipped to tackle a topic like that. And I was just like, how can you, you're Jewish and you're white. How could you tell me, a black man, that I'm not able to talk about this topic? And he was just talking about how I gave him a platform.
Gave him a platform?
Anything,
or who's he referring
to?
How
I just let him talk. And I was just like, that's the reason why I went there, was to just talk, It wasn't me to try to change their mind. Like, obviously, I'm hoping people know.
Is it still about the most racist town in America
nonsense,
thing?
But I don't need to interrupt him or interject. And then I brought up the one guy, I forgot his name, the guy that went to I think it was like 20, 30 years ago, he went to KKK rallies, and he actually befriended a Grand Wizard.
Daryl Davis,
he befriended him. Yeah. The Grand Wizard would just let him come, but he would do all of his things, like burn the cross and stuff. And eventually that Grand Wizard denounced his the Nazi people. And
right.
You know the black guy I'm talking about?
Yeah, Daryl something.
Yeah.
Daryl
and I was
Davis,
like, why was he more prepared or equipped for what he did and I wasn't?
You know what the issue is, bro? It's like online people don't care about your age. They don't care about your background, how much experience you have. They just see something and they just judge it, right? So for me, I'd probably look at that video very differently if a 50-year-old man did it than versus someone your age. I think people got to give folks grace to learn about stuff, to do things quote unquote incorrectly. Like, don't be so hard on motherfuckers just because like they're young and they got a different opinion. I watch people judge folks. Like, Ethan's a grown ass man. How old is he? He's 40s?
48.
Shut up.
Is he really?
I think he's 63.
He's close. He's got to be close to 40. It's like, bro, you're looking at a young man expecting him to do everything right. Even
Actually, no,
I myself am guilty
72.
of that sometimes. So it's like, I don't think you meant anything wrong by it. I don't even think you executed it like poorly. Anything. I just think you came at it from your perspective as like somebody who's your age as well, and you try to do right by the subject. And people should just appreciate it, because I guarantee you, if a 45-year-old man tried to do the same video, it would look so drastically different. It may not connect with people nearly as well. So I wouldn't stress the response too much.
Are you a lib?
Was that?
Are you a lib?
I think most of my like political stances would probably lean left. Yeah.
I told you, Dion.
Because I seen it kind of looked like they leaned more right, but like I don't think there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being liberal. But Sneeko was mad at me for having a cordial conversation with Ethan. I said just because I didn't go in there calling him L3, and cussing them
No,
out.
I'm saying
He
that
was like,
Jadian
you gotta
keeps-
stop being nice to these people. And it's just like,
Jadian
you know,
keeps like having cordial conversations with Lasanabi, Pokemon, all these libs who just want him to fail, and he's always the one squashing the beef, and they would never do the same thing for him. But Jadian, look at him, bro. He's like,
well,
smiley.
obviously they
He's
are
got
doing
a
the same
big-ass
thing for me
smile
because then it's
shirt.
like we don't have problems afterwards. So
Jadian-
obviously they're reciprocating the same favor.
No, they're not. They're just doing it for views. Jadian's got a smile shirt on. He's all about empathy, just positivity and everything. These people would be happy if your channel was deleted, and he doesn't see past that. That really annoys
But
me.
guess what? My channel's not deleted, and I'm still happy.
Yeah. Sneeko, you don't believe that there can be like different ways to get to the end point? Like yours is scorching earth. Him, it's more smooth talk. You can't imagine that both you guys can try to get to the same space without doing it the same way.
But it's the lack of awareness that I want Jadian to wake up to. Because he was on my stream a couple days
Wake
ago.
up.
Yo, be careful. They're going to delete your channel. And then he talks about God, wakes up with a copyright strike and a deleted TikTok. Like, there's a clear agenda that they have. And Jadian wants to see the good side of it. But I'm like, it's good versus evil. They literally,
Jesus.
it was as soon as Young Don started talking about God, boom, banned on Twitch. Why? Is that a coincidence?
But I was telling him, like, I feel like what he's talking about is like just like the hot topic. You know, of course it's popular to talk about the conspiracy theories. It's popular to talk about feminism and how men need to rise. You know, but I feel like in my opinion, the most pressing issue is like, you know, spreading positivity, because that's what people don't want to preach. You know, negativity always sells. You never see a headline where it's something positive happening. It's always something negative. It's always something about drama, and it's just like, you know, like who is it gonna better in the world by showing negativity nonstop? That's why I don't watch the news, because they'll talk about, you know, something happy for 30 seconds and then talk about, you know, COVID for 70 days straight, or the George Floyd riots for, like, you know, God, who I don't even remember how long they were talking about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think people want a mixture of both. Some people want to be able to escape shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when they go online, they want to not think about these stuff. So they put in Netflix, they put on whatever. They might watch your videos just to have some joy in their life. And then sometimes people want folks to speak to what they're enraged and angry about. And so they'll turn to folks like Sneeko or whatever it might be, and then just feel like they can identify with that. I think both ends of that spectrum are important for me. Because, like, I like the positive stuff, but for me, it's like, sometimes I just want somebody to, like, yo, am I alone in this? Because I'm pissed about this shit too. So I think Sneeko comes in and does something really good.
But Abba's kind of like middle ground, like, hey, it's okay to be mediocre. I'm going to talk real. This is my Abba impression. Hey, not everything is that black and white. You got to put one side in one thing, one side in the other side. It's not all that serious. You need to calm down. It's okay. You'll
I don't
be
know who
fine.
that cadence is, but that cadence is crazy. Bro.
You'll be fine. It's not that serious. Think about it. Really? Nah. To me, that's kind of. And the preacher's like, no, that way, It's a good back and forth.
I think that's why me and Preach work well together. It's like we're very different in terms of energy, and so he brings one thing, I bring something different. That's cool, man.
But what do you think the biggest problem going on in the world is?
I would probably tell you that right now it's probably inflation. Motherfuckers can't pay for nothing, bro. Bills are piling up for people. People can't buy their homes. It's like, it's very bleak to feel like you have a future in this financial market when everything you're being priced.
Hey, hold on.
So,
There's no way to
right
the
now,
average human
I think
being that
people are
inflation
stressed
is
about
like the
their
number
bills.
one fucking threat
Because
right
most
now.
people
Not
live paycheck to
not
paycheck.
buying
That's
that.
just
No
tough.
shot.
You don't think it goes deeper than that? Who's causing the inflation?
The Federal
Hey,
Reserve.
bro, I couldn't tell you.
He's
Do
going
you
to
know
say
that
the Federal Reserve.
has printed 80% of the money.
80% of the money in the past
going
3
around
years?
circulation the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Since 2020, there's 80% more money in circulation than there was before the pandemic.
True.
Hey, bro, you saying all these numbers, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. All this stuff goes right over my head. I know my limits. When people start talking to me about economics and how this shit works and how the banking,
I
reserve,
pre-watched
I'm like,
this live
"Nah,
stream, guys. Sorry.
I don't know.
You don't care?
It's not that I don't care. It's just so big, I just couldn't imagine understanding it. And I don't pretend to.
So what's your goal with your channel? What's your overall message? What are you trying to talk about?
Anything I want. That's why some days I talk about Jubilee stuff and we just laughing about dumb shit. And then other days we talk about racial issues or we're talking about sex-related issues. It's like, it's a mixture of stuff. Some days I want to laugh. Some days I want to just yell at some shit. It depends.
Gideon, why do you call Abba the ghost?
You don't feel like some days you just don't want to be angry all the time?
I'm not angry all the time, but just trying to be a man now in this world is a state of constant anger. Mm-hmm. It just is what it is. I'm not angry all the time. I'm smiling all the time. Bro, look at me. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not always yelling. I'm just a little energetic.
Hold on, Gino. Don't he look like he always angry and mad about some shit all the time?
No, like literally. I'm like, bro, come. And bro, and the thing about Sneeko is like, sometimes I don't even like. It's not even that I disagree with what he says. Sometimes it's just the way he says it. It's just like, what the fuck?
Bullshit.
And then, but no. But then I give you like, bro, do you want to re-say that the right way? And then you reiterate it the exact same way, and you go into detail, like, bro, like.
It's not what you say, it's the way you say it. Can you say it nicer for me because I'm a liberal? My feelings, you triggered me. It's just like, bro, you gotta get the message across, bro. You want me to spoon feed it to you?
Everything you're talking about doesn't affect me at all. Like, it really doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
How?
Everything I'm talking about affects you. What do you mean?
How is it? What is what you? I like talking to you about it, but what you're talking about doesn't necessarily affect me.
Like what? What are you saying?
Like, I'm saying I don't have a race in the horse.
A race in the horse?
Horse in the race.
The horse in the race.
Horse in the race. Yeah. I don't have a horse in the race. Like,
basically saying he's not competing. He's not competing this thing. He's just not like invested in it.
But I like, I'm not invested in it. But you just be saying like, damn, off the wall shit. And then I be reading. Bro, every time you pop up on my For You page, I be reading the comments. It'd just be like, bro, what, like, they be like, what is Sneeko on now?
Yeah, they're all bots. They don't know what they're talking about. Bunch of people in the Matrix. Like, what? Is he on drugs?
Like, what I try to tell him is like, it's not that he has to say it like in a nice way or something. I just feel like, what if he says what he has to say in a way where people can't just discredit it because he said some outlandish shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you have to imagine, okay? This is what I was talking about earlier. When, like, if I was to give like an example, I'm not saying you guys are analogous to these people, but if you were MLK, he would be the Malcolm X in terms of like how you guys.
Thank God, the only two black people I know, MLK and Malcolm X. Let's go.
Different frequency or intensity. There's nothing wrong with either of those two. Sneeko right now, he want to be up here yelling, screaming, calling people hoes and losers and whatever it is. That's his means. You want to be more cerebral.
Yo, shout out Malcolm X, man. Yeah. Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Nah. But I'm about to, bro. It's really good. But the thing about Malcolm X is like the way he would like get his point across. It would be so hard. The only thing, like literally, they had to lean on the fact that he was inciting violence when he really wasn't. He was just inciting about protecting, the community and themselves. So it's like he was debating in a way where no one could really argue what he was saying.
Yo, what's up? This is my new friend Nick Fuentes. He's streaming. I don't know if you're streaming right now.
Oh my God! Oh no!
Hey, this stream is
These guys are gonna get steamrolled.
Wait,
Holy Jesus!
I don't know him. I've just seen him on Destiny stream a few times, and so.
Oh man!
Met, but
Yo, Brody, I don't know if this is true or not, but Sneeko said you're like a borderline Nazi.
Borderline?
That's what people say.
That's what
but
people say. He's not actually.
Low key. I'm not gonna lie. He's one of the funniest political commentators.
Let's go.
He made me laugh properly during a few streams. So I'm gonna give him credit. Like he doesn't take himself too serious.
This is my first time hearing about you, man. But I'm ready to hear what you got to say, bro.
Hey,
I'm open-minded.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Gideon, don't worry. One day you're gonna end up in an article, Gideon. They'll be like, he was on a podcast with Nick Fuentes.
You'll get canceled for this in the future. I'm sorry. You'll get canceled for this in the future. It's my bad. You could give me, article writers, BuzzFeed, and Lasanabi. Give me the smoke for that, bro. It's my fault that I brought Nick on.
I'm just figuring it out, man. I was in hey, I'm here for it, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be controversial.
Nick, what do you think? We were talking about. I just asked Abel, what do you think's the biggest problem in the world is, and he said inflation. Nick, what do you think the biggest problem in the world is?
Lack of Christianity.
Biggest problem in the world right now.
It's got to be lack of God.
Probably the media.
Really?
The media and the
as a
US
Christian nationalist?
apparatus.
Oh
it's
man.
Be number one.
How do we
Inflation's
fix that?
How do we fix that? We gotta change the people that are running the media and change the people running the national security state. Inflation's a big problem, but inflation's obviously it's a symptom of a problem. Inflation is a product of the Federal Reserve. I'm sure, as you know, if you've looked into that.
I did last night.
Right. Yeah, I saw you, Sneeko, actually watching a documentary about that. And the Federal Reserve is part of the regime. The regime is not just the government. The regime is it's like probably 1,000 to 10,000 people that run all the institutions that control America, and America is the empire that runs the world. So it's not just like the president and the government, it's big tech, it's the media, it's the Federal Reserve, it's the banks, it's Wall Street, it's the whole deal.
You know, it was something about the banks. Shit, I don't know. This might be a little controversial, but I'm gonna say it. I don't watch the debates or nothing, but I was watching the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and I had always heard people talk about the worldwide banking system. It was like this big thing. They were like the worldwide banking system. That's how.
Hey, you're gonna join them? If he invites me, I will. Damn, I don't know how to get. I can't just jump into a random call.
I never really saw any evidence to support it, but you can look this up for yourself, guys. I was watching the debate live, chilling, sitting down, and during the debate, Joe Biden was talking about something, and then Donald Trump interrupted him. Like, you guys remember how Donald Trump kept on interrupting him, right? And then Joe snapped. He got pissed. He was like, he said, that's why you're gonna lose. And Donald Trump was like, why, Joe? Why am I gonna lose? Because I'm against you. The Democratic Party's against you. The media's against you. Then he said, the worldwide banking system. And then he said that, and he like put his head down.
Oh my God.
And it was quiet for a good 10
seconds. Man, what are we doing here?
It was so weird because the whole time they were just yelling over each other, and it was just quiet. It was just quiet, nothing. And then they just went into another topic. So I don't know what the worldwide banking system is, but I had like, when he said it and the way they got quiet, I was just like, what the fuck just happened? And then I saw no one talk about it, but yeah.
Bro, yeah, no, if you look into the IMF and the World Bank and their practices all over the world, that's a big part of how they're able to control world government. And the shadow banking system too, that's something I've been looking into a lot lately. If you look at like the former British colonies in like the Caribbean, they run the shadow banking system, which is the nexus between the intelligence agencies in the United States and organized crime around the world. That's how they're able to funnel money from the U.S. government to like organized crime, to the cartels, to all kinds of shady things, terrorism that goes on in the world. That's a huge part of the problem globally is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well, we talked about it, Sneeko. A lot of Jews. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it's true.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm so out of my depth. I don't even know any Jewish people, so this is a tough one for me.
He knows Dan.
But you haven't done a deep dive into conspiracy theories?
I saw my first Jewish person in the UK.
Nah.
That's the first time you met a Jew?
A Jewish person that like had like the black coats and everything. Like I was in London and I ran into one at the airport and I said shalom and he said shalom back.
Mazel.
I said Shabbat shalom. He said Shabbat shalom.
Hold up, because I'm out of my depth and I gotta ask you this, Nick, because I don't know much about.
Oh, don't ask him. He's gonna have an answer.
Since you've been doing all this online shit, how's that worked out well for your dating life?
Oh, jeez.
Well, I don't really have a dating life.
Okay. I thought I was going to ask for conspiracy shit.
I identify as sort of like an incel.
No!
Okay, let's get it. This is where the content's at. Let's get some money. All right. So how is it that you're so well versed in all this stuff? You're charismatic. You got some good jokes. No homo. But you ain't getting no bitches. Sneeko wants to know.
Well, you see, I'm married to this life because unlike you guys, here's the thing. If I was going out there and I was, maybe not you guys necessarily, but if I was going out there and I was doing the usual thing, if I was like, hey, everybody, like low taxes and, and Trump is great and Biden sucks and this and that, I would probably be like a mainstream person. But the thing is, I'm like totally ostracized from the system. I'm banned from.
Go support ABBA? I don't know how to get in. I can't just beg. This looks so bad. I'm hanging out. Listen, if he invites me, he'll invite me,
How you
okay?
banned from an airline?
Yeah.
Who are you? Wait. What the fuck did you do to get banned from an airline?
The shit he talks about.
Yeah, I was put on the federal no-fly list for a year by the government. And then I got off the no-fly list, and then I got banned from Delta and American Airlines. And so now I can only fly United. That's the only one I
me and Abba are talking. Okay?
Terrorists?
I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I just tell the truth. I talk about what's going on. I get in a lot of trouble. So I'm banned from all that. I'm banned from Bank of America. I'm banned from U.S. Bank, Chase Bank.
From a bank.
They send you a letter and they say, "Hey, we closed your personal checking account. You can't bank with us anymore." No.
No, you're a walking supervillain.
I know. I think I'm a superhero, actually. You don't want to know the truth.
All right, so you got to tell us. So you're ostracized from so many things. Come on, there's got to be some women out here just like, man, I fucking hate the world banking system too. Like, yo, Nick, let's talk about this. There's got to be women hitting you up. Don't lie.
There are, Nick.
It's true, but they're all crazy. They're all the women that watch my show have just got to be insane.
Hey, Nick, let me put you on a game. Crazy pussy hits different. I know they're gonna ruin your clothes, they're gonna burn stuff, but crazy pussy, come on, Abba, tell them.
Yeah, man. There's no reason for you to be alone in this world. You got this, bro. And I think you make some good content. You know what I mean? You make some content that people can really enjoy and really connect with. So there's no reason that some of your female fans shouldn't be dateable and sensible in the head, man.
Yo, Jadeon's so confused right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna find one of
I'm
these
still trying to
days.
figure out about this Bank of America situation. Like,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
But
So,
you go ahead. So
what, like, my bad. What's your name, bro?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm Nick Fuentes.
Nick Flintis. So like, what are your ideals? Like, you have to. I guess you have to have some pretty out there ideals.
Yeah, what
to
are those ideals,
be so,
Nick Fuentes?
Ostracized.
What
as
you got
say.
going on out there?
Yeah,
For the people in me that don't know.
I suppose. I mean, I identify as a paleo conservative, which is that's like the lamest thing I guess you could call it. I'm a reactionary. Basically, I believe that everything that has happened in the past 300 years is a mistake. Is to summarize it nicely. I think that feminism is the worst thing that ever happened in Western civilization.
Please unban
I'm
smiley
against that.
face.
I'm against mass immigration. I'm against modernism, liberalism. I'm Catholic. And that sort of forms a foundation of my view. I think we should have like a Catholic, like theocracy or like a Catholic monarchy or something like that. That's sort of my disposition to summarize it.
How do you feel about interracial marriages?
I'm against it.
There you go.
Yeah.
What about you, Dejion? Do you believe in mixed love?
Mixed love, man. Love is love, bro. I love my snow bunnies. I
Hey,
love my Latino. Love my Asian girls. Nick Flintis, man.
I gotta ask, Nick. How do you feel when you see a black guy just getting with the snow bunnies? Like, is that something that like rustles your jimmies?
She's gonna get BBC'd, Nick. Your white girl's gonna get BBC'd.
The problem is all these white girls always end up getting their ass kicked.
Oh my God.
Behind. That's what typically happens.
Holy shit. Oh no.
What?
Are you asking by who?
By your black boyfriend.
My black,
Okay. So you trying to say we out here beating these white women? Is that what you're trying to say?
Nick went
Well, I mean,
way
that
too
is
mask
something that
off.
happens.
Oh
Maybe not
no.
you guys.
Nigga, this is your friend?
I just met him on stream. But Jadeon, one thing I'm gonna say, you're reading the Malcolm X book right now. You know who else was against interracial marriages?
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X.
Yeah.
So he's saying the same thing on the other side.
That's not the point that I'm worried. The fact is that he's blaming all black guys for beating white girls.
No, he's saying they very likely to. You know what I mean? They might just be like, yo, what the fuck is this chicken? You didn't season it properly, and they whoop their ass. That's what he's trying to say. He's not saying all of us do. He's saying a lot of us.
And Jadeon, I don't agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, I think it's the equivalent of when black people say that white people shoot up schools. It's the same type of stereotype. So I like Nick's racism. I like that he can be honest and as racist as black people can be racist.
This is the first time I've ever heard someone say that black people beat white girlfriends. Like, I've never heard this before ever.
That's the traditional. That's what white people. That's what white people.
His girl was black. His girl's not even white.
What they do? Well, I guess black, white. That's it's something that happens. I covered a story about this on my show a couple weeks ago, but that's not the only thing. Here's the thing. I'm halfway kidding about that. The thing is, and I was explaining this to Sneeko.
Halfway.
Is what?
Halfway.
Halfway. Here you go. The thing is I value my identity, and I also have a view of sexuality that I'm Catholic, so I think that people should get married before they have sex, and they should have sex to have kids. And so I want to meet a wife, and I want to marry her and have kids, and I want my wife and I want my kids to reflect my identity. And that's something that's important to me. My heritage is important to me. My identity is important to me.
Wait, what's your heritage? What's your identity?
I'm half Italian, I'm a quarter Irish, and I'm a quarter Mexican.
So which quarter are you going to meet somebody who's like identically that, or just like a half Italian is good enough?
No, not necessarily, but preferably someone who's Italian, preferably someone who's just white and Catholic.
Just white.
Someone who's going to look like me.
Close
and
enough.
Generally, I don't think it needs to get too precise, but obviously, if I married a black girl and I had like a black kid, it's like I'm not black, you know. So and I would look at my son and not really be able to identify in that way.
Okay.
And,
Oh, it's the fanatic
I wanna ask you a
argument.
question. I want to ask you a question. Do you identify more with your religious side or your racial side?
Probably. Well, I think the thing is about people's identities is that people's identities are complex. So it's not so much to say, oh, well, I'm more Catholic than I am white. I mean, I'm both. I'm Catholic and I'm white. But to me, Catholicism, that's a foundation of my worldview.
Okay, so if you met a black woman who was a Catholic, or an Irish or an Italian woman who was like Buddhist, which one, if you had to pick between the two, which one would you marry?
Well, I would marry neither, but if I had to marry one, that's a tricky question. I don't know.
Come on! You just said your religion is more foundational. Come on, bro.
Well, but here's the thing. I mean, that's true. And as a Catholic, I should say the Catholic, but I want to have a kid with green eyes like me. I want to have a kid with my white face. You know, I don't want to have a kid.
Well, you're Mexican. You have Mexican in you.
Okay, but I have brown hair. I have white skin.
You know what I realize about white people?
Bro, you know how many light-skinned Mexican people I know?
Yeah, okay. Well, point being is I want to marry someone that looks like me.
I don't
That's
know
a
what it
very
is about
human
white
thing.
people.
But is it that you want someone you married that looks like you, or is the ideal person you want to be with is white because you're not fully
white people
white?
want to be with somebody that looks like their sister, low key. They always get together. Like if you look at most white couples, they kind of look like siblings.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Look, that's an example of black people doing what white people do. When white people say all black people look the same, some black people say all white people look the same. Oh shit, he texted me. Why the fuck would he text me?
So this is my thing, right? You say that your religious side is foundational to you. You're a soldier of Jesus. You're ready to bang for the cross, whatever. But then you telling me you gonna choose somebody over the skin color over religion?
Why does he?
I start to question your
He
priorities.
DMs me on like 5 different platforms. He'll be like on Twitter, Discord, my
Like I
phone.
said,
Why?
I wouldn't marry
Use the restroom
either.
quick. Hold on.
If forced to pick, it would be a difficult question because you're right. Like as a Catholic, I should say probably, I would marry the Catholic black woman.
So just say it. Come on, bro. Just say it. Say you get with the black woman who shares your cultural and religious values.
Bro, come on, get that black juice.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I just want you to raise children that are also soldiers of God. That's the most important thing in this.
She's a God-fearing black bro. No one loves God more than the black woman. My grandma loved God. My mama loved God. The black queen in the future is gonna love God. Get you a black queen, bro. BLM in the chat.
Here's the thing, I cut a lot of black. I said this on my show. I'm attracted to Asian girls or black girls or things like that, but it's about my priority is trying to create a family. And the thing is, like, it's true that I have ideals and I have religion, but also I have an identity as a flesh and blood person. And this is the problem, in my opinion, with society, that we want to make everything about ideas and everything is about our constructed identities. And like when we talk about America, we say America is an idea and it's about, what are your cultural beliefs? What's your culture? And all of that matters. But we also are at the same time human beings, and we're real physical people in the world with like a definite physical characteristics and definite genetic characteristics. And those things actually matter too, as we're finding out. And so, does my religion matter to me? Yeah, more than anything. But also, I am a man and I am a white man, or I'm an Italian, Mexican, Irish man as well. And those things matter too. I'm what?
You're more white than Catholic.
Well, I'm both. That's the thing. Both of those things are part of it.
Can you educate Jadian on... Jadian keeps saying WBLM. He doesn't know that BLM is a scam. Can you tell him about that? Because I'm getting sick of him yelling WBLM. Yo, Jadian, that's some bot shit that you got to stop saying. BLM is a fucking scam,
I don't think... You see, you're so surface level. Like, I didn't even agree with the protest, bro. Me personally,
so
I feel like...
WBLM?
Bro, wait, shut the... Bro, I'm just saying that. But me personally, I feel like the Black Lives Matter protests were the biggest wasted opportunity in Black American history, because at any time in American history, when you galvanize that many people, you can make the biggest change.
So why are you saying
I feel
WBLM?
like, oh, shut up. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, I feel like throughout those protests, I think the only bill that was ratified was like a George Floyd bill that to this day, Joe Biden has yet to sign. But there's been an Asian Lives Matter bill after the fact that has been signed. And I feel like there's been an LGBTQ bill that has been signed after the fact. So I feel like the George Floyd protest was the most wasted opportunity in Black American history.
Okay, so why
we could have changed so much.
So why are you saying WBLM?
The way, like you say, oh man, you gotta keep the chat lit, man. You know how to galvanize some people, man. Like,
Okay,
bro.
so you're just hyping it up.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's being provocative.
Don't hype up my chat with that fucking scam. Do you know where all the money for BLM went?
Well, my nigga, I'm not stupid, bro. No, I feel like you if this nigga, if you think I'm just some like liberal, like
Yeah, sometimes. After
It's all-
Pokemon, I can't even lie to you. Yo, Nick, can you tell them about the bell curve? Can you tell them what you said to me? That was the first time I ever heard a white dude say that. What do you think about the IQ thing? This is gonna fucking shake it up.
Oh god.
Yeah, you guys aren't gonna like this, but I just want to preface this by saying this, okay?
Am I gonna join? If Sneaker ever checks his phone,
all
yeah.
people, okay? I'm a friend to all people.
Oh, you know some crazy shit. Yo, Chad.
I love black people, okay? I love Hispanics, I love Asians, but
Gee,
here's
you
the
know where
thing.
this is going. Whenever this starts up like that, you know where it's going.
You know where it's going, okay? And I told Sneeko this, we call this race realism, okay? Which is to say that race is real. Like it's not fake, it's not skin deep, race is real. There are different races and there's meaningful differences. And one of the things is that on average, the races have different IQs. And so on average, Asians have the highest IQ, and on average, blacks have the lowest IQ. And that's why I told Sneeko. And no, that's average, okay? I'm not saying black people are dumb. I'm not saying that.
Kinda.
I'm saying that when you
You're kinda
average it
saying
out,
that. You're kind of saying that.
I'm not. I'm saying on average. Well, I'm saying that. I think that actually it's a fact of nature, which is kind of sad in a way. I think human inequality is sort of tragic in some sense. Like you look on TikTok in this example, and TikTok is like the worst. It's like the worst window into human inequality there is, because you could scroll through TikTok and see the most beautiful person ever, rich and objectively beautiful, and they're getting all this fame and all these likes, and then you scroll up and then you see like a deformed person who's like, they have roaches on their wall and they're like, you know, and it's like, that's actually kind of a tragic and sad thing. And anyway, so I think human inequality as a whole is unfortunate, but here's why it matters. When you look at all of the disparities in the United States as an example, you look at income inequality between the races, wealth inequality between the races, and all these other inequalities, people will say, well, if we're all starting from the same place but ending up in a different place, what happened in the middle? Racism, probably, or something. If whites and blacks and Asians and Hispanics are all the same and they all start out from the same, starting point, but they all end up wildly unequal, well, something must happen along the way. Discrimination, racist policies, etc. Well, if people are not starting from the same place, then that would explain how a system which may even have affirmative action or maybe, the opposite of racist would still be producing unequal results. We have to understand this if we want to create policies where the country can be coherent and harmonious and where everybody is treated fairly. So that's my belief. If we want to understand the world, can't understand without understanding the reality of race and what that means.
Got it.
So do you think there's a superior race?
No, I don't. I don't think there's
Okay.
superior people. I think that people
cool,
are
cool.
unequal.
Well, hold
Okay.
on, but he thinks some people
So
intrinsically
that's
have
okay.
higher IQ than other people, to be honest. So
That's
he
my
would
best
say
friend.
that on average,
My best
all
friend,
else
by the
equal, a white person will be smarter than a black person.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Well, wait, I need to hear Nick say it, because he believes that, just so we're all on the same page.
Met Dion before? Dion, Destiny?
Hi, what's
What's up,
buddy?
Destiny?
I love,
Yeah.
I love stealing your
We're-
content on stream. How's it going?
We're just letting you know, on behalf of the black delegation, we've elected Destiny to speak on this matter.
Yeah, thanks, Okay, well, before we...
Don't do any liberal racism, though. You got this.
I'm a huge liberal racist, okay? But I'm racist towards all people, so we're good. Okay, just before we jump into this, okay? I just... Be clear about who you're talking to and what the goal of the conversation is, okay? Nick has a political movement, a political ideology. His goal is not to sell you truth or to sell you a critical thought process. His goal is to sell you his political ideology. So if he comes across some idea that's contrary to what he believes, or some thought or fact that is contrary to his belief system, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to incorporate it into his world. He's only going to give you the pieces of information that he uses to sell his ideology. I think sometimes we're so hungry to talk to people that disagree with us, we think that everybody has valid things to say. Everybody's got valid points to consider, but you have to keep in mind what they're selling you at the end of the day. If I was to have a conversation with Nick about the value of, like, what do you think about, like, the soft sciences? What do you think about, like, psychologists and political scientists, Nick, in general?
Me?
Yeah.
I think there's some validity to them, but I don't put a lot of stock in empiricism.
Sure, so he doesn't put a lot of stock in those things, okay? The bell curve was written by a psychologist and a political scientist. These aren't genetics researchers. These aren't intelligence researchers. These aren't people that did huge dives into meta. It absolutely is true. Charles Murray is a political scientist, and Richard Bernstein is a psychologist. That's fine, I'm not talking about, but I'm just saying that the book, The Bell Curve, if that book was about any other topic, you would dismiss it so quickly because of the scientific disciplines that those authors come from, you wouldn't even consider it for a second. But because it absolutely is true, and you know it. But because you just told me that you didn't put much stock in those disciplines. But you're willing to cite.
I didn't put stock in empiricism. I said I don't put as much stock in empiricism as you do, because you believe that everything is attributable to empirical knowledge, and everything should be derived from studies. I don't believe that all truth is derived from studies. I think we could derive truth from experience, and I think we could derive truth from logic, and we could recognize patterns. I don't think that we necessarily need to go and this is what you and Vosh and Hunter Avalon do, is study, show me a source, show me a study. And I think that studies can aid understanding, but I don't think that's the end-all be-all of knowledge. That's what I'm saying. And you're wrong about, if I thought that race and IQ was a wrong argument, I wouldn't push it. I wish it was wrong. I've had my entire life destroyed because I say these things. You think I'm saying these things because it's like doing me a big favor? I'm banned from airlines and banks. I'm under investigation by the FBI, subpoenaed by Congress, in part because I say these kinds of things. So no, I go where the truth leads me. I'm a critical person. If you were to present to me an answer for why, when the Europeans colonized Africa in the late 19th century, they didn't have written language and they didn't have the wheel, and like why that is consistent with everybody evolving exactly the same way and everyone being exactly the same, I would probably be an egalitarian like you. But
no, it's not. It's just the idea is that, like, if there's differences between large groups of people throughout all of human history, the default position is to not know. You're the one that's asserting the positive claim of, oh, well, it must be because of biology. But we don't know that. Nobody knows that. There are different, like, indicators that, like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But to pretend that we have one grand narrative that can explain the differences between all the groups in all of human history, you're not going to find any academic discipline that's going to come together and agree on that. These are all hotly contested topics. That's all I'm saying. And also, when you say, I notice that people like you, sorry, and I'll shut the fuck up. People like you will always say things like, oh, like, you just want to see study. But I'm a man of truth and experience and logic, and I recognize patterns. Bro, a pattern for a human is you have, like, 2 bad experiences with somebody, you write them off completely. That's not going to get you towards truth with a capital T. That's just going to tell us your subjective frame of reference, right? Like, you might eat, like, 2, rotten pieces of fish and tell everybody that fish is the worst food in the world. That's no more truthful than viewing a study on something, or it's even less truthful, right? I don't like this. I don't like this hand waving of, like, all of the empirical data or all of the studies we can do to just say, like, oh, well, I have my own experience, because you can go down so many stupid roads with that. Like, obviously, everybody's seen somebody do it.
Nick, who do you think is going to win the race war? Blacks or whites?
Well, unfortunately,
depends on who the Jews side with.
Well, there's some truth in that, but unfortunately for us, by 2100, the world is going to be full of Africans. I mean, by 2100, it's going to be 10 billion people, and 5 billion of them are going to be black Africans. So I don't think, and frankly, I don't think any of us are going to win in that scenario, because the biggest content is going to be sub-Saharan Africa, and it's going to be like World War Z. They're just going to, it's that scene in World War Z when the zombies are climbing on top of each other to get into Jerusalem? That's what it's going to be like in America and Europe, with this population explosion happening there.
So there's going to be a bunch of African people acting like ants climbing up over each other.
Yeah, trying to get into Western countries.
Yo, Destiny, who are you fighting for, blacks or whites?
Dude, I'm not gonna fight for a fucking race, dog. That's cringe as fuck.
He's gonna be to the side streaming it in the corner while there's a war.
Bro, Destiny, we're gonna draft you in to the black side, bro. You can be with us.
As long as I get an N-word pass, we're good. Okay, I'll fight for it. No, there's not even the idea even of race wars following on those exact lines. I thought there was a really funny question earlier. I don't know if JD or Sneeko asked it. When you asked Nick, what kind of a woman are you looking for? Are you looking for like a 50% Italian, 25%?
That was Abba.
That was me, bro.
Whatever.
You can't recognize who it asked.
2/3. I had a 2 out of 3 chance. I had a 2
Let me
out of
get
3
my
chance.
credit.
I had a 2 out of 3 chance. Okay, you did it. Okay, yeah. Abbott asked a question. Yeah, like what do you even look for? What does it even mean to be black in the United States, right? You've got like African Americans, people that immigrate from fucking Kenya or Nigeria. They don't consider themselves black in the same way that like descendants of slaves are black. Nick doesn't consider himself white the same way that like somebody that's ethnically fucking Russian or German or Scandinavian considers themselves white. Like these are like super subjective
But then
concepts.
you just obfuscate. All you do is obfuscate. We know what black people are, bro. We know we can look at people.
That's
and
not
say,
true,
"Oh,
bro.
you're
Look at a
black."
picture of Obama when he visits Africa.
He's black.
It's
Barack
it,
Obama.
dude. You can clearly
There's,
see.
there's different white people.
Yeah.
There's different Asian
You can
people. there's
clearly
different
see a
Mexican
difference.
people.
There are clear differences in this. It's not. You say that I'm obfuscating, but the reality is that it's complicated. And even you acknowledge that when you're like, "Well, I'm 50% Irish and I'm 25% Italian and I'm 25% Hispanic, but it's the mestizo Hispanic, so it's more white than not." Like, of course, it's complicated.
Destiny. Do you think that me? Okay, I have white skin. I have green eyes. I have curly brown hair. Do you think that if I walked into Little Village in Chicago, where they're all 5'5" and brown skin and black hair, and said, "Hola, amigos, can I have some tacos?" Do you think they would recognize me as one of their own and say, "Ah, yes, a Mexican. Welcome to the neighborhood"? No, they'd be like, "What's this gringo doing here?"
I mean, it
It's not
depends.
as difficult
To
as
quote
you're
the
making it
great
out to be.
philosopher Sneeko, what on that fucking intro video in your channel? I think you mentioned that like people when you were you in Peru? I don't remember where you were, but people would walk up to you and speak English because they'd instantly assume you were American because they could tell by looking at you, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Even in Brazil.
Yeah, you can, or when you go to fucking the UK, like you can tell like who's American or who's British. I'm not saying that you're gonna walk into a fucking project in Chicago and be welcomed with open arms. Obviously, you're hitting at like extremes there. But like, I mean, different people look different ways. It's not just like you can't fit everybody into black, brown, white, Asian. Like it's not that clean. It's never gonna be that
I don't
clean.
think anybody's saying that you could say absolutely, because there are people that are mixed race, but the existence of mixed race people who are racially ambiguous does not negate the existence of the races. In fact, it almost confirms them because they're two races together. That's what makes them ambiguous.
You don't even
there
like what
are
race.
Japanese people.
Like
There
you
are
couldn't point
Chinese
out.
people.
You couldn't point out like accurately like races or percentages even in this room. Like it's obviously it's more complicated than that.
You're telling me that I couldn't look at I could say Sneeko is mixed race. I could
What
say
does that even mean?
Gideon
You're
and-
mixed
and
race, but
Zach
you're
are
you're
black.
mixed race.
I could say that you're white.
You're
and
mixed.
I'm white,
You're
and that's
mixed
not
race.
difficult.
You've
That's
got
the-
curly brown
every-
hair. Like your last name is
every
Fuentes.
person-
Like come on.
Every person in this call right now is easily recognizable by their race. We don't need to pull up their 23andMe to say that there are two black people.
Hey,
a
I'm
mixed race
actually, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you would have told me you were mixed with like a bit of black or a bit of Asian, I would have believed you, Nick.
But
bro,
if I was
Yeah,
black,
yeah. Like you could definitely have a 25-50%. I could see it.
Nick, but it's like so like surface level. Just like what does being black mean? What does being white mean?
Oh, we
you
go
know,
deeper.
It's like you're looking at it so surface level.
well, here's the thing about race.
That's your favorite thing
Yes.
to say, man.
What is everything
Here's the
surface
thing.
level?
Surface level. That's
Oh.
the best way to big bro somebody. Just yeah, that's surface level.
Is it not? Like,
It's
I'm black. What does that mean? I'm black. That's a fucking color. Black is a color. I'm not black. Like, black is this is black. I'm not fucking black. Like, but we just say black.
Point being is that you're descended from people that come from Africa. And you could say, well, what does white mean? Well, white means descended from people that come from Europe. And you're right. It's not.
Where do the Europeans come from? I mean, technically, aren't we all descended from Africans? If you want to get technical
Well,
about it.
That's
You can say the N
dubious,
word.
but-
Think about it. Destiny, say the N word. Destiny, say the N word right now.
Why?
Whoa,
What the
whoa,
fuck?
whoa,
Chill.
whoa,
Say it.
Whoa. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back.
You looking at me?
No,
What?
so Destiny, say the N word. He wants to so bad.
No, I
Just one
don't. Chill. Damn.
time. One time.
Oh, I thought you.
I only do that when I have my cozy stream on. Okay, chill. Holy
Wait,
shit.
okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Nick is saying some crazy stuff, but he's not saying anything to the fact that he's gonna be banned from banks or airlines. So I want to know, what are you really saying? Because you have to be saying something crazy. There's no way that the stuff you're saying is what got you banned from banks and
Where's your
stuff.
book?
I don't have a book. Oh, wait, the book I showed.
Yes, where's that book?
Which one? The one I showed the other day?
You know the book.
There has to be more to the
Wait,
stories.
which one? I don't have it on me. My books are over there, bud.
The book that got you banned for the banks and the airlines. The book is the reason you're on Cozy TV. The end of every conspiracy theory. That book, like.
I don't have that book. I was telling you about it, but
Okay.
No. Well, the thing is,
The reason is because if you really go into every conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying I believe in it in Minecraft, but the end of every conspiracy theory is that Jews control everything. in Minecraft.
Well, that's a big part of it. But here's the thing.
We can just call them the villagers, okay?
Yeah, the villagers. When you say certain things, there's an activist class that exists in America. It's comprised of the ADL, the SPLC, groups like that, and they happen to form they're called the Trusted Flaggers on YouTube. They're designated the specialists in hatred and political narratives, and they are able to flag, like a user on YouTube can flag a video and say, oh, this is hate speech, this violates the TOS. The ADL is a group founded in defense of a Jewish guy 100 years ago who raped some girl. The ADL
to be
can
clear,
go in
he
as,
didn't. That's not true. That's fake news.
Oh, okay, sure. The ADL can go in and they can flag a video, and as a trusted flagger, the video automatically gets taken down. That's one example of their power. There's a group of activist special interest groups. They're designated experts in hate. They're designated experts in political narrative. And if you say these kinds of things, if you say things that go against the consensus, which is promoted by the government and the media and education and university, they will flag you as a white supremacist, a hater, a Nazi, etc., etc. And they have the power to go in and they get you banned from social media and they flag your stuff to the government. And there are people that are paid to watch my show every night. There are people paid to watch my show every night, transcribe it, find all the nasty things I've said, write articles about it, and then whenever something good happens to me, if I go to an employer, they will send that dossier to the employer and say, this is someone who is saying the wrong things, has the wrong opinions, he can't have a job. And if I were to get hired by that organization, they would rally protests against that organization until I got fired. And this is something that's very real, and this is what's shaping corporate America's wokeness. This is what shakes the government's wokeness. When the Christchurch shooting happened, they formed an international consortium of telecom companies, social media companies, etc., to censor so-called white identitarian, nativist, white separatist, all kinds of ideas. And who did they bring in the congressional hearings? Who did they bring in at this consortium to inform them and give them the specialized knowledge of who to censor and who to ban? They brought in the activist class. They brought in these activist organizations. That's why you have that, that's the basis of political censorship. So that's a big part.
Okay,
of it.
Hold on. I have a question. That me and Jadid want to know. So we understand that there's all this kind of censorship going on. Our question to you is, what did you say specifically around that time that you got banned? Do you know or you not know? Or are you just saying this is all like a hit job or whatever?
You had to say something crazy. There's
That's
no
what we want to
way.
know.
It's all kind. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not about necessarily a specific thing. It's broadly that I am a race realist. It's because I criticize Jewish power. It's because I criticize certain things.
Okay.
In Minecraft,
got it.
Conspiracies. And so I've been banned from many things over the past 5 years. It's never one specific thing. I got banned from PayPal 4 years ago. I got banned from YouTube in 2020. I got put on the federal no-fly list last year. It's things that my first hit piece was written about me in 2017 because I said we shouldn't import ISIS to the United States. So it's many things over the course of 5 years.
Was that really all you said?
Well, I
You're
didn't.
bullshitting. I can tell
really
you're
the only thing you
bullshitting.
said?
Well, how am I bullshitting?
Bro, you're bullshitting, bro. Just tell us, what did you say?
Destiny took rat on him.
I feel like I remember there being a leaked phone call and some other stuff that came out too that got you kicked out of school too, no? Was that...
Yeah, that is something.
Something about if a white girl dates a black person, it's the same as fucking a dog, something like that, maybe? Am
There we go.
Am I remembering this? Am I remembering this correctly?
Of course.
No, you're not.
Oh, there it
remembering
is.
that
Thank you,
correctly
Destiny. I
because-
appreciate
I
that.
might be mixing it up. I'll let him defend himself.
I know that confirms everybody's biases, but that's not what I said. And I'll tell
Wait,
you.
tell us what you said, yeah.
I will. That's a very funny story because here I was at this job training for the Leadership Institute, which is this conservative thing, and I'm hanging out with a bunch of people late into the night, and at this point, I'm like a target, okay? Because I was supposed to be working at Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company, and they didn't want me working there because I kept saying, hey, why did we send all this foreign aid to Israel? Why did Israel blow up the USS Liberty? Why have the Jews been expelled from 109 countries? Jokingly, what's going on with that?
Jokingly, but okay.
Oh, well, jokingly, but also an inquiry. And they said, well, you can't work for us because those are hateful questions. Those are hateful questions. You can't talk about that. We're never going to hire you. So there was this girl, Cassie Dillon, who had it out for me because I went against the Jews, okay? So then I go to this job training.
When he says that, what he means is because he was anti-Semitic. There's a lot of coded language in here, but okay, so go ahead.
In Minecraft. God damn it, bro.
Okay, all right.
So that Minecraft bullshit's not gonna work, Sneeko.
It's gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
It's gonna work.
This is real life.
So now months later, I go to this job training, and I'm friends with all these people. I'm there for a couple weeks, and we're just shooting the shit. It's like 3 a.m. We're all hanging out, and it's like we stayed overnight. It's our last night there. Long story. And so anyway, to make the long story short, we're all just talking, and I'm playing devil's advocate. We're talking about things, and I said, you could laugh, but this is bullshit that this happens. I think that we're all friends. And so I said, yeah, like I'm against race mixing. Like I said to you guys right now, I said, yeah, I don't approve of that. That's against my values. I value my identity, blah, blah, blah. And there's this girl in there who's a total whore, by the way. And she's
totally unnecessary, but okay.
Well, she was. She had the name of a...
Back, Destiny, I know you love women.
No.
Or she gave it up to you, but I highly doubt she gave it up to you.
Hold on.
When I say she gave it up to you.
Hold on. When I say calling her whores unnecessary, I'm not trying to respect women. Fuck women. I'm just saying you're adding extraneous details to try to damage her credibility to make your side of the story seem better.
That's just mad she didn't give it up. You're mad she didn't give it up.
She's not a credible person because she fucked 3 of the guys.
Well, that's a good thing she had an audio recording, so we don't have to worry about her credibility, but go ahead.
Well, here's why I'm giving the backstory. So she was a friend of Cassie Dillon's, and Cassie Dillon is up with Daily Wire working for Ben Shapiro. And so we're talking. I said, yeah, I'm against race mixing, and these people are shocked, and they're saying, oh my gosh, don't you know that's not politically correct? Don't you know that's not the liberal consensus? And this girl starts recording me and says, so Nick, do you think that having sex with a black guy is the same as having sex with a dog? And I said, no. No, it's not the same. I said, but both to me are wrong. I said, I wouldn't do that with a dog.
Wait, hold on. And I'm trying to remember because I legit don't remember. We can bring up the recording. Did you say no, it's not the same, it's worse?
No, I did not say
Somebody
that.
link me that. Hold on, let me link the call. I want to hear it. I need to hear it in chat.
Oh, yeah. I gotta hear it.
You're completely misrepresenting it. I said no, but they both be degenerate. That was what I said.
Oh, he said, but both would be degenerate. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. There
and here's the thing. But here's why that matters. Here's why I'm making a big deal, because people could roll their eyes and say, oh, it's the same thing. Here's why that matters. It's fucking bullshit that in America, we have like this Stasi political correctness where what I'm saying is I don't like race mixing. And I think I'm among friends. But then I get a little girl filming me covertly saying, so what you're saying is this? No. Boom. Sent to Cassie Dillon, sent to Media Matters, published, Nick says this. Nick said this thing. Fire him, ban him. That's fucked up. That is... We can't have free speech if we have that going on.
If you're cool with free speech, that's how you think. So you should say it out in the open. Why are you mad that she recorded it and put it out in the open?
Hold up. In his defense, if I'm having a private conversation with you three on a Discord and you record it, even if I'm fine with what you said, I'd still feel very offended by the fact that you put it out.
I can understand that, but if you're like at a political leadership conference, like, bro, there are certain people who, like, if you're in the political world, if I'm talking to you, I'm assuming every DM is getting leaked. That's pretty wild. Like, if I was hanging out with fucking Ben Shapiro and Elijah Schaefer and other Daily Wire people, and I was like, man, black people, they fucking stink, don't they? I would imagine I'm going to get fucking fried at some point. Like, that's pretty obvious.
It wasn't that.
Destiny, because you're a liberal and you always say the right things. You know that you're on the side.
No, it has nothing. Hold on, stop. Grow up. No, grow up. Grow up. Wait.
Let him finish. Sneeko, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
They're saying in the donos, too, that Destiny knows full well Nick did not say that. He always jumps on these as a white savior to derail the conversations. Did you really think that that's what the phone call is about, or are you just trying to paint him as a white supremacist even more?
Okay, first of all, I don't have to paint him as a white supremacist. He already says he's a white supremacist. Number one, okay? Number two, the phone call did happen that he didn't admit until I brought up, which was true. And number three, I wasn't 100% sure what he said, which is why I keep asking, what did you say? Did you say that? Did you say that? Did you say that? And he did mention that they were both degenerate. So I was correct on every point.
That's different. No. Goalpost shifted. You said that I said that having sex with blacks is the same as having sex with a dog.
No, I asked you.
Did you say it was worse?
I asked you, and then you clarified, and then we there. So that's it.
Roll the tape.
No, you can roll the tape. You can roll the tape. I said, didn't you say? Did you say this? And then you said no, and then you corrected. I was like, okay, you corrected. He said they're both degenerate.
Yeah, well, you misrepresented it to begin with.
I asked you a question. The only reason we're even talking about the phone call right now is because I brought it up because you tried to obfuscate by not bringing up that phone call, which was, I think, a big part of why people got really mad at you in 2017.
Listen, you could play everything back, but this is what they do. I am a political activist to which if people want to know my views, I could tell them very precisely and in a very straight way, these are my political views. But this is what happens. I will say a joke, and people that are paid to watch my show will clip a 5-second joke, post it on the internet and say, oh, Nick said this. So that means he's X, Y, and Z. I'll be in a private conversation, not with Elijah and Ben Shapiro. I'll be in a private conversation as an 18-year-old kid at a job training at 3 a.m. and be secretly, and you know how it goes. Everybody, I don't drink, but everybody there's drunk. You know that kind of environment. You know that environment when, you know, people are drinking, you're hanging out, it's late at night. I'm not going to say things in a private setting like that the same way that I'd say them in front of an official audience publicly.
No, hold on.
Formally.
You don't get to hang your head.
But this is what happens.
No.
But this is the problem. And so things like that are going to be selected, taken, blown up, misconstrued, like you just said. Didn't you say it's this?
No. Hold on.
You mischaracterized the meaning of it.
You don't get to hang your hat. No, hold on. You're trying.
A free society.
No. You're trying to throw your lot in with people that are unfairly canceled. For people that have something taken out of context or misconstrued or something that misrepresents what a person actually believes. So say like I'm hanging out with ABBA and we're making racist jokes at each other and whatever, and that gets leaked and the people are like, oh, they're both racist. That would be wrong because neither of us are racist. However, nothing that got leaked from that call misrepresents your point of view. All of that is true. You do think black and white people being together is degenerate. You do think that Jews secretly run the world. You do think that they're like race realism is like a foundational belief of your structure. None of the things that got put out there are misrepresenting your points of view. They're all true. People that are getting scared of being canceled and stuff are being scared of being misrepresented, not of having their accurate viewpoints shown to the public.
But that's the thing. I'm not talking about cancellation. I'm not talking about necessarily misrepresenting. What I said was there's an activist class of people that it is their job to say, if you have, because you're right, I am a race realist and I do believe these kinds of things, but it is their job to hunt down anybody with those viewpoints, even people like me that don't say these things in a way that is as abrasive or say these things in a way that's as provocative. There is an activist class that it's their job. Again, I'm not talking about cancel culture. I'm talking about an activist class that it's their job to misrepresent, misconstrue, and bury anybody with a different
You're
opinion.
not being misrepresented or misconstrued, though, Nick.
Why do you gotta keep interrupting
because
me?
you keep obfuscating. You're talking. You're lying so much. Yeah.
I'm not obfuscating.
As soon as you brought the phone call, you did misrepresent the phone call as soon as you brought it up, Destiny.
I was the only one that brought up the phone call. He denied the phone call even existed. I was just asking what he said on it.
Okay, just to bridge the gap, Destiny may have misconstrued at the beginning, but he did afterwards ask the question to clarify. Okay, so. He did off the top, but then ask the question, what did you actually say? So I think we can all move past this fucking point because there's no sense going back and forth about it.
Yo, Nick, how old are you?
He's 23.
Nick, how old are you?
Yo,
23.
That's crazy.
GD,
some white dude in his boxers just came out right behind you,
That's
like he
crazy,
came out the
bro.
bedroom.
What the fuck?
Yo, bro. Yo,
That's
Gideon.
my editor. That's my editor. Chill.
Hey, listen. I don't know who it is. I'm just saying this, Gideon. I got a lot of love for you. You got your shit together. YouTube's popping. But your place looks like it's a crack house. Half the time I see it, it looks like a hot mess.
House.
Yeah, you got dudes walking around in underwear. I see pipes in the corner. Like, what's popping?
I'm living up to the stereotypes of Nick, man. You know, we're all degenerates in his eyes.
Well, Gideon, you're on Nick's ass right now, but did you know that Destiny doesn't believe in God?
Shorts. These are shorts.
Yeah. Listen, bro, I can see above your knees, bro. Get this man off the street. Get him some pants, bro.
Nick, this is what I'm trying to figure out. So I feel like I guess your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system,
Destiny trusts it.
Why are you alienating all these other races and just
He's not
keeping
alienating it.
How is he not? How is he not alienating other races? He's
not saying other races. He's not saying other races are degenerate. He's saying that race mixes.
Okay. What I'm saying is he's making it like white people need to fix this problem. Why can't all other races like? Why are you so okay? No mixed breeding, no none of this, none of that. But you're so let's go against the system. Isn't it impossible to go against the system unless we all unite?
Yeah, I believe we should all unite. I'm for the other races. And the thing is, when I do a conference every year called AFPAC, and when I do my conference, there's lots of black people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Hispanic people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Asian people that go to my conference. I have Jewish friends.
Put me on to Nick. When I got banned, 2 kids came up to me in the street and said, go on Cozy TV. It was a black dude and a Spanish dude. I had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. And then I started hearing about him like, what? How are a black and a Spanish dude putting me on to this guy, and supposedly guys like Destiny are calling him a racist every day?
Keep in mind that when he says he's for the other races, he means he's for them going back to their countries and living there in harmony. Okay, that's what he means when he says that.
You've been writing for him, Snicko. I want to hear what your opinion on Nick. What's your opinion on Nick? Like, I'm not going to interrupt or nothing. What is your opinion?
Nick and I have a very similar worldview. Nick believes a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Nick also believes in God. We have but I'm not a white dude, so I can't agree with him on most of the stuff. But what he thinks about the system, I also think. But Destiny, on the other hand, like I think that the system provides like this moral high ground for people like Destiny to be to not believe in God, to be LGBT plus Q, to say the right opinions, to be cancel culture. And that's the shit that kind of annoys me, because you get to feel right all the time and you get to feel smarter because they give you these ideas to push. And it pisses me off that people like Nick get silenced when ultimately like he has the same objective. He knows that people are on islands touching kids and the Federal Reserve is all fucked up, and that's who's really pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Just how can you
So you
possibly
don't care about the other evils that Nick does, but since he has somewhat of the same view as you, you're gonna go with him to the promised land, basically.
What evils?
That's
What I'm getting at is I don't know what's evil necessarily. That's the thing. And here's why I say that. Destiny is platformed on YouTube. Destiny is platformed by Visa and MasterCard. He's platformed by the banks. I'm not. Now, do you think that I'm deplatformed from everything because all of the fucking corporations and Visa and MasterCard and the federal government and Congress decided he's a really rude guy, he's a really mean guy that hurts the feelings of minorities? Or do you think that they get together against people like me, or Jared Taylor, or Alex Jones, or Sam Francis, or whoever, because we're saying something that goes against their consensus ideology about the world and going against their power? Because that's fundamentally the left-wing conceit, is that all like these activist organizations really just care about meanness and it's about hate. That's the most asinine thing, that reactionary dissident politics is about primitive hate. I think that hating people on the basis of their skin color is primitive. I think that prejudice is primitive and sad. Now, that's a far cry from saying that human beings are unequal. Individuals are unequal, and groups of people are unequal. Now, do you think the government says, that's such a mean thing to say, you can't use a bank account? Or do you think I can't use a bank account because I'm saying that Israel blew up the USS Liberty deliberately because Israel did 9/11 and brought us into the Iraq War and Afghanistan War in Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto? Okay. That's why, and Destiny agrees with all of the Fortune 500 companies in the world.
Yes. All right, just before, Gideon, can you add Don to the call if you have him on Discord? And the second thing, I want to ask you.
I don't think I can add him because this is Nico's Discord.
Okay, I'm adding it right now.
All right, cool. All right, Nick, I gotta ask, are you down with multicultural countries, people that import folks from all over?
Well, as far as hang on, is someone talking?
Yo, Don, mute yourself.
Okay, so yes, I asked you, are you fine with multicultural countries?
I think that I think that ideally countries would not be multicultural.
Okay, multi-ethnic, really. He doesn't want a multi-ethnic country, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that. Because
well, if you think that a person's biology is going to determine their culture, then you think that any multi-ethnic country necessarily is going to be multicultural. So you want like singularly ethnic countries with however you arbitrarily define ethnicity.
Here's the thing: you're talking about two different things. We could say that people are different. We could also say that we live in the world, and the world is a complex place. And so, really, all countries are, in some sense, they have different ethnicities or different cultures within them. You could say that France, prior to mass immigration, was a multicultural country. They had all kinds of regional dialects. Okay. That's why I say, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Just to simplify my question. Do you think that countries that work with like having black folks, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, do you think those countries are good, or would you rather those countries stay monocultural, like one religion, one race?
I think that a country should have an ethnic and cultural core. Like America always had blacks and Hispanics and Asians in it, but what's happening right now is it's becoming a majority-minority country where there's no clear majority. You're going to have whites in the minority. Everybody's going to be a minority. I think that's a recipe for conflict. I think that's a recipe.
Why is it a recipe for conflict if there's more minorities than like white people? Does it mean like white people need to be in power for there to be like structure? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm saying that there has to be some kind of agreement on, what constitutes national identity for there to be any kind of cohesion. I think that if you have all these different groups, what you really wind up with is like a jurisdiction with many different nations within it. And I'll give you an example. You look at the city of Chicago. It's one of the most violent cities in the country, and it's one of the most multicultural, multiracial cities in the country. And you have gang wars, and you have racial conflict. You have blacks agitating against whites. You've got Hispanics and blacks fighting. You've got blacks fighting each other. And the thing is that whatever you think about this, when different groups of people get together, like they tend to fight. People form a collective consciousness.
Okay, this is good. So this is between Black Americans and white Americans, according to you in Chicago, right? You're saying they're fighting each other, yada yada.
And Hispanics too, and I think everybody's in conflict.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So I want to ask you, considering you are acknowledging that this is a conflict between people who've always been in America, right? Black Americans for the most part, and white Americans. Do you feel like these people should separate countries to some degree?
I think that people should be free to associate. I think that because the way it was for a long time, and is a product of the law, you had sort of like people being segregated by law, by government. I think that people should be able to choose who they want to get along with. The problem is we've got this society where everybody's being smashed into each other. People are being forced together. And if people want to live in a multicultural city, then they can. And if people don't, then they shouldn't be forced to. But when people tend to mix and live together, it tends to create conflict. And then this is true. This is backed up by the data, by the way. The more diverse countries are, the more violent they are, the more conflict that they have within them.
That's true.
So.
Okay, so wait, Sneeko, you feel the same way? Do you feel like we should be separating the communities?
No, it's too late. I think we're all too integrated of a country to go back, and there's no point in putting a stop to immigration. But what he's saying, like Japan and Sweden, the countries with the least amount of immigration have the most amount of harmony.
Huh.
That's true.
In America, and I agree with Sneeko. I agree that America is the way it is, and we've got to figure out a way to make it work. I believe that.
So Sneeko, if you had a magic wand, you'd want to separate the races and the cultures in America?
I think that's an arbitrary question because, like, look at me. Like, I'm the result of America. Like, saying that would just evaporate me. I'm the result of how diverse America is.
Well, let's say we took all the mixed people and we put them with the black folks. Would you be down if I gave you a wand tomorrow? Would you want to separate all the ethnicities?
No, because then I wouldn't be able to exist.
Bro,
okay, take yourself out of it. Let's say you didn't exist and you had to make a good world, okay? I gave you a wand. Would you want to separate the ethnicities because you say it creates more harmonies?
And does slavery still exist?
Well, in your ideal world, there's more harmony, so no, there wouldn't be slavery, right?
Yeah, there's no slavery.
So slavery never happened.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck that means, but let's move past that. Slavery didn't happen. No, okay? If you had the choice today, would you take a wand and separate all the ethnicities?
Yeah, I think the world would have been better if white people didn't colonize the whole world. If they just stayed in their own countries and they let the natives do their thing and they let Africans do their thing and Indians do their thing, the world would be a better place. Yeah. I think the Crusades and everything started a lot of violence and war that was unnecessary.
Well, that's the same mindset as like neo-Nazis. That's the exact same thing that they think. They think everybody needs to be separate and to themselves.
I guess so. But that's not a realistic thing to say now. So I don't think that it's possible to advocate for.
But that's your ideal world, though. Like, obviously, there's a lot of things that aren't realistic, but that's you and Nick's ideal world.
It would not exist. You're asking me to speak from like a white perspective, and I can't do that.
But it's not a white and black thing, you know. It's just not white people, and there's not just black people. There's black people, there's white people, there's Asians, there's Mexican people.
Desi, you don't think colonialism and the Crusades and that's what's ruined a lot of?
I think that there are problems, but I think we can aspire to a more than like a mono-ethnic fucking world where we have to say that like there's no possibility for all of us to be able to get along with each other. Like when we look at the divides in the United States right now, we look at our huge divides, they're not even really racial. They might seem like it, but that's not true. Like the biggest divide in the United States is between city people and country people.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Or you might find like huge divides between like classes sometimes. You might find huge divides between like different geographic areas, but it's not just like all black people versus all white people, right? Like a white person and a black person living in some deep south fucking Louisiana, Alabama or someplace is going to have more in common than a white person living in Louisiana and a white person in New York or San Francisco. That's just true. Yeah, so I mean, like the idea that like we can divide so cleanly ideologically along racial lines in any country is almost never going to be true. I mean, look at like Ireland and Northern Ireland. How long were these people fighting and bombing each other? And these are like the whitest fucking people in the world.
If you guys
but that's
hold on. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don.
I was just trying to point out though, like I just pulled up a list of the most violent countries. It's not like these are all cultural mixing pots. It's not like, you know, we have Afghanistan, Syria, South Sudan, Yemen, Iraq. If you look at the ethnic background of these countries, you'll find that they're all pretty much the same. There's a great degree of homogeny in these nations. So what do you say to that? America is ranked all the way at number 36 while possibly being the most racially diverse country in the world. So the idea that racial diversity is what is yielding this violence in society is just completely unsupported by the information.
And to add on to what Don just said, a lot of those countries, when you really look into it, is more religious based than it is racial based.
Well, here's what I would have to say about that. I would say, number one, if you look at the most violent countries, it is a lot of ethnic diversity. America's actually not one of the most diverse countries in the world. If you look at African countries and Asian countries, you might look at an African country and say, oh, it's all African people. But there is a lot of ethnic diversity in Africa. There's more ethnic diversity in Africa, arguably, than in any other continent. So I would say the looks can be deceiving if you look at it. And if you plotted all the countries in the world on a map, the least diverse are the least violent, and the most diverse are the most violent and the most civil disorder.
But look at how. Wait. Just one quick question. How do you? Because earlier you were saying.
Whoa, you just finished. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, he's just gonna ramble for 20 minutes. Fuck, it's unbeatable.
You
ramble so much.
One quick point.
I'll put a timer on. Go ahead.
I got a quick point, which is, yeah, there are religious conflicts. There are ideological conflicts. That does not negate the existence of racial conflicts. And what does that say, though? People with different strongly held views, people with different identities, people with different cultures fight. Religious conflicts are a conflict of diverse religious thought. Ideological conflicts are a result of diverse ideological thought. Racial conflicts are the result of diverse races living in the same polity. That's all I'm saying. And to an extent, we have to live with that.
Okay, Destiny, go ahead. I counted just 30 seconds.
Sure. Okay, so I just want to be clear. Like, notice how slippery he is between how he defines positions. Earlier, we were talking about how, like, you can't, like, his point earlier was that black people are black, brown people are brown, white people are white. Looking at, like, difference between black and brown people is really dumb. But now when we're talking about Africa, all of a sudden, that place where everybody's just black, well, now it's the most ethnically diverse nation on earth. How the fuck do we go from one to the other? And then secondly, earlier he's talking about, like, really diverse places, cause crime. The more diversity, the more crime. But what do you hear white nationalists always say over and over again? What's the number one killer of black men? Other black people. It's not like we've got like race wars going on in the United States where there's a lot of ethnic diversity exists. It's usually people that are victimizing themselves. It's not black people running out killing white people running out killing black people. It's just crime within communities.
Okay.
No.
Let Don.
30 seconds.
Let Don.
I don't get to respond.
No. You got more than this. I'm timing everything. Don, go ahead, and then we'll go back to you.
Nah, I was just saying that Destiny spent bars. I ain't got nothing to add to that. That was all bars right there.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
That is, first of all, earlier Destiny was saying that we couldn't tell what races the people on this call were. And it was in the context of that I said, are you fucking kidding me? Of course, we can identify the races of the people on this call. I said, though, earlier, if you remember, I said that it is complex. I said identity is complex, and people have different levels of identity, and different identities have different levels of salience. You have an ethnic identity, you have a racial identity, a national identity, your religion is part of your identity. People are complex. A black person is not just black. A black person could live in a particular region and have a regional identity, and they come from a certain country in Africa and have a certain tribal thing. It's complex. And the point is, it's not to say, we're talking about concepts here. The more diverse a society is, the more the potential for conflict there is. If you have a group of 10 people and they all look the same and they all are the same, the possibility for conflict will be reduced dramatically. If you've got 10 people and one of them believes in God and one of them doesn't, and one of them's a Muslim and one of them's an Indian, and they're all different races and they're all different genders, the possibility for conflict is greater. Now that's a hypothetical and that's abstract, but that's to demonstrate the principle, which is that diversity, as a rule, leads to conflict. Difference leads to conflict. Now, if we understand that rule, then we can understand society, which is that not necessarily we should have no difference, because that would be boring and then you don't have progress and things like that. But it is to say, is it a good idea to import 30 million immigrants in 30 years?
No.
Just so 2 points on that. So number one, this is just a quick question. Do you know what race Sneeko is?
I do actually. Yeah, he's Haitian, Asian, and white.
And would you have known that just looking at him without knowing his background?
Would I know that he's mixed race?
Would you know what his races are? Because you said you could tell everybody's race on the panel.
I like I said, I could tell he's a mix between black and white, which he is. But
okay.
I guess the Asian, maybe not.
Sure. Okay,
Again,
so you can't wait. Hold on, wait. So you can't tell the
bullshitting.
race of people immediately in this very diverse sense you talk about when Africa's the most diverse place in the world.
Did.
So number
He's
one,
mixed race.
that's not an answer. Mixed race is not an answer. So number one.
Yes,
Number
it is.
two,
He's a mix
you
between
said
black and
something
white.
earlier that was
Hang on,
really
that's an
important.
answer.
You said that's not an answer. So something you said
But
earlier.
Keep moving on.
Something that you said. Yeah.
Like
So it's not an answer because you said that Africa was the most diverse continent on Earth, which means they can't all be black. They're different types of races. So you've defeated your own argument.
we're talking about
okay?
ethnic diversity.
So,
Diversity is diversity.
so-
we're not strictly talking
Hold
about.
on,
know when I
hold
get
on,
to
Nick,
finish.
let-
Yeah, it's the ramble,
let
dude.
us
It's
finish.
unbeatable. Okay, so something you said earlier is very true and very astute. You said that diversity leads to conflict, and that's a really good point. However, fuck, I don't know the name.
Wait, do you agree with that,
Don over here brought up that there are all sorts of racially homogenous countries, and there are countries around the world right now in current genocides that are very homogenous when it comes to race. And you very correctly and very intelligently pointed out, well, hold on, people can have a diversity of religious thought, of cultural opinion, of different types of backgrounds, of different forms of government. These people can all fight. That is true. But what you fail to realize is that if you were to eliminate the diversity of race in some country, well, there would be other diverse aspects you'd have to fight on. So what is your goal at the end of the day? Are you going to try to eliminate the 1 million different ways that a country can be diverse, or are you only fixated on eliminating one of those diversities where other types of diversities can still lead to things like genocide? And if you are going to eliminate just one, why? If there are still people that are genociding, what part of that didn't make sense?
What are you talking about? Here's what doesn't make sense. Here's what doesn't make sense.
Hold on. I think Destiny's making perfect sense, but he's building it on a valid point that you made. That when people have different beliefs, I believe that is what is at the heart of the matter. It's different beliefs, different ideologies, different moral codes, right? I think that is what is at the heart of all of the conflict, in conjunction with what are those moral codes? What is your morality based upon? If it isn't based upon something solid, then, even in a society where there might be a degree of homogeny in terms of ideologies and religions, you might still see a lot of violence happening in that area. You look at a place like Afghanistan, right, which has a lot of homogeny in both the ethnicity of the people and the religious beliefs, but still one of the most violent countries in the world, far more violent than what we can say, far more violent than America, far less diverse than America. At least we can look at that, and we can still identify that it is far more violent. Why is that? It's because the moral codes that their culture is built upon allows for that, or at least the people in charge, what the people in charge believe. You know what I mean? So the people with all the guns.
Okay.
So
I want to move on from this race discussion because I think it's no. I want to move on because I think it's like Destiny and Nick going back and forth.
No, because I want to say one thing on the matter because I know they've all had their chance. So I want to say one thing on the matter. So you said oftentimes diversity leads to conflict, and as a result of so much tribal matters going on in Africa, that leads to a lot of the interpersonal conflict between a lot of the communities. But I would say like the main differences that exist between different tribes within Ethiopia, for example, aren't that drastically different than the differences that exist in America between someone from Texas and New York, someone from Sicily and Milan, someone from Paris and Toulouse. Those people feel so drastically different about their identity and their community, and that is a difference. It's pretty much the same thing as tribalism, just by based off where you live geographically. So my question is, if you feel like diversity leads to so much conflict, how come you're not seeing that replicate in a lot of these countries, which I would argue are just as diverse in regards to how they think about things and how they view things politically?
Well, I would say, I want to say some, I'll answer that, but about Destiny. And here's the issue always with the debate. Here's how it always goes. There's always this string where it goes, okay, there are races. Races are real. If there's difference, then there's a possibility for conflict. All of that has sort of been conceded, but Destiny goes, okay, well, that's great. So why do you want to eliminate race? And it's like, I never said that, okay? And I came on the stream saying, this is my understanding. My understanding is that I don't like necessarily making a country more multicultural, more multiracial, because while you may bring in diversity, which is good in some regards, it also tends to create destabilization and chaos and problems. And so we need to understand the problem. I never came on here and said, we need to eliminate diversity. I never said that. I never said we need to eradicate diversity or eradicate difference. What I said, in fact, was that, like Sneeko said, America is a multiracial country. We're going to have to figure out how to get along together. But to understand that, we need to understand difference. We need to understand how people are in their human nature. Tribalism is an unfortunate fact of human nature. People like people that are similar to them. That's just a fact of human nature. We unfortunately can't eradicate that. Wish we could, then we could create heaven on earth. We can't create heaven on earth. But we need to understand each other to make a harmonious, prosperous society. Now, as far as What was your question again? It was about.
But I think the issue that everyone here is having is that you're trying to say there's this huge separation along racial lines. But what most of us here would argue is that somebody who's black and lives in Texas would have more in common with the white person living in Texas than they would with someone from New York. So I don't understand why there's such a fixation on race when really it's a matter of geography and localized culture more than it is about race. I don't know why you and Sneaker are like, yeah, I think things would be better if black stayed there or whatever stayed there. I think they would still have equal amount of conflict. But
I mean, that's a good question. But
all we have to do, and you go by Cozy?
Yes, Cozy TV.
Okay, Cozy.
Oh no, that's not my name. My name's Nick. That's my website.
Nick. Okay. Yes, pleasure to meet. I'll meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Yeah, my question is though, but does the race get in the way of your ability to, interact peacefully and happily with other people from other races and other ideologies?
Not for me, and it shouldn't for a person. But when we're talking about a country, we're talking about a country of 300 million people. And so when you're forcing a large
people, right?
What's that?
If there were 300 million individual, all right, let's put it like this. If there were 300 million people like you, then there would be at least no violence as a result of racial differences. Are we?
No, because I'm a nice guy. I'm a sweetie, and I'm a peaceful person.
So the point
probably
is
not
really about. It's not about you. It's not about the color of your skin or your race. It's about your morality. It's about your decision making. What's right? What's wrong? How do you treat other people? Isn't that what it all comes down to?
Well, I mean, you could say that, but the thing is that human beings have a tendency to fight with each other, and you can say that. We could say that sitting down here, but what happens when? What would happen if you and I were living in the same house? Mm-hmm. That's the kind of concept. When you and I are on a Discord call and we're sort of strangers and we're talking about ideas, that's great. But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, who gets to shower when and who gets this seat on the couch and who? These are the kinds of things that happen in a dense.
Wait, do you think you'd fight with him because he's black over that?
I wouldn't fight about stuff like that. And
hold, I want to hear the answer to Destiny's question.
Yeah, would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes, and here's why. Because
Let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead.
No, listen. Hey, here's the thing.
Let him answer. I want to hear this.
If you believe in the same ideology as Visa, MasterCard, and Disney and the Federal Reserve, that everybody is exactly the same and racial conflict isn't real and race isn't real, then yeah, that's fucking hilarious. And we could all laugh about it and we can wonder why America's going down the tubes right now. But here's the thing.
Within prison. White people stick with the white people, black people stick with black people, and they're obviously going to fight a white person, a black person going to fight with a white person, and a white person going to fight with a black person over the shower.
Hold on. Why are we talking about prison? Well, prison is a completely different environment.
That's when we don't have like Discord, and that's where people act in their natural state. People are very
prison is literally the least natural place you can be. You're literally locked in there with more rules than any other part of society.
Fighting for your survival.
Prison is literally the least natural environment for a human being.
It's not gang up by race in jail.
The reason they do that is just because of tribalism in a survival-like environment. If I threw people in the jungle and then they only had a few morsels to feed off, I'd imagine they find some ways, either men with the men or tall people and big strong people with the big strong people. They find ways.
They pick race. So does not apply to Nick's logic?
Well, here, let me explain what I was trying to say by the house example. The point is, proximity and competition over resources creates racial conflict. That's my point. And this is what goes on in a city. In a city, you've got large groups of different kinds of people living together, and then you get things like racial inequality. Then you get things like income inequality. And then guess what happens? The black people start to say, well, hang on. Why is it that our income is low compared to the white people? Why is it that our unemployment is high compared to the white people? This is where resentment and animus begins, because of the natural difference between people. Difference in cultures, behaviors, habits,
Say
customs,
difference in genes. That's what you mean. Difference in genetics.
Because they're different, Destiny. They're different on many levels.
Just say what you mean. You mean difference in genetics.
Destiny, you're such a rat the way you debate.
I just want you to be clear.
Sneaky.
You mean that black? I'm not being sneaky.
We have sneaky. You're sneaky.
I'm just trying to make. When you say, I just want to be clear what we're talking about. We don't mean. Hold on.
Hey, shout out. White on white violence. W in the chat. Let's go. Keep it going.
Get out of here.
Hang on, because we could argue.
Talk to the hand, Destiny.
I'm just saying. Let's just be clear. When we say black people are different, we don't mean culturally. We mean biologically different. You mean biologically different.
That's a completely different conversation. We could argue if the differences come from history or whether they come from genetics. That's a separate conversation.
You're a race realist, so they come from genetics. Yeah.
The point is there's difference, and you're derailing this because you don't like what I'm saying.
No, it's the point.
The point is people are different. People are different. People living in Chicago are different. Little Village is different than Inglewood. Inglewood is different than Lincoln Park. Now, we could debate about why they're different, but the point is they're different. And over time, because they're forced to be in proximity, there will be conflict between them. And that is borne out by the history of the United States of America, which is a history, in some sense, of racial conflict. And that started when the Europeans settled in the North American continent and fought with the Indians. That's true when they fought with the Mexicans. That's true when they fought. It's a constant history of tribal fighting. And the question is not, do we eliminate difference? Do we eliminate, because you can't do that. The point is, do we eliminate diversity? Because we can't do that. The question is, what kinds of policies do we want in a country? Do we want policies in a country that are going to destabilize America with too much diversity? Or do we want a more sensible policy where we can try to get a grip on the kinds of conflicts that we already have?
Okay.
So,
to deal with the heart of the matter. I think that's what it all comes down to. Because you're talking about, okay, proximity, right? And like I've lived with like 2 different white families just as a result of me. I'm an immigrant, wasn't living with my family, going to college, live with white people. We got along just fine. They're like family to me. And so the point I'm making is, what mattered, though, wasn't the color of their skin and the color of my skin. What mattered, and it wasn't even cultural because they're Californians, Jamaican, completely different lifestyle ideologies. What mattered at the end of the day was that their morals were founded on good values, good solid values, and so are mine. And I'm not a thief, I'm not a liar, I'm not a hateful person. Same goes for them. So it was easy to get along. So the difference is that all it really comes down are to the matters of the heart. And it's not as if like you just take anybody from Chicago, like what you're saying, and you take anybody from, I don't know, East Village or wherever you mentioned, and put them together, that automatically means they're going to have conflict. Not if their values, their morality is aligned, and those morals are based on good, solid morals. Mm-hmm. And so that's really what it is. So I agree with you. Yes, the solution is not to try and, Don,
I'm not sure how much you agreed. Did you know that Nick is a Catholic?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He's literally Catholic.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's not surprising.
So we're supposed to fight now, see? So now he has a problem with that.
Yo, no. I gotta bring it back. Don, you want to hear something crazy? This man identifies with being Catholic more than he does white, but he wouldn't marry a black Catholic woman over a Russian Buddhist.
Yeah, well, that's because, Catholicism is, what
yo, tell him, Don. Tell him that, yo, put him on that soldier of God shit.
Uh-oh.
So, wait a second. You're telling me all this stuff about the heart and the heart, Don, the heart, and we're all supposed to hold hands and sing together, but you don't care for Catholicism.
Yes, there's obviously a problem going on in your heart if you feel those ways. That is not.
Okay, there you go. There it is.
So, yes, and that I'm confirming what I said, and what you're saying right now. It's all about the heart. It's all
so,
about.
Nick, do you not think you're contradicting the Bible by everything you're saying?
Which part?
Love your enemy like your neighbor, or love your neighbor.
He says he loves everybody.
There's multiple instances in the Bible where, because Jesus is literally Hebrew. He messes with Roman soldiers, all these different races. Israel was just a melting pot of so many different people and so many different cultures, and we're supposed to live like Jesus. Does it not say in Catholic? Isn't it Catholic people you have to live like Jesus? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I mean,
but you're talking about separating when Jesus lived with all these different races. So how you like?
Okay, but all I'm saying is that people are different. Okay, races are real, and people are different, and difference leads to conflict, and so as a country we need to manage that. I'm not saying I treat like I've been kind to you.
But
guys,
who needs to manage that?
Treat people differently based on their race.
But he needs to manage that. Like who? Because you said there has to be a culture in power for everything to run. So there has to be more people. They have to be more people in higher positions of that culture or of that race. So what race do you think needs to be in power here in America?
I didn't say that. I said there needs to be.
You literally said that earlier.
I said there needs to be a cultural and a demographic core. I said.
What should the cultural and demographic core of America be? What race?
It should be white. It should be white. The cultural and demographic. Well, hang on. But you're
let's
talking
go.
about something completely different.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey, boys, we got it. I'm just playing.
See, the thing is, what Destiny is doing is trying to derail it by lobbing bombs in here.
Okay,
It's actually,
let me go after him real
complex.
quick, okay? Let me go after him, Jesus.
And here's why. Because it's actually a complex conversation, but, you know, he's going to appeal to a lot of people's preconceived notions, which is based on liberal propaganda, so that people go for the ready-made, he said this. It's like, but it's complex.
Okay, so let me just...
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Nick, would you admit, now this call's gone long, that you actually identify more with your whiteness than you do your religious identity?
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
I mean, but it says right here in Matthew 22, right? Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And he said to them, you shall love the Lord God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and foremost commandment. The second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, but he wants to make all of his
Did you
neighbors.
love Obama,
He wants to make all of his neighbors white, so that's a difference.
Nick, how did you feel when Obama was in power and the first lady was Michelle? How did you feel when in 8 years of blackness, the White House was the Black House?
If you identify with your Christian faith, right, or with your Catholic faith, and in Catholicism, you identify Jesus Christ as God, right, as Lord and Savior, as the right. And so, if your God, He who created you and the entire world that you live in, commands you, right? It says, transgression of the law is sin, and He says, if you love me, you will obey my commandments. And so, if God says He commands you to love your neighbor to the exact same extent that you love yourself, you don't believe that the way you're talking right now is contradicting that? You think Jesus would be in agreement with you?
In what way? In what way is what I'm saying contradicting that?
Do you think that the views you are...
No, please don't ask me. Don't answer a question with the question. What have I said that contradicts what you just read from the Bible?
You literally said that you don't agree with race mixing. You feel like everybody should be separate. You feel like one race should be in power.
Okay, you know, you said all those things, and I've said that I don't believe all those things, but yet you keep saying them for so long.
You literally just reiterated that. You said white people should be. You literally said that.
Nick, I got it.
Well, I just want to be real clear, just because you come here for early, Brent mentioned, okay, just real quick, and then you guys go. It's not even a question. So this is something you should keep in mind, okay? Whenever I'm asking you questions, Nick, I'm just asking you to clarify your positions. I'm not accusing you of anything. Even the phone call, I'm just saying, did you say this? Did you do this? Do you believe this? That's all I'm asking.
You just misrepresented
If it makes you uncomfortable,
you just misrepresented it on accident.
See how you won't let me finish talking? It's because it's making you uncomfortable.
Because you're lying.
It's because it's making you uncomfortable.
You're always just asking questions, but what you do is you misrepresent it. And
now you have to go on another ramble because you're uncomfortable. That's what you're doing right now. You're rambling because you're uncomfortable.
You tell lies.
Okay.
But you can finish your lies.
Yeah, okay, well, it's not. I haven't lied. I'm not even making a statement.
You did.
All I'm saying,
you lied.
See how you're uncomfortable? So all I'm doing is I'm asking you a question to clarify your position. If it makes you uncomfortable to clarify your positions, that's your problem, not mine. If you ever feel like for the rest of this call or whenever we talk that I'm asking you an unfair question, feel free to turn around and ask me the exact same question, and I will give you a real answer. Like a real person. And I won't sit here and go on a 17-minute tangent where I redefine 50 words and talk about, well, in 1776, blah, 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 blah. That's all I'm saying. Because earlier, Nick is accusing me of obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating. I'm just asking for clarification. You're the one that has to obfuscate every time you start to dance around an uncomfortable topic, like trying to say that black people are intrinsically, biologically different than white people on a call with 4 other black people. I'm just trying to make sure that you're being honest with what you believe. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not dancing around that. I said that.
Nick, do you think that white people should control America?
How are we different? How are we different?
Hang on.
Oh, no, hold, Don.
White people should control, but that's the point.
Should white people be in charge of America?
What does that mean? What in what way?
Oh my God!
Should they be the cultural? Should they be the race that's in charge? Should they be the dominant race? Should they be the majority? Should every other race be the minority? Should they be the people in power? Should there be a white president? Should there be a white people in Congress? The majority? Should the police officers be white? Should judges be white? Should the people teaching be white? Is that your ideal America? Yes or no?
No. What I'm saying is, hang on, because here.
But wait,
and Destiny says I go on a 17-minute tangent. Here's why I have to go on a 17-minute tangent, because the question, should white people control America, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So what I've said is there should be a cultural and demographic white core, which means I don't think that we should have a country that's majority minority. Does that mean that there can be no black police officers? Like, how does that doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
When I go through and explain that, I'm being accused of, well, you're just dancing around.
Okay, we can have a couple black cops. That's cool. But the people that can make laws, that can make changes, what should they be?
They could be other people. They could be people. Honestly,
who should the majority be? Look at how he's running from the question. Who should the majority be?
The majority of Americans. I think that we should have a white majority. I think that we should not transform our white majority country with immigration.
Okay, but we're talking about power now. The power structure.
Hold on.
And there's a difference.
Let Don ask his question.
Just saying. We already have the system you're describing. A white majority, right? A white cultural core. I don't get we got a few black people in a few places, a few, diversity in a few places. That's exactly what you're describing. The way how is America different now than how you're describing it?
Well, we have a few problems. The problem is that America is rapidly being transformed by immigration. And what you need to understand is that historically America was a white country, and in the past 30 years that America is becoming less so because of mass immigration. And by the way, this is not just bad for white people, it's also bad for black people. It's bad for it's true. It's bad for every Native American that's living in America.
I argue
and here's why.
Okay. I was just saying the reason why white people are getting replaced or getting
Wait, Don, let him finish what he was saying. That's Nick, what were you saying? Finish what you were saying.
I'm saying that, what we could talk about things in the abstract, or we could talk about things as they are. And what's happening right now is that the country is being completely transformed with immigration. People that don't speak the language, people that have no roots here, people that don't share our religion, et cetera, et cetera. That's the gist of what I'm saying. We're talking about the diversity problem. The diversity problem is not that the country's 13% black. The diversity problem is that you've got millions and millions and millions of people coming here every year for 30 years with no sign of stopping, and we're going to have a country that's alien to us. We're Americans.
Can you give me one example in your life experience how some Mexican immigrant has changed your quality of life in any way?
I'll give you a perfect example. The city of Chicago used to be a city that was built by Italians and Irish and Polish and Czech and that kind of thing. And neighborhoods that my parents grew up in are now completely different because of immigration, completely transformed. And in Little Italy, in an Italian suburb where my mom grew up,
a house to immigrants, or
do you even live in Chicago?
Don't you have to
I live in the suburbs of Chicago.
Okay, so you live in
I'm saying if white people aren't there anymore, it's because those white people sold those houses, right? They don't just take them from the good white people and give them to the...
But the same thing happened, what you were just talking about, same things happened with gentrification. There be black neighborhoods, and they raise the property taxes.
I was just saying that the reason why those neighborhoods look different is because those white people have sold those houses.
Hold on. When he says lives in the suburbs of Chicago, does that mean not Chicago? Because if you said that you lived in the suburbs of for a lot of cities that I know, that means you don't really live in the city. You live in some place fucking 45 minutes away. Does anybody know?
The home was bought and your childhood neighbor was bought up and it just changed completely. I mean, you could say it happened because those people sold those houses. It's still something that would be disconcerting. And that's happening on the national level.
Why is it disconcerting?
Because there's a word for this. It's called oikophilia, which is your love of home. Your love of home is something that is intrinsic to all people. We love ourselves, we love our families, we love our God, and we love our home. And what's happening to America is our home. America is not just a place where you go to the mall and hang out. America is our home. And America is being fundamentally changed. And it's not even just quality of life. It's not just quantitative. It's qualitatively. America is being fundamentally transformed, and it's becoming unrecognizable to the people that made it, to us, the people that inhabit it now and grew up in it. And that's something is being lost there. And, we could describe why that's happening or whatever in very mechanical terms, but I want to preserve the America, not necessarily because nations have to change. Things have to change. We want to preserve the fundamentals of what our home is like.
What is it? Okay. So this is
one quick question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe.
So you hate when other nations, there's an established race, there's established culture. You hate when another race and culture change the establishment that was already made to something new, right?
I think something is lost. I think there's.
But you hate when that happens, right?
You don't like it. It's actually what we say.
We don't need to. I don't think it matters. We say hate or dislike. It's just something is being lost. Someone is losing.
So you said this is our home, right, America? Mm-hmm. So the same thing happened to the Native Americans here. They were here first. This was their home. This was their culture. Then Europeans came over. So by your same logic, Europeans are wrong for what they did.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up because typically people wouldn't bring up the example of the Indians as somebody. I mean, you're essentially saying like, oh, America's being destroyed, but America destroyed the Indians. It's like, yeah, and you know, and that was a different time, you know, and conquest was still happening and the world was being settled.
Today's a different time?
Yeah, I think today we realize that that's wrong. I think that
is it inevitable? Is it just change? Is it just a natural change of the world?
Yeah, in some sense, these are the forces of history. But as an American, I want to fight against that. America rewrote the history books and said, okay, we took over the continent and that's a great thing. But yeah, the Indians lost. Something was lost. Indian civilization, American Indian civilization was lost. It was wiped out. The people were wiped out. The culture was wiped out. I'm sure the Indians don't feel too good about that. As an American, I don't want America to be wiped out like the Indians were. Now you could say, oh, well, but that happened to the Indians. Okay, well, I don't want that to happen to me. And if you're comparing, that's not a very favorable comparison saying, well, immigrants erasing America is like Americans erasing the Indians.
But it's the same way. I mean, hold on. History repeats itself. It always happens.
Hold on. Destiny was waiting. So
yeah, so just like as a real quick thing. So this is something that I push back historically against Nick. I never get a good answer to this, and there's never a good answer to this. There's two huge problems with this idea of preserving American character. Okay, one, even with a racial homogeneity, countries are still going to change, and they're even going to change because of other cultures. You've got media from other countries, you've got songs on YouTube from other countries, you got all sorts of stuff. So your culture is always going to change. You can never freeze it. Number one. Number two, there is absolutely no consistent culture across the United States of America. Again, like you're going to find greater differences between like one person in America versus another person in America, as opposed to like America versus a whole other country, right? Like if you take a gay dude from San Francisco and compare him to like some, you know, white farmer dude in like Georgia, these are going to be people that are it's going to be more different than like a fucking Somalian and somebody living in LA sometimes. Like the difference is going to be huge. So I don't believe in this idea of preserving this consistent American culture. People can come from all over the world and find some place in the United States that you can fit in. And the culture is always going to be changing anyway. You're never going to freeze it. It's never happened in any country in the world. So I don't know why that would be the goal. It's unrealistic. I feel like you're always doing this thing where you have problems in the world, and people do this all the time. People on the left do this. Women will blame the patriarchy for every single problem in life. Progressives will blame racism for every single problem with black people. And then conservatives, on the other hand, will blame like the media or Jews for everything. Or in your case, it's racial mixing. But the reality is that if we fixed all of your racial problems right now, we either exported all the black people, we curbed immigration, we did everything we wanted, all the same problems would still exist. You'd still have violence in inner cities. You'd still have the animosity between city and rural people. Absolutely. Getting rid of the racial minorities, getting rid of that stuff, that's not going to fix any of the problems in the United States. You're still going to have problems with the media. You're still going to have problems trusting the electoral process. You're still going to have problems between city people, rural people. It's all going to exist. It's just a cheap excuse that you use so that people can feel like they've got the one answer that solves everything. The same way that feminists blame men for everything. What?
To add on to what Destiny just said about you talking about how there needs to be a consistency of culture. Even with America, there was never a consistency of culture even after the Americans took over. I mean, the Europeans took over America. Because look at during the Civil War, there was a complete different culture from the South and the North. That's why they had a Civil War. So you're talking about we need to preserve it when there was never nothing to preserve in the first place because no one was ever in one mindset.
Okay, I'm gonna go Nick and then Don.
Okay, yeah. The thing is, I don't think anybody's. I said that. I said to Destiny's point. Destiny said, "Well, countries always change." Yeah, countries do change, but what we're talking about is tens of millions of immigrants in a generation. It's a big difference, and the change that would happen without tens of millions of immigrants is different than the change with all those people. So nobody's saying that societies don't change over time. I never said that societies don't change over time or vary in different places. Of course they do. But the problem is the erasure of the American national character. You could say that the national character is diverse. True. You could say that the national character has changed over time. Also true. What's happening now is not the American character changing over time organically. We're talking about, like, for example, 2 million illegal border crossings, 5 million illegal border crossings since Biden became president. We're talking about people that don't speak English. We're talking about people by the millions coming in from Asia that aren't Christian. We're talking about people that didn't share any kind of common experience. At least the Europeans all had a common experience. relatively speaking, in Europe. And at least the Americans that inhabited the American continent had it. What do you mean, what?
That is hold on. You have no understanding. Hold on.
Hang
That
on.
is.
Wait, no, you hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. This
right,
guy,
Only an American could say some retarded shit like Europeans all have the same history. It's one of the dumbest things you could. It's one of the most American things you could ever say.
History, but yeah, please jump in
my
with your
God.
low IQ rebuttals because your ideology is.
Sorry, that's my inner
stand
Cuban part
because
talking.
you're
My
an
bad.
atheist.
He's
30
85
seconds.
IQ.
30 seconds, and we go to Don. Go ahead, finish.
So the point is, obviously, Europeans have more in common with each other than they have with people in India. That's the point I'm making. It's a question about proximity. And so the idea is America is a certain way, and now it is being fundamentally transformed by millions of diverse people speaking diverse languages, diverse ethnicities, diverse religions, and America is going to be unrecognizable to everybody watching this right now within a century. And that's unacceptable.
Okay. All right. Yo, Gideon, tell that man to put on some pants. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I mean,
I will, Abba. I will.
Yeah, personally, what is destroying this country? What is country? And I'm sure you already had some preconceived notions about me. I identify personally as a very conservative person. I live in Texas. I'm a proud Texan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not align with majority of the liberal nonsense that you hear on TV. I love Matt Walsh personally, one of my favorite YouTube creators. The point I'm making though, but you're getting it wrong, Nick. You're looking at the people that are destroying this country. They look like you. They look. Who are these people? Are putting in these, the transgender, the LGBT agenda, the abortion agenda, all of these, abortion is literally glorifying murder. Those are white people that are creating these, and I'm not trying to villainize white people and say it's because they're white. It's because we lack God. It is because we have gotten away from God and His morality. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with race and all of that. If a God-fearing Christian, black, Asian, white, Hispanic person, they will all live together, and not one occurrence of murder will happen. Not one occurrence of theft. Why? Because they are faithful believers. And as God says in the Bible, you cannot be plucked from His hand. So yes, even though as Christians we sin and we're not perfect, but we don't consciously. We're not going to consciously go out of our way to commit heinous crimes against God. And so, with that being the case, if we had a society that was built on the morality of the Bible, then everything will be good. Everything.
He's about to say it's not people who look like him. He's going to say it's a different group of people.
Well, that's also true.
It's not really white people.
When you talk to very far right people, Jewish people and white people aren't the same thing. Just a heads up, they're two different groups.
It's true.
Wait. Well, okay. All right. First, we'll go to Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny.
Okay, I agree with you, Don. I agree with you. I'm a Christian. I call myself a Christian nationalist, and the thing. That's true. I am. I'm a Christian nationalist, and I agree with you that 90% of the problems are going away from God. The people that run the country are not godly. The people that run the country are not Christian. I say even the Republican Party is run by atheists, Jews, homosexuals. It's not run. It's not run by Christians.
And you look at their hero, right? In Donald Trump. Donald Trump does not exemplify Christian values. You know what I'm saying? But that is right now the Messiah of the right.
True.
See, I can be nuanced. It ain't.
Base.
You know what I'm saying? I can be nuanced. You feel me? So it's like, yeah, you look at a guy like Donald Trump, you can't as a Christian co-sign this dude. Even though it's clear he got way more sense than a guy like Joe Biden, and that's saying a lot. You know what I mean?
Destiny.
But my point is though, he's still not a good representative of this country. He's not going to lead the country in the direction that God wants it to go.
That's true. Hold on. I want to go to Destiny, then Nick again.
Oh, I had nothing to say. I think that Don is on some real shit here though, because God says, and we can do what?
You don't believe in God.
Well, that's okay. If he believes in God, I can quote him at him. In Acts chapter 10, verse 35 to or 34, 35. So Peter opened his mouth. So Peter opened his mouth and he said, "Truly, I understand that God shows no partiality, but in every nation, anyone who fears him and does what is right is acceptable to him." Then Peter began to speak. "I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism."
Wait, let me pull up the verse so I can read it with you. I don't.
Sure, but accepts from every nation the one who fears him and does what is right. I can link the verse for you, but yeah.
Yo, Nick, can I ask you a question real quick, man?
I pulled out my Quran, and he's definitely telling the truth.
I got 2 questions, man. First thing first, do you have any black friends?
I do.
You do? How many black friends would you say you have?
More than I can count. I have a lot of black friends. I love black people.
Can't be that. That's
My hero is black. My hero is Kanye West, who is black.
And I have one more question. So, with you being banned off of every platform, with you not even being able to have a Bank of America account, are you able to have a Wells Fargo or Chase account?
I banned from Chase. I haven't tried Wells Fargo.
All right, well, you can maybe try Wells Fargo. But,
your dead ass Chase is trash anyways. They did you a favor.
Well, no, Chase is good, man. Let's calm down. But with you being banned from all these different like platforms and everything, how do you support yourself? Like, I'm just curious about that. Like, 'cause I'm not gonna lie, me personally, I don't agree with anything you said today. I really don't. But I want to. You obviously there's people because I'm looking at this chat and it's sad. Like I'm seeing a bunch of W Nicks, but it's a lot of kids in the chat. So like you can never judge off chat. Once the video's posted, we're gonna see the paragraphs of people's real opinions, and we're gonna see what people really think.
Are you saying the YouTube comment section is more based than the live stream chat?
Oh yeah, man! Like bro, all these niggas say is
put an L for
W or L
right now. Put an L for Jadion, man. That
I'm not saying nothing. All they're saying is W or L.
Bro, brainwash, bro.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed. But then you live off chat, Sneeko. But back to you, Nick. I just
section. What's the difference?
I want to know, how do you support yourself, and how do you support yourself?
Well, I use I have my own live streaming platform, and I have my own super chat platform because I'm banned from all payment processors. So I get Bitcoin, and I have my own. I have a couple of platforms that I use because I'm censored from literally everything. Also, if you look up my name on TikTok, it will tell you that my name is a hate term. If you look up Nick Fuentes on TikTok, it will say that term is against our hate speech policy. So I'm like thoroughly banned. And you can't use my links on Instagram. Like, that's just how it is. But we have to create our own censorship-proof alternative. So this is my site. This is cozy.tv. It's censorship-proof streaming. And then I use a custom thing for Super Chats. That's how I support it.
Gideon, you're talking to Nick like it's so different than you. You were banned on Twitch. Destiny was banned on Twitch. Don was banned on Twitch. I've been copyright struck and banned for nudity.
Hey, I'm still on Twitch. You already know how we do, baby.
Fuck you, Emma. You sell out fuck.
I was banned on Twitch.
Listen, I
would also be banned on Twitch if I shook my ass naked.
I got my Bible. You know what I mean? We out here doing our thing.
Okay, you're gonna get banned eventually for reading the Bible. But can we?
No, he won't because it's a Quran. He's good.
You already know. I want to tell you guys about the one true God.
Like you heard what he said. Like this is like I'm trying to say this right now. The same thing that's happening to Nick right now is eventually what's gonna happen to Andrew Tate. Eventually they're gonna ban his hashtag because he doesn't have an account on anything. Bro, they got rid of Alex Jones. They got rid of him. Just because you don't have an account on something doesn't make you immoral from this stuff.
We're gonna shift the conversation. We need to make our own platform. You're talking as if like you're not someone who's banned too. They banned you on Twitch. There's 5 people banned here. Freedom of speech is dead, and creators need to start talking about this. Like Nick, really, if I listened to this whole call, I don't think he said anything that makes you want to cancel him. I think he's a good guy. He's saying, "Hey, I love everybody." Is he really being that?
Yo, that's crazy. That you're saying
Sneeko,
that.
Sneeko,
I'm not even gonna lie. If he had his way and he had, first off, you wouldn't even exist because you're the basis of an interracial marriage. So whatever kind of prescriptive ideas that he's got for the world, you are literally an individual that wouldn't exist in it. 1, 2. Yes, it is.
True,
because no. Let's be honest, Mr. Fuentes. Okay, you came on here and you said yourself that you are not for interracial marriage and that prescriptively you feel like it shouldn't be a thing within this society because you think it's bad for it. So if your vision of the world existed, someone like Sneeko, who you enjoy stream, wouldn't exist in this world. That's 1. 2, when he's talking about the fact that he wants like a white core, I find it interesting that there's a specific idea about a white core. Nick, would you not concede the fact that both white and black Americans that were imported here through slave trade are the genesis of this country and should have just as much hold. But I'm pretty confident that if Black Americans had a majority core, you would not be okay with it, correct?
Well, because America's not historically a majority Black nation.
But if it became one, but they have just as much claim to the country as the white folks, do they not?
Well, I think as the people that are in America, yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's say tomorrow they started overpopulating like crazy and then they became a majority. Would you be fine with it?
He's out of here.
Probably not, no.
He's out of here.
So why are you cool with that though, Sneeko? Like, I understand, like, bro, Nick, it's a lost cause. It is what it is. But it's like, bro, Sneeko, I think it's actually sad, bro. I feel like if your chat deadass wasn't saying W Nick this whole time, there's no way you would be writing his tip like you are this whole live stream.
Let's Sneeko respond. Go for it.
Even since I first started talking to him, I agreed with a lot of what he said. But I said that we disagreed because he's white. But I like the fact that he's sticking to what he believes.
Wait, you don't disagree because he's white? That's not true. Don't say that. That's not true.
No, I'm saying we can't agree on a lot of the stuff he's saying about race mixing. We just fundamentally.
Yeah, but that isn't because he's white. It's because he's a white fucking.
Okay, let me answer Gideon's.
It's a different thing.
Okay, let me answer Gideon's surface level like tweet responsive dick writing. Like that's a stupid thing to say. Nick and he agrees a lot about the bigger problems that are going on. What was your question? Like, if chat wasn't saying this, that I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be saying that he's right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be writing for him because you've been literally. There has not been one single thing that he said this entire stream. Which he said some crazy stuff this entire stream. There has not been one thing you were like, "All right, Nick, you're wild in there. I can't agree with you."
I did just now. I said like, if based on his philosophy, I would evaporate.
You didn't even say philosophy. You just said it based on the fact that he's white.
No, his philosophy. That's
okay. Okay, but look, Gideon, let's be charitable. Let's say he is talking about his philosophy. Okay. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not saying nobody can be friends, nobody can rock nobody, but you don't find it kind of crazy that the ideal world that he envisions is one in which you wouldn't exist in?
Not the ideal world, but the ideal country. And I think a lot of other countries would agree on that. I think Japanese people would say the same thing. Japanese people like, let's keep this country Japanese. There are people donating. Ethiopians are saying like, yeah, let's keep our country Ethiopian. Most other countries have the same sort of rhetoric, but you're saying it's sad, Gideon, because he's a white guy. And it sounds racist, but a lot of people in successful or people who really are nationalists about their country say the same shit. So I can't.
You don't think? I don't want to get like sentimental here, but you don't think there's something cool or unique about the idea that in any major American city you can like walk around and you can find Hispanic people, you can find all sorts of Asian people, Middle Eastern people, African people, European people that are all like working together, living together on the bus, on the subway, and Ubers. Like you don't think there's any unique success there that America can claim? That like, yeah, we probably should have been like, you know, Japan and been culturally homogenous or racially homogenous. Like, you don't think there's any value in that whatsoever?
Ideally, but it's not working. We've become too liberal, and you see the destruction of it. Like my city, New York City's it's got too liberal, too accepting of everything, doesn't have any core values, and it's falling apart.
Sure, and I can agree with you there, right? But that message that you just gave, you found common ground with a dude that's literally a white nationalist. So it seems like the problem isn't race. No, hold on. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that like you have an idea and you feel strong about it and you want to buck the system. And there are a lot of people that would agree with you that would say these are the exact problems we have, but it has nothing to do with race, right? It might have to do with how
you disagree with him completely. You
Wait,
want me
what?
to agree with you?
No, hold on. I'm not. I don't care who you agree with.
I mean, if I may interject.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that like you can find agreement with people that don't look like you. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if you agree with me or Nick. I'm just saying that you can find. No, I don't care. I'm saying
you said that you were gonna flip him. You said that you were gonna flip him.
That's what my chat says. That's not what I'm talking about. You can obfuscate as much as you want. I'm never flipping Sneeko. Okay, that's not my goal. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that like you can find huge groups of people in the United States that agree and disagree on things, but it doesn't have to be on racial lines. There's a lot of people that agree the system sucks, that COVID was fake, and blah 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 blah. And bro, you can find a lot of black people that think that. That's not an exclusively white opinion. I'm just saying like, yeah, look past the racial shit. I think it's a smoke screen that people put up because it's a clever excuse for everything.
I am trying to look past the racial stuff. You're saying that I agree with a white nationalist. You seem like you just contradict yourself in the same statement. Would you want me to look past it or what?
Boom. That's no. That was the point I was saying was that even for a guy that is a white nationalist, you both have a ton of agreement. So it undermines his point that the racial part is that important. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying the racial part is that important. I'm saying
I know you're not. He is. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying he was.
Who, Dion?
No. Nick Fuentes.
I don't think I ever said that black and white people can't agree. Like, what about what
Do you notice? Okay, fuck. I don't want to keep going because the other two. But like, notice how every time I make a point, he wants to run it as far as possible. I never said that you said they can never agree. But what you said was that white people and black people have fundamentally different core characters that are biologically determined, and that is so essential to you that you want to split them up into different countries. So if you want to act like a dipshit at every time. Hold on. Do you think that? well, if you just want to lie about what you said, that's
I want
fine.
to split. Okay, see, I mean, this is what you do.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. If you want to obfuscate, I mean,
To be fair, he didn't say that, but I get
he
what
said
you're
that he
trying
wants to maintain a racial majority of white people in the United States because the character and core of the United States should be whiteness.
Yes.
And he said that he would prefer in an ideal world if every country in the world was monoethnic and monocultural to maintain that core character because there are biologically essentially differences between the races. Yes?
Something between excluding
Okay.
other
But I
races
also
and
said-
maintaining a majority.
Yeah, and I also said that we live in the world and that countries are complex, and I said that every country has diversity and every country is multi-ethnic to an extent. I said, and we need to understand ourselves. We need to know ourselves to manage them. I never said I don't love other groups.
You literally said if you had a black roommate, you'd fight with them over the shower.
I didn't say that. I said that proximity creates conflict. I said, see, but there you go. It's totally dishonest. I said that proximity and difference creates conflict.
Okay,
That was an analogy to say
done.
that when you get lots of different people together in a close living quarters, they're more likely to fight than me and Don on this debate panel. That's what I said, and that happens to be true. And it's not about not liking other people. It's not about not loving your neighbor, not loving God. It's about, is America going to retain its character? And by the way, are both black and white people going to retain their claim to America as a home? Are we going to turn America into your experiment destiny where it's like, wouldn't it be interesting if we had all kinds of people walking around? Like, that's our home.
Hold up.
Maybe in the cities, but...
Hold up, before I pass on Don, I love it that you say that black and white people had to make a claim to their home, but then you're also at the same time saying how much of a claim black people can make depending on how much they overpopulate. You're fine with them making a claim to their home provided that white people stay the majority. To me, it sounds like, oh yeah, black people are included, kind of, but not to the extreme as they would like. I don't know, to me it just sounds kind of backwards. But
it's...
Okay, I'll let you quickly rebuttal and then we'll go to Don.
Yeah, I mean, there are other countries like this. Like for example, Russia. Russia has an ethnically Russian population core, but they also have Muslims. They also have all kinds of people. And those people are, they're not going to outnumber the Russians anytime soon, but it's equally their country. They have a history there. And the same is true of America. We talk about, what if America was half black? I mean, I don't know, but that's not happening. What is happening is that we're all being pushed out by massive amounts of immigrants who don't even live here. So I think it's just misdirection.
Okay. Well, listen, personally, I don't aspire to be Russia, but we all do feel differently. So, Don, go ahead.
I was just saying that really, what Destiny was saying and what Nick was saying, even what Sneeko was saying, it's all true to a degree, but ultimately I think it all misses the point. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that, as Nick is saying, that when you mix a bunch of different cultures together and people with different values, you're going to get conflict. But I do agree with what Destiny is saying that, yes, there is something incredibly beautiful about the multicultural nature of America. And when it does work, it's really cool. But ultimately, and Sneeko is not wrong for identifying that, yeah, there are countries like Japan that benefit from the fact of its homogeny. And Gideon is right for saying, yo, some of the stuff Nick's saying it sounds pretty racist. I'm not gonna lie. But the point is, Jesus is the answer. That's really what it all is gonna come down to. Okay. Jesus is the answer. If we can have the multicultural world and the lack of violence, if everybody can agree on 9 core moral laws, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we could all get with that, then everything's cool. Everyone can eat.
All right, Gideon, go for it.
I want to add on to that. So, Nick, you consider yourself Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's kind of the same thing. We'll just say for this argument, it's the same thing. So, I consider myself Christian too. So, I just want to ask you this: do you believe everything in the Bible to be true?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you believe everything from front to back, every page is holy, and it should be practiced, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So let's say, this isn't even hypothetical. The people in the area that Jesus was born are of darker complexion. It even says in the Bible that Jesus was a darker skinned man. You know about that, right?
Where does it say in the Bible he has a dark
Revelations chapter 1 verse 9. Revelations chapter 1 verse 9 says his skin was as bronze.
I don't say it's dark complexion. I think he was like Lebanese. I think he looks like modern day Lebanese people. So He looks like Mediterranean.
He has a complexion of, I believe it's called burnished bronze, which, if you look that up, that's about my skin complexion. If we're gonna be honest, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
But you know,
yeah.
But for me personally, I think this argument is relevant because his ideal world is ran by white people and his savior is dark. But that's besides the point. Let's say we get to heaven and it's a majority other races, and your king, your Messiah, is a darker skinned man, and there's more darker skin or other races more than white people. Is that gonna affect you being in the kingdom of heaven?
Jesus.
So you're saying if Jesus was black?
Not if he was black.
Full of black people. I disagree with that. I don't think he was black, but Jesus belongs to all of us. Jesus.
He does.
Yeah, so I think it's irrelevant what the color of the Son of God is.
So you don't care. So you don't. But it does say in the Bible that he's of darker skin.
Well, I don't think he was black. I said I think he looks Mediterranean.
He got that Sicilian pan. That's what he's.
I never said black. I'm not saying black. I'm just saying he's of darker skin complexion. So he's the furthest thing from white. He's the furthest thing from white. It even says he has hair like wool. So he didn't have your type of hair. He had, if anything, he had.
Who's hung up on race here now?
I'm not. But what I'm saying, it's not me being hung up on race. I'm not saying he's black. I'm just saying he's darker skin. I don't know he's Hebrew. That's his race. He's Hebrew. So we know his race right there. He's Hebrew and he's darker skin complexion. So what I'm asking you is, does that make you feel uncomfortable since you said darker skinned people and other, basically minorities are not as smart as white people? Like you said on average.
How do you feel about discovering that Jesus is black?
Well, he's not black. That's first of all.
Darker complexion.
Jesus was Italian, I think. Actually, I think he had white skin and green eyes like me. But here's the thing.
Diner.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't make me uncomfortable, and I don't think the two have anything to do with each other because we can measure IQ.
Okay, so it doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why does it make you uncomfortable now? So you just answered my question. It doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why is this? You literally just said that you don't. It's pride. It's pride in your home, and you feel like you were being kicked out of your home, being America with so many immigrants coming in. So you literally just said if it so happened that he was of darker skin complexion, there was more, minorities. In your opinion, minorities in the kingdom of heaven, it wouldn't bother you. So why does it bother you in this world, in America?
Because why would I be okay with diversity in heaven versus on earth? Because all the bad people are in hell. All the bad people. If we could create heaven, I'm with you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, just checking. Wait, so you think Jesus was white?
I think that he was Mediterranean.
Wait, I thought so. Can some Jewish people be
so
white
he was part of the Arab
I thought wasn't Jesus supposed to be Jewish?
I think that we're talking about what he looks like.
Well, no, but hold on. I'm curious. I thought you said Jewish people weren't white.
Oh, yeah. Don't you hate Jewish people?
Now I'm kind of wondering. Slippery Nick. Slippery on those ethnicities again.
Judaism, we could get into that. Are you ready?
Yo, Shabbat Shalom. Let's go.
Yeah, no, Jesus, you're right. Jesus was a Hebrew, and like other people at that time, he has that Eastern Mediterranean complexion, right? I mean, that's what they look like. But as far as modern day Jews, Jesus is not a Jew like modern day Jews are. And it's true because, if you remember, Jesus came and it was the Pharisees that said, "Oh, you're not really the Messiah. You're not really fulfilling the prophecies." But of course, he was. And so all the people that were the Jews of the Old Testament became Christians because Christ fulfilled the prophecies of the Old Testament.
What does that have to do with the race of Jesus? There's so much rambling.
See, this is making you uncomfortable, Destiny, because you can't name them. You can't talk about Jews. Is it because are they paying you off or something? That's why you have MasterCard still, right? So the Jews of today are very different than the Jews of the Old Testament.
Ethnically? I thought that's what we were talking about.
If you want to,
I thought we were talking about religion.
You have a MasterCard or Visa, you're being paid.
Oh, wait, we're talking about religion. You think Jewish is just religion? So there are no ethnically Jewish people.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. What is your low IQ?
Well, you're so slippery with the race thing. I just think it's very funny to me. It's just very funny to me how you like slide around on the race thing so much. It's like it's whatever you want it to be.
I'm not sliding around. I'm just trying to figure out what your.
I think the one of the truest observations of modern century like race realists or whatever is they're actually like the most diverse group of people in the world because you like any race can do whatever you want at any point in time depending on the argument you're having. I just think
there are a lot of Black and Hispanic race realists.
It's very interesting to me.
Right about that. We can agree on that, but. As far as but Jews of today, they're very different from what Jesus was.
Yeah. So what are the Jews of today? What's the difference?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. They follow the Talmud. That's the main difference. The religious.
Nick, be careful, bro, please.
Oh yeah, right. In Minecraft.
No. We need the truth to be spoken, right, Sneeko? Yeah. Do we not want the truth to be spoken? Why are you telling me?
It's truth in Minecraft. We can speak all the truth we want in a video game.
Yeah. Well,
we talk about it. Please.
Yeah, you kind of got scared a little bit, Nico. I haven't heard you interject once this whole time. But now that we're getting into the thing that got him banned from every airline, every credit card, I thought we is down with the system.
Sneeko wants to fly Delta. Leave him alone.
I fly Delta, Lydia, and I want to still be a bot like you to some extent. Nick's over here.
Okay, you know what? We got him on team.
He said he wanted to be a bit of a bot.
Yeah.
Hey man, we welcome you.
Nick, pussy, bro. Nick is you need to be a little bit of a bot to get some coochie. I want to fly bitches on Delta. I still want to go to the bank. You need to be a bot a little bit, bro. Fuck that.
Hey, welcome in the bot community.
Hey, welcome. You're turning into a bit more of an adult. I'm proud of you, brother.
Yeah, bro, that's the bot shit, is being fucking boosted up and being calm and taking your pills and going to therapy. That's the idea of maturity. I hate that shit.
So true. So true.
Hey, let me just appreciate.
You double boost the destiny.
Sneeko took one look at his AdSense last month and said, "Yo, 6 figures? I can't lose this bag. Where's that bot life at? Let me dip my toes in the bot waters so I can."
He wants to be woke, but not too woke. Not too woke. At least we know there's.
I want to say, actually, that's a really
Minecraft.
But that's a really good observation too, because a lot of people will ask. People like Sneeko. People will say things like, "Look at how corporatized everything has come. Look at how like safe YouTube has become for everything." But the byproduct of that is that creators are able to make a fuck ton of money because it's an ad safe, it's a corporate safe environment. So YouTubers on one hand will be collecting 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 a month off of ad revenue on YouTube, and then they'll turn around and be like, "Look at how disgusting and corporate safe this world is." If you don't want to be here, you can go to other platforms where you don't make any fucking money. But like part of that corporate safe thing has enabled people to make a ton of money working over here.
When I get banned, I'm hopping over to Cozy TV or another platform. For right now, I'm gonna get money. And did you know I have a fucking employee? I'm paying an employee to monetize my videos, bro. It's not easy to do this shit. They try to take down my shit on a regular basis. You think I can just go here and operate how I want? I'm here for the ads, bro. But as long as we're gonna talk about this stuff, we could talk about it in FIFA.
Okay.
Let's play some football.
Okay, hold on. I want to talk about something a little more positive. You know, we got Young Don, we got Jadion, right? We got Sneeko out here on these platforms, growing really large. As young, minority men, what do you guys envision yourselves doing with the wealth that you guys are accruing? What are some of the endeavors that you want to engage in? I know Sneeko wants to fly bitches out on Delta and smash 20 spiritual women. What do you guys want to do with you?
Man, you know what? First thing I want to do is, I love everybody in the world. I love everybody, but I do feel one of the biggest plights in the Black community is that we don't look out for each other. I do feel like there is a kind of sense of, when we make it, it's, come on, guys, I did it. You guys got to do it too. And, I feel like, as Black people, we have been dealt a bad card, but, how long can we use that excuse? So what I want to do with my money, what I want to do with my influence is, I'm trying to work with my city right now to get programs going where kids can meet their favorite influencers for free, where they can have fun in a safe environment. I have something. I'm coming to your hood soon, Nick. Yeah, I'm coming to your hood soon. I'm coming to Chicago. I'm going to be doing something great out there in Chicago. And I really want to look out for the Black community, and I really want to give back. And
you guys should sit down and do a face-to-face.
Just the Black community.
I'm good. I'm good.
So let's ask the young Black men on the stream about how they want to give back to the young Black kids and what Black people normally do.
Black people, man.
Yeah, but we're all but everybody's we're all the same and all this. Right?
Imagine if Nick said, "I just want to give back to the white community to make white people more
Thank you. Yeah.
Stronger."
Bro, I don't think there's a problem with looking out for your community. Every single race does it. White people look out for white people. Jewish people look out for Jewish people. Asian people look out for Asian people.
That's not true. Destiny's very open. He'll look out for any community, bisexual people. He doesn't care.
Well, no,
but
wait, hold
I
on.
don't think there's a problem with that, but I do think there's a problem when you won't help another race because of there being another race. I'll help another race any other day of the week.
Hold on. Abba is trolling the fuck out of you right now because he just screamed at me yesterday. This motherfucker comes on and gives me a 2-hour fucking debate on why black men shouldn't marry white women because as soon as they get rich, they dump all their money out of their community, okay? So fuck off with that shit, Abba. You know you think that's true.
Hey, listen, you know what? I wanted to do my best, Dr. Umar John. Yeah. Did a good job. So yeah, Don, what about you? What would you like to do with the wealth that you are now accruing?
I mean, God says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children, and so that's mostly where I'm planning to put my money into things that will help to take care of my offspring. On top of that, you know, I try to give back a good portion of my money to doing those things that God has commanded you to do, such as giving money to the poor and giving, you know, providing resources to those who are less fortunate than you, regardless of race. Part to me, on, you know what I'm saying, wherever I am, wherever homeless people are, the nearest homeless people, there's where I'm going. So
okay, yeah. All right. And lastly, I know Sneeko is getting sleepy because he got 20.
Ask me the question.
I did. You were last, so you're the last person. Go ahead.
Did you ask Nick? Did Nick answer?
No, I'm asking you, and then I'm going to go up afterwards.
Well, I want to buy my mom a house. I want to provide for my family more. I want to start. Actually, I want to start helping out Haiti and the Philippines specifically, two third world countries where my families are from. I think I can give some money there. I don't know exactly what for, and I know that a lot of like at the same time, it's good to say like, hey, I want to give back to the community, give money, donate to all these charities, but I know they steal a lot of that money. Like the Red Cross, the Clinton Foundation, it's like it feels good, and like you get to like sign your name on a list, and like look at how good of a person this is. But like, are you really doing anything? I want to provide for my family and the people around me. But I still have a lot of work to do before I start thinking about giving away money to like charities and stuff like that, bro. Like I'm about to pay off my student loan. Like I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like you're calling me a rich dude flying bitches out on Delta. And actually, I was just talking to Tristan, and I've actually talking to people like you and Destiny. Destiny was all about chemistry and like I love a queen. And I've been thinking a little more about the quality of women that I've been spending time with, and I think there's a good point to that. Even Tristan was on. He was saying like he wanted to keep playing the violin so that he could he can get some Russian ballerinas on his rotation. I've never even like considered that as part of a woman that's in my capacity to deal with. And you're right. A lot of the bitches like on Fresh and Fit, like, you know, Destiny talked to them. They're dumb as hell, bro. Yo, Destiny.
Hey, let's go, Destiny.
Oh,
you know what?
dude.
You proud Sneeko. We made him see a bit of the light. Sneeko's he's seeing more of the truth.
I just called women dumb. What are you yelling about?
Miami women dumb though. That's an improvement, okay? We don't consider that. I'm just kidding.
The majority of Western women are dumb and are brain.
Oh, okay, all right. Never mind. Forget everything I said, Chad. We fucked up.
It's W 5%. There's a very select few, but I want to spend more time. Maybe I actually don't. I'd rather have like 2 or 3 girlfriends. I don't want 20 spiritual crystal bitches on my squad. I just want 2 or 3.
Okay.
A wife and a couple girlfriends. That's all I need.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. Hold on. I want to go to Nick. Nick, with the wealth that you're accruing, what's in your future plans?
Well, I just like to grow my business and continue doing what I do. I'd like to invest, because I do invest, and so I'll probably go to move to Florida, build myself a studio, and then eventually start a family, and then do something in politics. That's the goal.
Yo! You trying to start a family? Let me ask you something, Sneeko. You can help me with this. What if we did an online e-date stream with like conservative Christian women and Nick Fuentes?
Beautiful.
That might be fun. I kind of like that, actually.
Make sure you actually follow up with the e-date, because we got people in here who say they're gonna do e-dates and then
nigga, you want to do this shit. You kept on adding people. First it was just you and me. Yeah. Then you added Abba. Then you added Nick. Then you added Destiny. Then you added Dawn.
No accountability, just like a liberal.
I'm just saying, ain't that what we all want to see? We want to see Nick Fuentes find love. You know what I'm saying? We get him with some good Christian conservative women, right? Preferably white. Absolutely needs to be white. Okay. And then we just line them up, and we see what it looks like.
Throw a black
kind of
Catholic
in
in there.
Good content. Black Catholic, yeah, that would be a real wrench in
there. A lot
there.
of super chats of people saying like who are supporting you. I got a lot of black people donating and super chatting saying like I'm happy my boy Nick on here. Like this is Bryson Gray. This dude's verified too.
No. These are 4chan people. They're not.
No. That Bryson Gray guy is a real human being. Believe it or not.
Okay.
Nah, yeah, he be donating my streams. Shout out Bryson.
You know what I'm saying? Jadian, you can't call me racist. I know a lot of black people, even personally.
Bro, Nico, I don't think you're racist. I'm just low-key disappointed in the fact, because I'm not gonna lie, I think Nick is a straight up racist. I really do.
I don't think so.
I think he's
Black people.
like,
I just want to say, I'm glad that
offered me to stay at his house, I would not trust Nick. I would think he's trying to kill me, poison me. Like, I would not trust Nick with my life any day of the week. But Sneeko, like, I know you. I like you, Sneeko. That's why, I like to talk to you, because I agree with you to a certain extent. I just think, you're on a war path right now. And I feel like we have good discussions whenever we do talk. So I'm just kind of, like, in awe that, like, this is, like, bro, like, and I'm sorry that a lot of people are saying this, but, like, old Sneeko, if you heard the shit that Nick was saying, you would drop a fucking 15-hour documentary series on this dude.
Nah. Yo, Sneeko, tell him. Sneeko, tell him.
Watch old Sneeko. I was talking about this shit. I was in 4chan when I was 14. I was reading Poll. I was reading all this shit.
Yeah.
Jones since I was 16. You don't even know what the old Sneeko is. You saw a couple TikToks by some white kids who don't get any bitches from 2019. Like, they have not grown at all. Dudes who play Fortnite all day, and then you believe the old Sneeko nonsense. I used to be even more alt-right. I used to be more alt-right when I was a teenager. I was reading all this shit. I just couldn't at it, and now I can.
Yo, deadass Sneeko. If you think Sneeko's like Red Pill now, back in the day he used to smack up women. This Marvel Volk was crazy.
I was beating the shit out of women, bro. And Bryson just donated more 20. He said, I'm a rapper too, and I like Nick. A rapper. Damn, son.
Yeah, he invited me to the cookout.
Oh my god.
I just want to say, back when I was growing up, it wasn't enough to have a black friend or a black fan. When did this change?
Nick, I'm having a cookout in Compton soon. I want you to fly out with that cozy TV money, and I want you to come out to Compton. And I'm gonna give you a huge stage, and after we do the cha-cha slide, I'm gonna let you hop on and like talk to the people in Compton.
Hold on. Jadian, are you gonna provide any security for him?
Oh nah, man, bro, he's good in every hood. Remember, he's the majority. He's the majority. He's in power.
Why would I need it? Black people wouldn't like attack me, right? Black people wouldn't like attack me for saying things that offend them. I wouldn't need security.
That's right. The same way, like, white people wouldn't attack us if we went into like some rural parts and started screaming Black Lives Matter, right? Like, nobody does that.
You got a point. Fair. Well, I don't think they would actually, but you got a point. Fair enough. I'll come to it. We'll hang out. We'll talk about things other than race.
Do you detest your Mexican side of you? Like, do you like actually hate it?
No. Why would you even?
Do you wish you could be Do you wish you could be 100% Italian or 100% whatever?
No, because then I wouldn't be 100% Nick Fuentes.
How do we get Nick Fuentes though? Like, how do we get you?
Well,
are you arguing for diversity there, that you wouldn't exist if it weren't for like some level of race mixing and shit?
Yeah, so we should bring in 30 million immigrants to America.
Well, how many did we have to bring in before you were born? You said it was over the past 30 years. You're what, 23 years old?
My ancestors are like 4 generations in America. But you're trying to obfuscate the point.
Why do you keep saying? Wait, can you explain specifically how am I obfuscating?
Why? We're trying to have a nice moment.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, run away from it. Okay. Obfuscate. He obfuscates everything.
Okay.
You've cracked me up a lot.
All right. Don, is there anything you want to add or chime in on?
I mean, yeah, no, I think I've said my piece. I think you all know where I stand.
Yes.
Well, what the solution is, the God pill,
I agree, Don.
Okay, I got a big question. Don, as you are now somebody who's become a soldier of God, you out here, fighting the good fight. How do you feel now that you are looking at the red pill from this new perspective? Is there some weirdness that you associate with it now?
Yeah, it's flawed. It's incomplete. It's a bastardization of the God pill, because what it does is there are truths that you do hear in the red pill. Let's isolate it, because I know when Sneeko hears red pill, he thinks about just like truth versus untruth. When I think of red pill, I think of dating, right? I think of the relationship spectrum.
Surface level stuff.
Not surface level. It's where the term became popular. The term red pill became popular.
Hold on. Sneeko, let him go, and then you go right after.
The Matrix. It's not really about dating, but okay. Yeah.
But either way, even the other things that you speak of, like in terms of truth versus untruth, it is also derivative from the only truth that matters. And so, yeah, when I look at the dating community's red pill, you look at how, okay, a woman should be submissive, right? They will say things like that. The Bible will say the same thing, but here's a difference. Someone like Andrew Tate will endorse adultery, right? He will endorse treating women a certain type of way, Whereas in the Bible, it tells you to love your wife the way Jesus loved the church, and Jesus gave his life for the church. You know what I mean? So when you look at that, it tells you to be merciful, forgiving, loving, kind to your wife. You know what I mean? So patient above all things. Well, not above all things. Well, a part of that. You look at how guys are told to treat women to acquire that submissive nature. It's oftentimes very, unloving. It's very cold. It's very mean. And it's done in a way to make them feel less than. Whereas, what a woman should see in you to want to submit to you is a godly nature. Like, man, this is such a good man. How could I disrespect him? You know what I mean? That's the kind of energy that you get when you take the God pill, as opposed to the red pill, where, it's so contingent on all these other factors that they talk about. And red pill community, you're well aware, you lose all your money and all your status, yet relationship could now be in jeopardy. Versus when you look at it from the perspective of a Christian, a woman is obedient to her husband when the two are Christian, not because she thinks she's supposed to be obedient to him, but because she's obeying God, and God commands her to be obedient to her husband. But her husband is commanded to treat her a particular type of way,
Okay, so Sneeko, I know you feel like he doesn't have the right definition of the red pill, but what do you say to what he's just said right now in regards to the approach to women? How different it is between the red pill and the God pill? What is your reply to that?
I think they go hand in hand. If you look in the Bible, all the men with status had multiple wives. All the most powerful men had multiple women.
And look what happened to them.
Hold up, Jadian, let him finish.
What happened to them?
Look at King Solomon. Look at King David.
What happened to him?
Do you not know the story? Don, I feel like you're a little bit. Can you tell him about King Solomon?
Yeah, no.
When he had multiple wives, 500 concubines.
He had harems. He had multiple, hundreds, maybe thousands of concubines. Multiple wives, and he wrote the book of Proverbs, and in it he lamented. He talked for an entire book. He wrote the book of Proverbs is mostly about warning young men against pursuing sex, promiscuity, adultery. He was like, yeah, because King Solomon, this is what he asked God for, right? He was very, very wise, right? He asked God for wisdom, and so God made him the wisest man to ever live, and whoever shall will live. In doing so, he had enough knowledge to gain a lot of wealth. And so as a result of that, as he got older, he decided that he wanted to test out all the various ways in life that people try to is there a feedback coming from?
No, you don't. You're good. You're good.
All right. Test all the ways to experience joy. And in doing so, he went down the road of promiscuity and concubines and multiple wives. And after he wrote a book on it saying, this is not it. This is horrible. And so, so there's that. But then it's not true that every powerful man in the Bible did that, right? You look at Abraham, you look at Isaac, you look at Joseph, you look at Jacob. These are men with one wives, what I'm saying?
Adam.
Okay. I want to let Sneeko respond. How do you feel when you hear all this stuff?
Man, you kind of meat watching, but do you? I think we can fuck. I want to fuck.
No, Sneeko, you did not just quote the Bible saying all these motherfuckers have multiple wives, and then we were like, actually, that's not how it is. Like, yo, stop meat watching.
But I'm not a Christian, bro. I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. I like aspects of different religions. So you're quoting the Bible and stuff like that, but that's not what I follow. I like a lot of stuff.
Then why'd you bring it up?
That's what people are going
Because Christianity is an aesthetic for red pillars. They don't actually believe in any of the shit. They just say that I like God, but I'm spiritual, but I don't have a denomination, and I don't go to church, and I don't follow any of the tough rules. They just pick and choose the things that make them feel
the girls
best.
that talk about astrology.
Kind of a
You
dumb.
diss the girls that talk about astrology all day.
Okay.
Hold on. Destiny, you just said a bunch of nonsense. First of all, if Myron was a former Muslim, I think he's still a practicing Muslim. Tate, a lot of the times he aligns with Muslim practices. Me too. But the religion I wanted to convert to when I was a kid was Islam. So you're saying that we use Christianity? I didn't even bring up Christianity. I bring up God, but that doesn't automatically mean Christianity.
When you say so. God is somebody that exists, and I think in order to have a relationship with him, you need to have some form of denomination or structured thing that you exist within in order to have that relationship with God. If God is just somebody that you quote to
okay, but I disagree with you.
That's fine that you disagree, but any truly God-fearing person has a structure in their life that they've incorporated God into.
I'm not a God-fearing person.
Then you don't believe in God.
Why do you quote that? Why do you quote God if you're not a God-fearing person? Why would you quote someone you don't fear? Fear is respect.
Hold on. Sneeko. Earlier, you said in the Bible, and then you went on to list the fact that people have multiple wives. They corrected you on that.
Don is Christian, and he's saying this stuff.
Okay, but you recognize that what you're saying is wrong about the Bible and how they view having multiple wives. No?
I thought that most of the most powerful men in the Bible always had multiple wives.
They did, and then bad shit would happen.
No, but it's not true that most of them did. And also, at the end of the day, God constantly spoke against it. God constantly spoke against adultery. You know, at least from the time of Moses, it was undeniable. But even prior to that, there were instances where, you know, men would have children with other women, and there was always repercussions for that. You know, or adultery would be committed, and there were always repercussions from that. You know, it doesn't take long. It's by the second book of the Bible that thou shalt not commit adultery was established. So you don't have too much to look at in terms of text before you get a very clear opinion from God on how he views men sleeping with women who aren't their wives. So yeah.
So I'm not married, so
no, but
go ahead.
Also, I mean, I'm not. If you wanted to look at it from the Christian perspective, you don't have to be married to commit adultery. Any man who lusts after a woman has already committed adultery in her heart. So in his heart. And so, yeah, that's already breaking that commandment. You know what I mean? You don't have to be married to commit adultery, is the point I'm making. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right. How do you feel about the God pill, Sneeko? Are you with it, or are you more? You still feel like
red pills are hand in hand. I think what I find, I don't even think that it's worth identifying ourselves with pills. Like that's what mostly I talk about in my videos. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that's the core thing I follow is the red pill. I just like seeking truth through funny. I like to go find the truth, and usually it comes from the funniest people. That's like I believe in. Ultimately, I think my philosophy is comedy is funny. I think if you follow that, you can never really be derailed. Because it's just spreading joy. It's just people laughing. You can't really go wrong in that. That's what
okay. But do you agree that like your way of spreading joy is also spreading misery to many?
Yeah, bots, pussies. But eventually, like they'll wake up. They'll feel better.
Okay, so it's not joy for the majority. It's joy for the people who are like not.
It is joy for the majority, but it's people actually. You're saying that it spreads misery. They like it. They're entertained by it. People like having an emotional reaction to jokes. That's wrong. It's not really spreading misery. That's entertainment to bots.
Okay, all right.
Misery, whatever.
I think the God pill is the ultimate red pill. Frankly, I think Christianity is because I did the same thing. I was a truth seeker. I sought truth through funny in the same way, and it led me to God, and it specifically led me to Catholicism. That's where I wound up. So, I mean, I know we got involved in all the race stuff, but I think that it's funny that I don't want to get back into that, but I agree with Don that if we're going to have any semblance of coherence and cohesion in society, it's going to come from the only thing it's going to come from is Christianity. And that is the source of everything that's wrong in the country. That's the source of the spiritual crisis, is the general amorality or immorality of people. It's a fact that we're not being led by Christians. We don't have moral Christian law. We don't have Christian education. That's at the heart of almost all the problems. That's the problem with conduct, is it's not governed by religious law for people. So
I'm not gonna lie, that's the first thing I agree with Nick on.
I don't want to get into the race
because I mean I feel like because Destiny, you don't believe in the Bible, right?
Not directly, no.
But I feel like if any logical person does read the Bible and doesn't add their 2 cents into it and doesn't try to change things, if you look at it point blank for what it is, if you were to follow it, it would be a cohesive, peaceful world. Okay. But the problem is there's so many other religions, and then not only the fact that there's so many other religions, there's so many other different, like, there's basically a bunch of different religions in the Bible itself, because so many people want to make their own opinions and pull their own things out of it. Like when I went to the most racist town in America, they literally believe that the beasts that were made on the 6th day are people that aren't white. So, I think that's a whole different religion in and of itself.
I feel like of all the major religions in the world, at the very least, your 3 big ones, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, like all of these religions, as much as people like to fight amongst them, they're like 95% similar in terms of the moral teachings that they have.
They have the same, it's the God of Abraham. But,
I mean, arguably, all 3 worship the same God, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, like, arguably, you have like the same core moral teachings. And even if you venture outside of those and you go to like Buddhism and Hinduism, like the moral teachings are all going to be roughly similar. I think as long as you have some religion that's like a major religion, if it survived this long, the moral teachings are probably mapping on to something good or real that leads to like human happiness. As long as you're doing your best to like adhere to whatever religious principles you say you have, probably going to be doing okay. I think that's generally true.
Okay.
And it probably make for a better world. Yeah.
Sneeko, this is from one of your live streams. I know recently D'Angelo, the creator, came back and you'd reached his video where he talked about mental health issues, and you had a lot to say about that video.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I bring up some stuff just as a starting point for
go ahead.
Okay. So D'Angelo talked about the fact that after taking a hiatus from YouTube, he was pretty sad. He was depressed. He was dealing with a lot of mental health issues. Yeah. And you, in watching him, talk about this stuff, cry about it, you felt a lot of different ways. One of the things that you kind of start off with is we shouldn't encourage people crying or saying this kind of stuff online. If you're sad, get over it. These are just some quotes I took together. Do you still feel that way? And if you do, why?
I think you get too much validation for talking about your mental health and crying and getting depressed. I think you could cry in a video and say I have mental health problems. Twitter made me sad. I needed to take a mental health break because I was on Twitter too much. And they do that because liberals will all go in the comments and be like, oh my God, feel better. Oh, I'm so glad you're opening up. I'm also sad. I'm also sad. My therapist told me this. And all it does, you think that it's getting over your mental health, but all it does is encourage it more and more. It gives you a sense, it gives you dopamine that other people are like validating your mental health problems. When reality is your life hard, you're a successful YouTuber, you stream all day, your life is fucking easy. You have the easiest job ever, you have the best job ever, and Twitter made you sad? Get over it, pussy.
So what would you say about people like Etika?
Oof.
I think he actually did have some mental health problems.
So what's the difference between Etika and...
Oh man! Just say he did it because he was a pussy. Be honest. Be consistent, dude.
Bro, you can't switch up like that, bro.
Man,
that was
what
bad.
the fuck?
That was bad.
That guy seemed like he was actually deranged. You're laughing right now at the sky, but fucking D'Angelo Wallace was just on Twitter too much. He was doing cancel culture shit all day. He was researching celebrities and trying to cancel people consistently. That shit made him sad. If you're the voice of cancel culture, you spew that much negativity, obviously it's gonna come back to you. If you're on a moral high ground constantly, eventually you're gonna be like, oh shit. If you're constantly trying to, you can't say this, deplatform this, cancel that, you're gonna be sad. Etika seemed like he was going down the wrong path, and I think he was actually going insane. D'Angelo Wallace, bro, you're just on Twitter too much. Get over it.
Let me try to bridge this, okay? Because for a lot of my life, I agree with you. I rail against these people. I shit on these people constantly. I used to fight with these people all the time. And when I say used to, I mean like a month and a half ago. I used to do this all the time. And there's something that I know in my head to be true. And it took somebody else pointing this out to me. When people engage in this hardcore cancel shit, when they do this stuff, more often than not, these are fucking miserable people. I don't know if you guys have ever, like...
It's your people, Destiny.
Have you ever... No. If you don't think any of your audience is miserable, you are more delusional than anybody can imagine, okay? Here is the reality. It's not just cancel people, okay? If you ever have the opportunity to dig through a hater's profile on the internet, every single time, their lives fucking suck. So bad that I have always wanted to go in and I feel bad. I'll get some dude, he'll call me a virgin, he'll be fucking homophobic, whatever phobic, all sorts of shit on me. And then I'll start digging through his profile, and this dude's got like a YouTube channel with 250 videos with 7 views each. And half the views are his family, like trying to support him, right? Like more often than not, these people are sad as fuck. When you come at it from that perspective, and then you start seeing how people act online, I think that you can have a little bit of compassion, as hard as it is, and trust me, it's fucking hard, that when you see people acting out, they're doing their cancel culture shit, they're doing whatever, because more often than not, these people are fucking losers in life. And the only validation that they get is going online and crying about their problems or bullying other people. And it's not good. They shouldn't do it. But like, it's like the bully that you find at school who, when you go to his house, you see he's getting like molested by his fucking dad or whatever, right? You can have some level of understanding where it's like, yeah, the behavior's fucked, but maybe the solution isn't to just constantly shit on these people, because every now and then you might hit on somebody that's not a cancel culture nerd, but it's an Etika, and then they kill themselves. It's like, well, fuck. Like, maybe I didn't need to go that hard on every single hater that I found online. That's what I think.
With you. I don't think it's my responsibility if somebody deletes himself. Like, I just... You know,
yeah, it's a fun
hurts your feelings. Like, bro, what do you want? You want me to feel bad about that?
You don't have to do anything.
Hold on. That's it. Let him finish.
Okay.
Yeah, you want me to have compassion for people who want to take away my platform.
I mean, you're talking to somebody that's been deplatformed, right? I just got banned off Twitch.
I have compassion. Yeah. You know how many times I've been almost canceled? Fucking, exactly. I don't think there's anybody in this room that has caught more shit from other people. At one point, I literally had every single blue check mark on fucking Twitter on my ass. But if anything, so I feel like if anything, I could talk to most about compassion, you know? Fucking even today, H3H3, I felt like he was exhibiting liberal racism to the fullest. And then you know, my editor made a joke and made a joke title, and then he made a whole video, you know, talking about me. And I still hopped on his stream and I had a civil discussion, you know. I didn't go in there shitting on him. I didn't go in there bringing him down and stuff. And, you know, like, you know, I'm not trying to diss on Ethan or nothing, but it's known that he's on antidepressants. It's known that he's depressed. And, you know, I hope he gets rid of that spirit on him. But, you know, when I hopped into the call with you earlier, Sneeko, you wanted to hop on his show and shit on him even more. And you literally joke about him being on antidepressants. And it's like, if anything, H3's done more harm to me than he's ever done to you. I don't even know if he's talked about you on his platform yet. No. But so he's not even talked about you, and you still want to go shit on. Isn't that hater behavior?
Yeah, I want to make fun of him. I want to shit on him. He used to be a comedian. Maybe that's going to ignite the funny back instead of like, bro, he's going brain dead from these antidepressants and cancel culture. He talks so slow. It sucks. So I want to go on, roast him, get him triggered, and maybe the old Ethan will wake back up again. Roasting is good. Bullying makes people better.
We were me and Sneeko, we be talking on the phone like when we're not streaming, and we were talking. I'm gonna tell. Is it cool if I tell you what we talk about on the phone, Sneeko?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so we were talking about it, and he was showing me how people on his Reddit, all it is just straight hate, literally paragraphs. Like, they write full-page essays. And I saw that, and I felt empathy for him, and I was like, Sneeko, bro, are you okay, man? Like, having nothing but something where it should be nothing but positivity. I was like, bro, is this like getting... And he was like, yeah, it does a little bit, you know? Like, I don't want to always get shit on.
Did I say that?
That's literally what you said, bro.
I said, fuck them. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay.
Seriously.
Okay.
But that's literally that's what he told me. He was like, "Yeah, it gets to me a little bit, you know." And that's when we were talking about you being the villain. I was like, "Bro, you don't always need to be the villain." And you were like, "Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be the villain, but I feel like someone has to be."
No, what I said was people like to hate watch. I don't want to be the villain, but I understand there's a lot of people online, they treat it like murder documentaries. They want to find somebody that they disagree with or that disagrees with their ideas, and they want to write essays. They like to watch and analyze and psychoanalyze and try to get in my head, tell me to go to therapy, type an essay about why I changed, try to figure out. They treat it like I'm a character on a show. It's not that I want to be the villain. I just understand that that's entertainment for a lot of people.
Okay,
so, hold on. I don't want to give him compassion and empathy because it's fuck it. At the end of the day, it's just entertainment. And
you in that moment, you said it got to you a little bit.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay.
Sneeko,
finish with your point.
I got into this because I wanted to be a comedian. I really wanted to be a stand-up comedian. That's why I started doing YouTube. So at the end of the day, if I'm entertaining people, my job is being done. If they could type what I told you, what I remember is if they could write a whole fucking essay about a stream, which they're probably doing right now in the comment section, if they could type a whole paragraph longer than their homework and not make any money out of it, they were entertained.
Hold up. I gotta push back on something. You constantly come up here talking about you're spreading the truth, that you're changing people's lives. You want to make them hustle. You want to make them do all this stuff. I get that you also want to crack jokes, but we need to stop doing this whole thing where you come in on the comedian angle to kind of like obfuscate any kind of responsibility that you have. Because it does sound, okay, when you hear you talk like, I'm just here to entertain. That's not true. You're not just here to entertain. If you're being honest, you're here to spread the truth, to open people's minds, to push men to do better. That's not what a comedian does.
But who's your favorite comedian? Patrice, right?
Sure.
Patrice O'Neal and Dave Chappelle. Got Dave Chappelle, give me that $100 bill over there on that wall. The best way to get to truth is through comedy.
Okay, I don't disagree, but you need to stop doing this whole thing where you're pretending like you're just here to do comedy. That's not what it is. You're actually here to change people's lives and open their eyes to the truth.
But like, you're saying all this shit, bullying and stuff, and then you're like, hey, at the end of the day, it's just a joke, guys. I'm just joking. I'm here to entertainment. It's all entertainment purposes. It's like you can say the most fuck shit in the world, but then when people are getting onto you, it's like nobody in this world can take a joke. Like, what's up, guys? Like, I'm just here joking.
Sneeko's right, because you have to be offensive in order to be funny, in order to be interesting. Like, the way that people want to have it in society now is where nothing is offensive and nobody's feelings get hurt. And you know what you get when you do all of that? You wind up with like what we have with SNL. You wind up with Joe Biden. You wind up with what we have on TV. Everything sucks because of that. So I think that in order to be a great person, in order to be a great man and a great thinker, you have to be reckless sometimes and offensive and provocative and hurt people's feelings. I think that's part and parcel of it. And I think that if you're too... We all have some responsibility, but thinking too much about your responsibility to other people, it prevents greatness. It prevents It prevents progress. It prevents people from doing anything and saying anything interesting. So I totally support it, even though I don't even agree with everything Nico says. When he says like, I want to have a harem, it's like, I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's provocative. Same with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate promotes porn. I think porn is one of the most evil things in society. But Tate also says other things that are provocative and get people thinking, and it's different. It's better than Hassan. It's better than all this other garbage we have to swallow every day. So
I think that the problem,
I think you got to go off.
I think the issue that we run into, and this is funny because earlier people were talking about like level 1 takes, right? To say that comedy is just like telling jokes is not true, right? One of the like underlining and maybe the defining aspect of some of the best comedians is that their jokes contain huge nuggets of truth in them. Oftentimes that's why they're funny. So I think the issue is that when you start making observations in a funny way, which is what comedy is sometimes, and then when somebody's like, man, they're not saying your comedy is offensive. They're not saying that your jokes are bad. What they're really saying is, I disagree with your observations. That's what they're really saying when they have a problem with the comedy. So when you back up from that point, you're just like, oh, well, it's just jokes. It's like, okay. Like if I were to hang out with any of the other people in this call besides Nick, and I were to constantly tell like black jokes all day long, just racist black jokes, and then you guys were like, hey, that's kind of like, it feels kind of shitty after a while. I'm like, bro, it's just jokes. Why are you upset? It's just a joke. It's just a joke. The problem isn't the joke, and it's not the offensiveness. It's that at some point you're going to get this underlying thought that it's like, damn, bro, it kind of seems like you just hate black people, right? Or we might not talk about racial jokes. It might be any type of humor where after a while it's like, man, it kind of seems like you're just an asshole. It seems like you're a shitty person. It seems like you're kind of a piece of shit. But you can't just hide behind that like, well, it's just jokes all day. I think is the point.
What do you want me to do? Apologize?
No. My point, Nico, is I think there are points is, at least mine. You know me, I do stand-up. I've been doing stand-up for a very long time, okay? And I love what comedians are doing online in terms of telling their jokes fine. That's great. But I think there's a giant difference between the portions where you're clearly telling jokes and just being humor, and then other times where you're just straight up talking to your audience. Like, there is no joke in the middle there. There is no, ha-ha, there's a punchline. I'll defend anybody to their death if that's what they're doing. But oftentimes I see comedians just literally having 1 hour political rants, and then when they get critiqued on it, they're like, oh, no, I'm just here to entertain. I'm like, no, bro, you didn't do a single setup. You didn't do a single punchline. Yeah, I don't mind if you want to.
Critiquing, they're trying to deplatform you. It's not critiquing. They're saying that I'm a loser. I'm an incel. They're saying throwing these words. I'm homophobic. I'm transphobic. I can't be on these platforms. I'm harmful. I'm the enemy. Bro, someone tweeted the other day, Stico's a loser, LMFAO. It got 20,000 likes. It was like the highest liked tweet on this guy's. That's not a critique.
But it was funny. That's why 20,000 people liked it. Because it was funny.
I don't even mind if they want to come out and say.
But what do you mean? It was funny. 20,000 people liked it, so obviously it was funny.
Hold on.
The joke is that you're a loser. That was the joke.
Okay,
it was comedy.
Hold on.
True. They know I'm a loser.
But hey, I guess 20,000 people do. So obviously there's humor in that.
Okay.
They can
it's like 20,000 people in here, like hearing you say that H3 is on the present. Like, I don't see the joke in that, but to you, that's the joke. So 20,000 people like it. So 20,000 people on Twitter think that you're a loser. So that obviously, it's comedy. Hey, all he has to do is back up and say, hey, Sneeko, man, I was making a joke.
That's a dumb argument. The truth is, H3's on antidepressants that he doesn't need to be. The truth is, I'm not a loser, and people say that, but they want to bring me down. The point is, when I got fake jumped when I was doing a movie and I posted a picture with makeup, the amount of people who were celebrating it and like really wanted me to die was alarming. And I got screenshots of everybody. All the tweets went viral. These replies got thousands of likes. People saying it should have been a bullet. People posting celebration gifs for the fact that they thought I got hurt in the subway. They thought somebody jumped me. Even in my fucking subreddit, somebody took a picture of me like walking outside of a mall and posted it on the subreddit. And in the comment section was saying, yeah, it'd be funny if he got jumped because he defended Myron on Fresh and Fit. So fuck those people. I'm here talking and they literally want me to die. Fuck that. That's not critiquing.
You're not just talking. What are you saying?
He's free thinking. Let his man free think.
They want me to die. They want me to die.
Okay, I think they're wrong. I think everybody on your Twitter, on those I think they're scumbags. I think they're the scum of the earth. I don't think they're no good. I think they should be condemned. I think their platform should be taken away because you should not act like that. But when you really look at it, you do the same thing.
Hold on.
The difference is I'm trying to entertain and I'm trying to further thought. I'm trying to make people think, and these people just want me to get hurt. They're not critiquing. They're not providing valuable criticism. They're just saying you're a loser. They're just saying get hurt. They're saying you're a misogynist. That's not criticism. That's just nonsense words to try to get me canceled.
So, Sneeko, real quick. when they see you online laughing at somebody who's saying they're having mental breakdowns, that they're depressed, that they've had suicidal thoughts for quite some time, okay, and basically minimizing what they're doing, they're seeing you try to commit harm to somebody else. You're pretty much invalidating what they're saying and saying it's not real.
Somebody committing harm.
That's
not laughing at somebody who shouldn't be depressed, who thinks they're depressed. That's not committing harm. That's like, it's like, lighten up.
How are you? Who are you to say who should or shouldn't be depressed? Isn't that like a pretty high bar?
Yeah,
should be depressed. Nobody should be depressed. Why should you? Why would you want to be depressed? You shouldn't be depressed.
Okay, so then wait. So then why was Etika depressed?
He had, but he shouldn't have been depressed. It's a better life if you're not depressed.
Yeah. Do you think depressed people don't know that?
A lot of depressed people, a lot of the libs that like are on your side watching your stream will adamantly defend depression until they die. They want to be depressed because they don't want to improve. Etika was lost, bro.
I don't know if there are people that want to be depressed, or the people that
Yeah,
truly
no,
are. I'm sure there are some people.
Absolutely are.
I'm sure there are some people that like
It's
to.
an excuse.
People love depression because they don't want to take accountability. They don't want to work. That's liberals. That's why they get fat. That's why they take antidepressants. They don't, and that's why H3H you can't even fucking debate. They're pussy. They don't want to have any confrontation in their life. They just want to take pills and have someone tell them all their problems are not your fault when they really are.
So do you feel like for people, depression is a choice?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That happened to me too. I was depressed and I was in college. I'm like, wait a second. I'm in a first world. I come from a middle class background. I could go on the internet and make money right now. I'm just not uploading videos. I shouldn't be depressed. Why would I want to be depressed? I'm laying in bed. Bro, the decision is get out of bed. And people don't even want to take that accountability anymore. I'm in bed. Get up, pussy. I'm tired of that shit.
Okay. All right. Yo, Don, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Don, I know you wanted to speak. I didn't want to leave you out. You want to go?
No, I was just wondering, at first what we were even getting on Sneeko about, in regards to what he said. Like, you were saying something along the lines of, oh, he has something that, like, an idea, a concept he was standing on, and then when he gets pressed about it, he says, oh, it's just entertainment. I was just trying to ask what that was, because I personally haven't seen that happen.
Seen him.
So you were saying that there are people out there who will say something that's risque, right? And then when they get pressed online, then they go guys, I'm a comedian.
Oh yeah. This happens all the time. There's a guy right now. His name is there's a creator named Def Noodles who's just out here calling people pedophiles and say whatever they look like, and then they'll obfuscate by saying, "Oh, I'm a comedian."
Yeah.
In Sneeko's case, sometimes I'll watch the stream and man, she's like out here, he's going in, he's spreading the truth, red pill, not always in a joking manner, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But when he's getting critiqued on some of his takes, he falls back oftentimes on the I'm an entertainer, I'm just here to spread joy or humor. I'm like, that's a bit. You've not said numerous times that you're just here to entertain.
When have I done that when somebody criticized me fairly? I don't remember ever doing that.
When we were talking about Tommy Innit and you were talking about bullying needs to be reinstated, and I was like, bro, what are you over here talking about? It's like, and then you said, hey man, I'm just joking. Like you still agree with what you're saying. We're not saying that you're backing off of it, saying that it's not valid. Like you still agree with what you're saying, but you're saying it in a joking manner.
The guy that you're talking about, the pedophile. He's trying to discredit everything he's saying. What I'm saying is true, but I'm still joking too. I'm still trying to entertain. But yes, bullying is good. It makes you a better person.
Okay. So can we not just focus on your take? Like, we don't really care if you said it in a joking matter or not. You truly believe that bullying is good. So that's all we want to talk about. But then if you just shield yourself and say, well, I'm just joking, it's like, well, we don't really care about the fact that you're joking.
I'm not shielding myself from that.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Don, does that answer your question?
Yeah, talking about I guess the only thing the only thing I would guess if I were to ask Sneeko, I don't feel like I agree 100% that that's what Sneeko is doing, but relevant to this particular conversation, wouldn't you say that the people who were wishing all of those like ill things against you, that was a form of bullying? Wouldn't you say that wasn't
What's a form of bullying? Telling me to die?
Yeah.
That's a form of bullying for sure.
Okay, that's too far. Bullying is banter. That's wishing death about somebody. I don't think that's bullying. I think that's just pure hatred. Me saying that H3H should get off antidepressants, that's bullying, but I don't want him to die. I want him to be better. But you know, a lot of the people on the left, if I died, they'd start celebrating. There's a difference between bullying and then just hating on somebody. Those are two different things. You can't equate those.
Okay, all right, and that's fair. I've never heard you call for the death of somebody, nor have I ever heard you you know, I would be surprised to ever see you like celebrating someone's death.
I would never do that.
So
yeah, do that.
I was just curious. I was just curious to see if you felt like that. But I hear what you're saying. But you don't mind people, you know, coming at you, calling you all the things they're calling you. Like you feel like that's good too.
Yeah, name calling is fine.
Okay.
Name calling's fine.
Cool. I want to just bring it back to something he said earlier, and I want to kind of just centralize the conversation on that. Do you guys, does the rest of the panel here believe that depression is a choice?
Well, I think that you have to separate out what you mean, because there are people that are experiencing grief, and that's due to circumstance. That's due to, you know, that somebody dies or something bad happened to them, and it's like largely circumstantial and sort of understandable. You have people that are mentally ill, and you have to admit that there is this entire vocabulary now and this movement about mental wellness and mental health, and you have a lot of young people that. And this is, I think, to Sneako's point, there's really no reason to be depressed, but this has become a cudgel. You have this whole generation of histrionic people that everything is depression, everything is mental illness. A lot of people are just toxic, and then they say, oh, I'm like bipolar, oh, I'm like something else, oh, like I'm a lazy piece of shit, but that's because I'm like depressed. And so, unfortunately, for the people that actually are experiencing grief or are experiencing something that requires like a clinical intervention, they're hijacking that vocabulary to describe being lazy, being some other kind of thing. You know, sometimes people are just careless and don't want to take accountability for their actions. So, and it is largely driven, it's largely like a female thing. Even when I was in high school, this kind of started where I put out a tweet when I was like 17. I was like, mental health days for pussies or something like that. And everybody flipped out. How would you feel if someone killed themselves? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, obviously, everybody is histrionic. Everybody's on pills. Everybody's got some mental disorder. So we either have to believe that everybody legitimately has like something went wrong in the past 20 years and now everybody has some kind of real disease, or this is something that this is sort of like a mass hysteria. This is something that everybody's buying into. It's the trendy thing, which I think it's the latter. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in?
I mean, I think I would say depression is obviously like a real thing for whatever the causes are. Obviously, it's something that we have to address or figure out. But the thing is that like just like bullying people doesn't seem to fix anything, right? If that was true, there'd be no fat people in society. If bullying fixed things.
No, we say stop fat shaming and they get fatter.
Do you think that like health at every size started in what, like the 2000s? Do you think that's when fat people were first invented?
Yeah, but there's more fat people now than ever were, and now we say
there were already people becoming fat. They were becoming fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter.
More now, there's more, and we say don't body shame. Don't you see the correlation?
So this is
Destiny. We put fat people up on billboards in Times Square now. They're underwear models.
This is the entire problem encapsulated in one issue with your worldview. You have a trendy way of viewing the world that feels good. Your audience like sucks you off. You feel like you got the answer to everything. And the answer is just libs and conservatives. And it's a very simplistic way that you can view the world and view all the problems and have an answer to everything. The reality is that we have highly processed food and that we have incredibly lazy lifestyles. And they're getting worse and worse in terms of exercise, right? That's the issue. But combating those problems is hard. Right? How do we deal with like the amount of fucking calories we get in our diet every day? How do we deal with the fact that we have like more carbs and sugars than ever before? How do we deal with the fact that we don't get exercise? Those are hard problems, and those answers aren't always fun. But you know what is fun? You know what is fun? Is going on Twitter and being like, wow, look at this fucking advertisement in Times Square. There's a fat person. That must be where they're coming from. But what a complete and total misunderstanding of where these people come from in society.
You're like conveniently ignoring the fact that we have this body acceptance movement and also a rise in obesity. How are you ignoring that?
First of all, you're delusional if you think anybody wants to be fat. And secondly, we had fat people before body acceptance.
That's not true at all. It's not delusional. People accept it. They call people brave if you're fat now.
You just don't. Why do they even have to do that? It's because of how fucking miserable fat people are. You don't need a skinny acceptance movement, and you don't need an athletic acceptance movement. The whole reason why fat acceptance exists is because fat people hate fucking being fat, and they still do. If you don't believe that, you're insane.
No, people are delusional. How are you calling me delusional if they obviously don't want to be fat?
Because you think fat people come from billboards in Times Square when nobody would choose to be fat if they have the opportunity to.
I said that was one reason because of the
It's not even a reason. That was created because there were a lot of fat people. It didn't create fat people.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I was saying first to the first point about depression. I would say depression is just a symptom of an underlying problem. You know, I would, of course, depression is real, but the cause of it is very much, you know, what they propagate in mass media is very much incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Depression is like hunger. It's not, there's nothing wrong with you because you got depressed. You got depressed because you are missing something very necessary in your life, you know, whether it be lifestyle, whether it be God, whether it be, you know, interpersonal relationships, you're missing something that is very necessary. Depression is a natural reaction to the absence of something that you need, just like how hunger is a natural reaction to the absence of nutrients. That's where I stand on depression. I think everybody who has depression can be cured of depression, can make their depression go away. Just like how everyone who's hungry just needs to eat a sandwich. Also, in regards to the fat shaming, no, I don't believe that billboards are the origin cause of fat. Fat people are fat because they can't stop eating. Fat people are fat is because they have a problem with food addiction. And I agree with Destiny. Nobody wants to be fat, which is why I agree with Sneeko that it's ridiculous that we have this fat acceptance culture, because nobody really wants to be fat. And anybody who is talking, you know, the people who are pushing, you know, healthy at all sizes or attractive at all sizes, you know, it's all baloney. It's all nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, any fat that if they had the option, if you came up to them with the option to click a button and then all of a sudden they have a six-pack and they wouldn't take it so that they could stay being morbidly obese, yeah, that person is
Lizzo wouldn't do it. She's beautiful the way she is.
Because she's her brand on this lie. She's built her brand on this false.
She's just beautiful. She's just beautiful.
She would say that. She would say that because she knows that such a button doesn't exist, and she also knows that. I mean, I don't know her. Anybody can change. Anybody can be inspired to change their life at any point in time. But more than likely, if she's looking at her history, she's probably given up completely on the idea of ever becoming a healthy weight.
She took a DNA test and she figured out that she's that bitch, man. Come on. We all know this.
Don, you don't believe that labor is one of the greatest joys?
Labor?
Yeah.
What do you mean labor?
Like having to work for something?
It's one of the greatest what?
Joys in life.
No.
Okay.
Really?
No.
I think having to work for something is what makes something better. Yeah. And partially, if I had to fuck a bitch, I would prefer to have to lift a fat slab and then get to the box than just get in directly. A little bit of extra work makes it more worth it.
Okay, all right. I get what you're a comedian, but no, I was saying no, like working hard. I believe that the desire to work hard that all men have intrinsically was put there by God as a part of her punishment for sin. That's what I believe. It's why you feel worthless if you don't work for 2 days straight, is because he had commanded you. He said, by the sweat of your brow, you will eat bread, because from dust you came and from dust you shall return. You know what I mean? That was your punishment. You know, women, their punishment, pain during labor. You know what I'm saying? And they should be ruled by their husbands, right?
Nick, I want to ask you a question because you met a lot of these people for the first time today. Can you guess how many booster shots everybody got here based on their ideologies?
Oh, no. Well, yeah, probably, yeah.
Guess how many shots everybody here got.
I would say Don... I don't know if he said he likes Matt Walsh, so I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say Gideon and Abba. Oh, these guys are boosted up. I'm going to say they got at least 1 booster. I know Destiny got a booster.
Hell yeah.
And Sneeko, I bet you're at 0, right? Or no, you got the initial shot, I think, right? No? Okay.
I got the initial shot.
No booster, though?
No, same here. I went to Los Angeles. I was at the airport, and they gave me that John & Johnson goody good with just 1 shot, and then I got the fuck up.
Chad, what do you think about the fact that Nick just nailed that?
No, he didn't. He said we had boosters, bro.
Close enough.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Then he's got a 50-50 chance to be right. That's bullshit.
Oh, how many shots did you got? 2 shots?
There's actually 3 shots, so he had 3 tries.
One. He was off by quite a lot.
I was off by 2 shots.
Injected. He was right about who got it though, and who didn't get it.
If you're looking at me, what would you?
Don, as a soldier of God, you're not with the sciences and not willing to inject.
here's what it is. I believe that a lot of people. Now, I decided not to get the shot prior to even becoming a born again Christian. So, but I will say that the reason why we were able to scare everyone into a frenzy is because they don't know what is going to happen when they die, and so they're incredibly scared of death. And so they were able. They ignored all the information about let's say pertaining to young people. I don't think there's an argument that yes, very old people, elderly people were at serious risk of dying, especially because the old community has more comorbidities and they just have a weaker immune system in general. That the older people just die more easily. That's what I'm saying. But the science was very clear that little children, young people weren't at serious risk. Some sources say less than the seasonal flu. Some say more, maybe slightly more than the seasonal flu. But the point is, when the seasonal flu comes around every year, everyone doesn't lose their mind, and we don't shut down the country.
Okay.
So, but what happened is CNN, MSNBC, and all these networks put up a counter. I've never seen that before. Just a constant 24-hour death counter that was just constantly. What is that? That was so morbid and weird. It's because they're trying to take advantage of the fact that the average person is not safe. The average person has no idea where they're going to go when they die. No confidence where they're going to go when they die. And so they do not want to die. And so they're like, yeah, I'll take a shot. I mean, I'll drink, I'll smoke, I'll take drugs, whatever. I'm doing a million other things that's going to kill me. I'm eating McDonald's every day. You know what I'm saying? What's a little shot?
My bad, Don, for interrupting you. But Sneaker, why are all your super chats on my dick? Like, why are they paying money just to talk about me?
So that's all you.
No.
There's people watching.
Hey, you're literally clicking it to put it on the screen because I'm the one that taught you how to do that. So I know you're literally picking these out to put it on the screen.
If it had WGD on it, I'd put it up too, bro. Why are you mad at me that the chat's against you? And also, why?
I'm not mad. I know your chat's always bad, bro. I know it's tough love with your chat, so I'm not tripping. I'm just trying to figure out why your chat's paying to just say El Jadion. That's all I want to know.
Wait, Jadion, you're saying I was reading W Nicks all the time, and now you're reading the chat, and it's against you.
No, I'm not. I don't care about the chat. I'm talking about the super. I said super chats.
Super chats is what you care about, but not the regular.
Yeah, because they're paying him money just to say El Jadion.
Oh no!
It's because you called me racist.
Did you see?
You are fucking racist, though. Fuck.
I love black people.
Hell no.
I love you as a black man.
Yo, I swear to God, it would make my fucking year if a scandal came out and it was found that Nick Fuentes has like crazy sex orgies with just black women. That shit would be the most goated piece of news possible.
I got my audience attacked me this week because I said black women are bad sometimes. So
wait, what do you mean by bad?
What kind of audience do you have if they attack you for saying that?
Well, my audience is racist. No, I'm kidding.
No, they are.
No, not. No, I'm kidding.
They are. Come on.
Hold on. When you say hold on,
to me.
Hold on. When you say black women are bad, you mean like they really?
I'm like they're bad. I'm like they're bad. Yeah. And people in my live chat, they're like, you mean like like black girls that have little white in them? I'm like, no. I'm like midnight. I'm like no. I'm like
hey, go.
I have a white son, so can't do that.
I mean, what about a concubine? Would you be open to that, provided it's someone?
I'm Christian, so I can't do that. But if if we lived in Destiny's world where we're all just on a floating rock in the middle of nowhere, then yeah, I guess I would have at it. Yeah.
Destiny, did you have anything to say to that comment?
I don't want to do a religion debate right now. I'm good on that one, Chief.
All right.
I feel like we went from like super heated in the beginning to now it's somewhat cordial. We're all goofing and laughing.
I mean, we can laugh with people we vehemently disagree with. Like Jadion, you feel like Nick Fuentes is a racist. Nick Fuentes says he loves black women secretly. We all find ways to connect each other. It's good. And
that's the point that you know what's crazy is so bizarre that we, especially with a racist like Nick, we can have something at least to like laugh about and talk about. But H3H3, I'm over here trying to promote the KKK. That's just crazy, but it is what it is.
Did he ever say that?
He said I was parading around promoting the KKK. It's something like that.
If it makes you feel any better, he probably copy pasted his opinion from Lasan.
Lasan.
So, yeah, we guaranteed.
Okay, well, listen, guys, I think this is good. Anyone else want to bring up anything before wrap
Well, we
this?
should do this more. We should do this once a week. This is a good panel. I like having good disagreements on a stream. It makes for a much more interesting conversation. I liked, bro, look at the fucking panel I was able to bring together. We got a bunch of different people. We got a lib. We got a racist. We got Gay Dion, Abba, Don, the Bible in here, bro. We got a bunch of everybody, man. We got to do this more regularly.
All right.
Agreed. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, all you blacks are all right. No, kidding. But it's true. You guys are cool. And I like Don. Don, at first I wasn't, but Don's based. But you gotta be Catholic. Other than that.
Jesus Christ.
Other than that, though.
All right, man. Listen, it was a pleasure, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right, for
Peace
sure.
out. I'm out of here too.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Appreciate y'all.
Bye.
Jesus Christ. What a wild ride. It's so hard when, fuck. It's hard to skirt the line between like casual conversation versus serious shit because Nick will start fucking rambling, dude. And it is like impossible when there are like a lot of people that want to chat and shit to like wrangle in like all the stupid shit he says. It's so fucking frustrating. But yeah, jeez. 100 just because, oh, the Bryson Gray guy. Jesus, that dude. Lydion is the racist. Nick clutching 4v1. Oh, I need to get my I need to update my super chat things so that they show up on stream better in my donos. Destiny, they played the same game you play. I don't know why people say that. So again, like you can make the claim, any claim you want, but like any question, I need to start doing that aggressively. I used to do that in debates. When I would pose a question to somebody, they'd say, well, you're being weaselly. I'll answer the question that I pose at you. It's not like I'm dodging my own questions. I'm only trying to like spam a question at you. That's just not true. Like I will, I'll answer any question I ask, but yeah. Why the fuck is Sneeko so blind to Fuentes being racist? I don't think he's blind to it. He just, Fuentes has a lot of opinions he agrees with about like against the establishment, basically. What's your actual height? I am 5'8". Are we... I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. Hop on the RuneScape grind? No, I'm good. I shouldn't end my stream now. Damn, well, all I had were like fucking things to go over or things to watch. Somebody linked me some video of a woman who reacting to Andrew Tate. I don't know. Listening to women talk about red pill shit is very sweats to me. I'm either creating incels or... Oh, man. Thoughts on the Don guy? Don was the really religious guy, right? He seemed cool, maybe. I'm always hesitant because I don't know until I like get to talk to somebody more. Like, these people might be insane. I'm not sure. But I don't know. They all seem fine. We have this Jonathan Haidt debate on social media. Legal Eagle video about Trump's alleged crimes at Mar-a-Lago. There was the combo Sneeko had with Fuentes yesterday. I don't think I'm going to watch this. It's probably boring now. Something about Chris Chan and a dark future on the horizon. Oh, with this Rollo Tomasi dude. We were going to watch this, but... What are your thoughts on the fat acceptance movement? We didn't get to hear much. Fat acceptance is cringe as fuck. The problem with like every left-leaning liberal movement or left-leaning progressive movement, it's probably true of right-leaning moves as well, is there's always like there's an aspect of truth to it, but it ends up always getting pushed too far. So like, you should always love yourself and you should always love your body. But the difficulty for a human is to simultaneously accept a love of something and a criticism of something at the same time. We tend to be really binary with how we view things. And one of the side effects of that is that any negative trait we have, we always try to reframe that trait in a positive light instead of being upfront and honest about the negativity of the trait. So like one example of this might be, let's say you don't go to the gym. Instead of just saying like, oh yeah, you know, like I'm out of shape and I'm weak and, you know, I should be. Instead of saying something like that, what people do is they'll reframe it as like, oh, well, I shouldn't work out anyway. It's a waste of time. I do better things otherwise. Or, you know, like people will make excuses for it. They'll take a negative trait and they'll try to spin it in a positive light instead of just saying like, you know what, I can love myself. I can love my body. But yeah, this is like a negative trait of mine as well. And I think that's the issue with fat acceptance. And that like the fundamental idea of like, listen, I'm overweight, but that doesn't mean I have to hate myself. That's true. And you can even love your body without hating it while acknowledging that there's like some negatives of it. But it gets pushed too far, and then you get people saying things like, well, just because you're fat doesn't mean you're unhealthy. Well, yeah, being fat is by definition unhealthy. There's a whole host of like negative outcomes that are related just to being overweight. Even if you exercise and everything else, just being overweight in and of itself is a bad thing, you know? So yeah, that's the issue with the fat at every size thing, that it tries to reframe a negative and a positive instead of just saying you can simultaneously accept the negative aspect of yourself without hating yourself at the same time. I think you have to love yourself enough to change yourself for the better. That's why the fat acceptance movement exists. You got to love yourself throughout the journey. Yeah, true. That's true as well. That's something that I said actually, is that like one of the reasons why you get into a bad cycle when you start to get fat too, where you can't even see yourself in a positive light. Like you just kind of assume like once you're fat, you're always fat. I read some stats at some point. I'm probably never find it again. I don't even know if it's real. I probably should stop quoting it. But it was like of all the people that make it into the obese BMI range, it's like 2% ever make it back to normal BMI. It's like an absurdly small number, which I believe hearing it, but it'd be nice to see that replicated somewhere or to see if that's actually comes from a study or something. But part of fat acceptance, or not fat acceptance, part of health at every size should probably be the idea that like, listen, I love my body, so I know I can do better. You know, that idea that like any journey from being obese or overweight back to normal has to start from some common understanding of like discipline or love for yourself, because you probably need that self-respect or love for yourself to even want to work on getting back to a normal weight. Wasn't it the case that the Biggest Loser winners always went back to their old ways and obese again? That's a complicated thing. That has to do with losing weight very, 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 very quickly. Don't ever do that. The crash diets are really bad. That study was really scary. I've had people my size that are 150 pounds heavier and still say things like, I'm probably more healthy than you. I train at least 10 hours of yeah, that's dumb. Yeah. You fucked yourself hard when you said nobody wants to be fat. To be honest, there's very clearly people who do. No, you're way too online if you think that. That is some actual crazy online shit. There are not this large swath of people that want to be fat. They might even say so outwardly, but that's a cope. That's absolutely not true. Is BMI a good metric to use? Yeah, BMI is like a good like rough estimate metric. There's nothing wrong with using it. Is Lizzo not the biggest celebrity example of the? I don't know anything about this person. I'm not sure. I'm sure there are some celebrities that give you like shitty messaging on things, but I don't know anything about this one in particular. Anything else? Oh, wait. Shit. Hold on. I need to be plugging my fucking TikTok more, or that dude is gonna kill me. And by that dude, I mean my TikTok guy. Remember to like and subscribe to my YouTube and follow my Twitter and TikTok. Fucking losers. Do you think there's any hope for Nick? No. But that's because Nick is trying to sell you an ideology. He's not interested in changing or evolving his political positions over time. He's only interested in, he's like a salesman. Thank you, RTBI. I see. Thank you for linking the thing. Here, if you guys want to read this, here you go. Click RTBI's link. Okay. If somebody's trying to sell you an idea, so if somebody's trying to sell you a political ideology or somebody's trying to sell you a political movement, then fundamentally they're only interested in growing the size of your political movement. They're not interested in like helping you critically analyze something or helping you like figure out. Yeah, they're not like. It feels so cringe to say, but they're not like trying to discover truth in the world, right? They're just there to sell you a political ideology. So whatever facts they give you, stories they give you, narratives they sell you, are going to be in service to whatever political ideology they have. That's just how it goes. So you always have to be careful when you're listening to like ideologues, especially people that are leaders of political movements, because like, let's say it was the case that tomorrow somebody like Nick discovered, hey, like, oh my God, I got a plethora of literature that says that race realism isn't true. Do you really think he's about to start telling his audience that? Like, I don't think so, you know? Sneeko saying the stop being depressed shit was mad disappointing. Yeah, but like with people that don't have first or secondhand experience with mental illness, probably, I mean, it's going to be impossible for them to relate. That's just a life experience thing. Now that you started the gym arc, has that been matched with the diet arc? Yeah, of course. You and Judy would make for an interesting conversation. Yeah, if he ever wants to talk about something. He said, oh, fuck, why? Hi, what's up? I'm just about to sleep. What do you want?
You're about to sleep?
Yeah, it's fucking 10:30 over here.
I know. I just wanted to say welcome. I was confused for a second. I was like, oh my God, is it February?
Your mic cut off at the end, but what's up? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, sorry. I was saying I was really excited. I was like, oh my God, is it February or what?
Oh, damn.
Hanging out with the Black community, so I figured I would pop in.
Oh, yeah? So now that I have Black friends, now you...
I feel safe now. That's what it is, Steven.
You didn't feel safe before? Okay, well, let me bring Fuentes in here. You can chat with him for a little bit, all right?
No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay, hold on. That's way too much. I just saw the Black folks up here. I thought it was safe. I thought I could come in for a second, but it sounds like you're trying to get me killed.
Well, how's life going? What are you doing? What's up? Where are you at these days? Update the stream. They don't know anything about you.
I can't update the stream. It's just a quick pop in, quick pop, lock, and drop it. You know, they were wrong about you, Steve. I'm just here showing my support. You know, I never left.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, hey, have fun, buddy, okay? Stay safe.
Hey. All right, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye. Okay. I want to ban this guy, but I'm not going to. I went from 285 to 210 in high school with wrestling and proper diet training. Once I got out of school and became my responsibility, I couldn't maintain it. Wow, cool. Okay. Destiny, aren't you a salesman for an ideology considering how you ignore race, realism debates when people like Sean Last? Where's your interest in truth, bro? I'm not here to sell you a political ideology. I'm just here to sell you a thought process. You can agree or disagree, and that's fine. I'm not here to tell you to be progressive or anything at the end of the day. That's not what I do. And I've talked to Sean Last before, so I don't know why you would accuse me of dodging him when I've literally had a conversation with him before. But nice try. Why isn't Nick using the whole being banned from MasterCard from... Oh, wait, and other financial places? Does it help his points at all? Oh, I think it's just to show that there's like a cancel culture out to get him, you know? Can you get XQC in a panel? I don't know, actually. I don't know how much he streams. If I shot him a message, I probably could. But isn't he usually streaming or sleeping? He streamed 22 hours, 10 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours, 25 hours? Wait, is he on the juice? Do these gambler dudes like get fucking amphetamines to go? I shouldn't be making accusations. I'm sorry, that's shitty to say. That's weird. Damn, what the fuck? Has he always been streaming like 25 hours a time? 22 hours, 21 hours, 12 hours, 20 hours, 19 hours. 22, 20, Jesus. Maybe he's always done that? I have no idea, to be honest. Maybe he's always done that, yeah. Train is crazy, okay? FYI, Nick kind of got exposed about the whole my 500K was frozen by the government and I'm on the no-fly list. The 500K thing is apparently bullshit. He literally told a story about flying to Vegas like a week or two ago. Huh. Okay, well, hey, listen. It's been fun. I love you guys. Follow my TikTok and my YouTube. Okay, I love you very much. And my Twitter. I'm almost to 100,000 followers. Then I can finally get bitches on Twitter. Okay, it's my life goal. It's been fun. I will. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Be careful. I love you all very much. Rubrino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, mop. Oh wait, host fresh and fit. Are they streaming? Oh yeah, I gotta send you guys somewhere. Hold on. I don't think I'm going to be able to because I think generally in order to host somebody, they have to be following me on their channel. I don't know how to see who they're following. So I'll try. Nope, that won't work. We can see if Lily is following me on her channel. Nope. Ooh, Lily, are you awake? Fuck. Nope, I can't. Fuck, I can't read anybody. Oh wait, I can probably set it to do Wicked Supreme or something. You guys go talk to him. All right, I love you guys. Ribbon, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. I will catch you guys next streamerino. Stay safe, be careful, guys. Rip on. Oh, Sailor Z, welcome to the Tier 1 YouTube Club. Thanks.